Again, in the arena now, we've got Class 1 out of school showmanship over here at the FFA Beef Showmanship Competition.
What's that? I'll probably end up pulling 3 kids in this group. Yeah. Well, good morning to all of y'all. I hope y'all are having a good start to your Sunday morning. I pray that we have a great day and the Holy Spirit just covers our arena and y'all's families, and we just enjoy each other's company and enjoy competition and elevating one another. And so I look forward to the day. We've got a great start here in our showmanship division. We're starting with the oldest students, and we have 5 heats. And so I may pull 2, I may pull 3 in each of these respectively. I think on the sheet there was 14 students that were listed in this specific class, and I'm going to pull 3 actually. And so, it was I want to commend each and every one of y'all. And I do truly mean this. The audience that's behind me, I think, would agree that the group that we're starting with is really setting the bar high. Y'all are a group of students in which the cattle are cooperative, and y'all on the end of that halter are very mistake-free. And so, I don't think that there's necessarily much to critique. There might be a few things that I preference relative to the manner in which y'all walked in, and whether or not y'all were kind of walking right beside your cattle, or perhaps you were more the leader and you were out in front of them, much like y'all step to the front of the heifer whenever y'all get them parked on profile, and you do that so that your body is not right behind their neck and head, and so it gives that animal a little more look. I really like that same strategy, if you will, whenever we're walking into the class. And so Garrett was one that I noted that did that. Garrett, if you can bring your heifer over here, we're going to retain you. Taylor right here, the dark-haired young lady, I'm going to retain her. And then the young man right here with the slick-haired heifer. I didn't ask you your name, but if you could come over here and join Garrett and Taylor, that would be awesome. Let's give all these students here a huge round of applause. If I did not pull you, hey, keep your head up. Again, you didn't do anything wrong. There's just a few things about these 3 students that I preferred a little bit better. Very subjective process, and I sure wish y'all the best. Thank y'all for coming out here and competing. Good job. Yes, sir. You did a good job. This calf's a little shorter neck. The only thing I ding you for, it was between you and that other young man I pulled right there for the next spot. You maybe wrap his nose a little further towards me. I thought a time or 2. That is what I like on some cattle, but on him, because he's a little shorter neck, I would probably leave it where it's straight ahead. That's just my opinion. You did a good job. Yep. Nice job. Thank you. Good job. Yes, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good job, young man. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Yep.
Our judge this morning over here at the FFA Beef Showmanship Contest is Dr. Ryan Rathman. Comes to us from Texas Tech, where he is the John W. Endorse Jones Professorship of Beef Cattle Biology. Let's give Dr. Rathman a warm Nebraska welcome as he begins the second class here of out-of-school showmanship. Results out of Class 1 out of school showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Taylor Engraving from Central City FFA, as well as Garrett Schultz of Bertrand Loomis FFA, and Kale Tubbenheim of Amherst FFA. Receiving blue ribbons out of that Class 1 were Gavin Bell of Hemingford FFA, Noah Bertrek of West Point FFA, Tanner Hansen of Laurel Concord, as well as Evan Pancoti of Hampton, and Emily Van Meter, also of Palmyra FFA, were our results of Class 1. In the arena now, we have Class 2 out of school showmanship.
All right, here in our second heat, once again, maybe a little smaller inventory relative to what was on the paper, but certainly 6 very, very strong exhibitors. Can y'all put your hands together, congratulate these 6 exhibitors for coming out here this morning? And, you know, showmanship's a choice. I know you like to lay it on the line. Sometimes, though, you know, it's a busy day, and so you choose not to. That's fine, but out here, I thought all of them did a really, really nice job. As I looked through them, I thought there was 2 that stood out. Jalen and JC, if y'all could pull over here, we're going to retain y'all. Young lady up there, the black baldy heifer, you did a marvelous job. I really just like your composure and your speed. You have kind of just a pleasant atmosphere about you. You don't get too excited. You might just, when we circled them around, maybe got a little too close to me. You might kind of just stay to the boundaries of the arena just a little bit. Both of these young men do a tremendous job, and man, I'd be super proud to have either of you guys on my team as far as folks that can really stick one. Young man, your steer right here, he's kind of a deadhead a little bit in the sense that he wants to really lower his pole and raise his nose. I'd like to see that calf, and I think it's more him than it is you. But see that calf where he brings his nose down and brings his neck set up just a little bit more. He kind of walks that way, and he sets up that way just a little bit. Young man, I thought you did a great job. I love your posture. I love where you get in when you're leading her, you're out, and you give her a little bit of slack, and I appreciate that. When we set her up here on profile, she maybe was just a little too far back in terms of that rear leg on my side, maybe just a little bit stretch. Young lady back here does a marvelous job as well. She was maybe she's really, really smooth. This heifer at times maybe fights her just a little bit more in terms of just how natural or relaxed she is right there at the lead, that maybe throws her balance off just a fraction. So we'll go ahead and dismiss y'all. We'll get another heat in here. I'm sure proud of y'all, and I wish y'all a good day. Congratulations.
Results of Class 2 out-of-school FFA Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were J.C. Wolfinger of SEM, as well as Jalen Wolfinger of SEM. Receiving blue ribbons out of Class 2 were Kane DeLater of Arthur County FFA, as well as Seth Myring of Alliance, and Sydney Mitning of Hayes Center, and Mason Prothman of David City, as well as Adrian Stolenberg of Northwest FFA. Again, those are the results of Class 2 out-of-school FFA Beef Showmanship. In the arena now is Class 3 of out-of-school. We have a total of 5 groupings in this division.
All right, here in our third heat, another super strong heat. Y'all's cattle are behaving very, very well, and y'all are tremendous showmen here so far. It's been a great competition, and tough for me to make calls because I've really been impressed with just about every student that's come in the ring, and this class is a perfect example of that. So I guess the little things that I'm drawn to again is just how maybe you walk your cattle in and how you lead them and how natural they look, how organized they look is probably just as important to me as how effective you are whenever y'all get them set over here. But, all y'all do a pretty nice job getting them set over here. Maybe a few of y'all that stretch them just a bit. But I thought all in all did a very nice job. Addison, I like the job that you do. If you can pull your heifer over here. Casey, I know you're circling your heifer right now, but I've really been drawn to you as well. These two young ladies do a very, very nice job. And so we're going to ask these two gals here to come back. We'll dismiss everybody else. Y'all keep up the good work. I thought it was a very, very strong group.
Entering the arena now is Class 4 in our out-of-school FFA Beef Showmanship competition. Again, entering the arena now is Class 4. We have a total of 5 classes in this division. Results of Class 3 out of school FFA Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Addison Grant of Central FFA, as well as Casey Meyer of Blue Hill FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in that class number 3 were Cole Bruce of St. Paul, as well as Riley Hack of Wilbur Claytonia, Rachel Martinson of Humphrey, Sarah Mead of Aurora. And our final 2 blues in that class 3 were Caitlin Reisland of Pleasanton FFA, and as well as William Skabinski of Ord FFA. In the arena now, we got class number 4 of our out-of-school FFA Beef Showmanship. Again, we got 5 classes in this division.
All right. Well, this is definitely our biggest heat, and they said that might happen. As we get rolling, there may be some that weren't here for the first couple, and we roll them into these others. And so we got a big inventory. The strength of these showmen is just incredible. This is very, very close calls in my opinion, and y'all know it's subjective, but this is a lot of back and forth in my own mind, just to be transparent. There's several kids up here in the front of the lineup doing a very, very good job. I wonder maybe if we could give ourselves just a little more real estate relative to being in between the calves. There's probably an optimization here. I know, and I very respect and appreciate, everybody trying to use the ring as much as possible, but at the same time, you got to leave yourself enough room where you can max out where you need to stand or your ability to move the legs like you need to. But doing a really, really good job. I guess here in this heat, there was probably 4, and that may be a lot to pull back in one, but we've got a big arena, so I'm not too worried about it here later. So there's 4 that I want to see operate a little bit more here in the final go. So it's actually these 2 young ladies, the young lady with the black baldy, and then the young lady back here at the commercial Angus heifer. So, hey, all of y'all did a fantastic job. I could sit here and brag at length on each one of y'all that I didn't even pull back about the things that I admire in y'all's showmanship. This was very, very high level. Let's please put our hands together, congratulate all these kids in such an incredible set.
Entering the arena now will be our Class 5 of our out-of-school FFA Beef Showmanship. Again, entering the arena now is Class 5 FFA out-of-school Beef Showmanship. This is our final class in this division. After this, we'll be selecting our champion out of this area. Receiving purples out of that last class were Caitlin Schmick of Gearing FFA, as well as Bailey Grant of Central FFA, in addition to Brianna Bosshammer of Amherst, as well as Lexi Johnson of Gothenburg. Receiving blue ribbons out of class number 4 were Carter Schmick of Gearing FFA, as well as Logan Barta of Meade, Ava Bullman of Boone, as well as Ty Peterson of Logan View and Meredith Ruda of Logan View, as well as Tatum Schroeder of Diller Odell and Alexa Tolman of Crawford FFA. Again, that was the results of class number 4. In the arena now is class number 5, FFA Out of School Beef Showmanship. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion Out of School Beef Showmanship winner.
All right. Excellent heat to round things out with. Maybe a few of these cattle are just a little less relaxed or cooperative in terms of just holding still or doing exactly what they want to versus some of the other heats. But no doubt the strength of some of these young men and women is just unprecedented. It's just really, really a good set. I continue to be impressed here. And so I like the young lady in the front there that's got that primo heifer. If you can pull your heifer over here. I like the young lady here with the slick-haired heifer that's third in line. If you can pull your heifer over here, dear. And then I like the young man back here with the black steer. If you can pull your calf over here. A lot of y'all did a marvelous job. This young lady with the Charolais heifer, you do a great, great job. Every once in a while, she kind of shifts her balance a little weird. I probably paid more attention this time to whenever y'all were rear view, front view. I'm really big on just weight distribution. And alignment of head and just making sure everything's in balance and in proportion. This young lady right here, you do a fantastic job. She kind of peed, at an inopportune time, which is not a big deal, obviously, not hurting somebody for doing that, but sometimes you maybe just have to circle a little faster just to get her to go ahead and relax and put her spine down and get everything together, I feel like, whenever that happens. But wonderful, wonderful job. Let's give these kids in this group a big round of applause, please.
Results of class number 5, FFA Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Addison Gredelution of Lakeview FFA, as well as Trina Pearson of Brady, and Tate Bruce of Tacoma Herman FFA. Receiving blue ribbons out of class number 5 were Bailey Hall of McCool Junction, Aislinn Cook of Cambridge, as well as Whitley Rhett of Arthur, Bailey Setlick of Ord, and Bianca Wood of Hitchcock. Again, those are the results of Class 5. In the arena now, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion FFA out-of-school beef showmanship winner.
It's okay that I talk while he's talking.
Yep, it's zoned.
All right. Well, man, this is incredible. Hey, let's put our hands together, congratulate all these students out here. And, man, tough work. We could get any one of us in the audience out here, and we'd probably come up with a different, preference. Man, that's cool because it's just fun to be surrounded with a group of people that are showing at this kind of level. Iron sharpens iron, right? I know all y'all want to win, but ultimately iron sharpens iron. I think all of y'all are better for having a contemporary group like this that I'm sure y'all have shown with through the years that has made you push and perfect and raise your game to the next level, okay? And that's what this is really all about, right? That's the walk of life is trying to continue to push yourself to be the very best you can, but you got to have others around you to do that. I have chosen, obviously, to put these 5 out here and focus on them just a little bit more. But I want to turn my attention now to the rest of y'all. Y'all have done such an incredible job. There's a reason why I invited all of y'all out here, because there's elements of each and every one of y'all's skill set that I'm very, very drawn to. There's maybe subtle differences in terms of maybe just how y'all position their head. I talked about when we walk into the arena, how I like y'all to be the leader of your cattle. And let me break that down just a little bit more. Not only walking out in front of them, but I would think that maybe the amount of slack that you have between the halter or the head of that animal and where you grip that halter, it does matter, right? If you grip it too tight, if you're too close to their head, I just notice that their level of comfort probably goes down. They tend to be a little more fidgety, just a little bit. And then there's maybe 1 or 2 of y'all where maybe there's a little too much slack, where maybe we don't have them quite as arrogant as maybe a few of your competitors. And so I was looking for that optimization of just where you hold that halter, how that animal reacts in terms of their natural behavior, and whether or not they settle in and get comfortable, because a lot of, again, what I'm evaluating here as a judge or any other judge is the degree to which they balance in motion, and that is largely a byproduct of how natural they look, okay? And so then when we come on the rear view, I was looking, again, for this level of attention towards their weight distribution, their balance, their positioning of their neck and head to create that balance that I'm after. That's largely where I was drawn to these 5 students. And I could brag about each one of them. Addison up here, I successfully told the difference between her and Bailey over there, her identical twin. So I was proud of myself for that. But both of those gals do such an incredible job. Y'all are hard to split, obviously. I really admire the job you do. You just so consistent. The tempo that you operate with and where you position yourself, all things that I really like. I don't know if this heifer ever loins. I never really saw you do that. Not that she gets up in her loin per se, but her pin set relative to her tail head. Every once in a while, I wonder if you could maybe rock her pin set up a little bit by doing that, but I never saw you do it, and she may not like that, right? I don't know. I was just kind of wondering that in my mind as I was watching you show. Garrett comes in here next, and he was the first exhibitor to the ring this morning. Come in the ring the first in that first heat. I feel like I've evaluated Garrett and several of the students in here before at previous shows. But Garrett, you are such a strong, commanding showman. I guess I would want to use that word, commanding. Where Garrett leads his cattle, how he gets out in front of them, where he positions himself, and how well trained he's got this big bred heifer to look like a cobra, if you will, in terms of her neck and where she sets her ear set, and just how still she stands. She's picturesque here. And Garrett, that's a credit to you and the investment that you've made on this heifer. You're very, very hard to showman to fault. I think you did an excellent job. Now I'm forgetting your name. What was Bree? I don't think I asked you that, did I? Did I ever ask you? Okay, I'm sorry. Senior moment. All right, Bree. This young lady here, like Garrett, is so commanding. Your level of just, I don't know how to talk about it, like your posture, how forceful you have in terms of what you demand out of that heifer in regards to the balance of her neck and head. I thought you were second to none in regards to when we got the cattle pegged on the rear view. The manner in which you just, I mean, it seemed like every foot had just the right amount of pressure on it. Seemed like the positioning of the neck and the head and then the amount of slack that you have, everything was just right on target. I was just really drawn to that, Bree. There's maybe been a time or two where she circles maybe just a fraction more than you'd like. But, man, you were just like Garrett here, two showmen that were absolutely very, very flawless in terms of their operation here this morning. Addison, we got two Addisons in the top 5 here. Heifer's gorgeous. Love the way you have presented, the work that you put in on getting her in the right condition and right hair coat to be highly successful. And very automatic showman, just like Bree in front of you, very, very automatic. There's a time or two where she maybe tilts her head or leans an ear that may be just a little bit off. She gets a little sassy. I guess we'll blame that on the sassiness of this individual. But you did a very, very good job. Trina. All right, Trina. Trina, much like Bree up there, are you a gymnast? You are? Okay. Well, your level of strength was very impressive to me. And it was much like Bree in terms of when we had him on the rear view, it's like this, hey, this gal, you better stand at attention. You know, like we're standing at attention in front of a flag or something. And I was really drawn to that. And I thought you did a marvelous job. She's kind of settled in. When we were at the tail end of your heat, she was wanting to dance around just a little bit as you got over here on profile. But I love the way you maintained your composure. Because of your patience, you have worked her back into settling into her comfort zone. And so I really have admired the job you've done this morning. Congratulations. Hey, this is very, very tough for me. Again, I'm a big, big fan of everybody in the ring, but especially these 5 showmen in very, very minor differences, okay? So I think I'm going to identify what I see as my top 2. Is that okay? Or you want 3? 2's fine? All right. Well, I think this morning we're going to have Garrett here be my reserve champion showman. And then you're going to be my champion showman. Congratulations. 2 tremendous, tremendous showmen. Hard to split. A lot of fun to evaluate. Good job.
Grand champion goes to Brianna Bosshammer of Amherst FFA, and reserve champion goes to Garrett Scholes of Bertrand Loomis FFA. Let's give everybody a big round of applause in this out-of-school beef showmanship. Certainly a tough competition to start our morning.
Good job. You get a little nervous from time to time. You did a great job.
Entering the arena now will be our first class of senior beef showmanship over here in the FFA showmanship competition. We have 2 classes here in our senior division.
right, we've just got 2 heats in the senior division, so I'm going to pull out 3 individuals here, and then we'll pair them up, obviously, with the next heat. So I want the young lady up there in the black hat with the black heifer and the white belly. I like the young man right here with the shorthorn steer, if you can pull him over here, and the young lady right here with the black heifer right behind him. So everybody in here did a marvelous job. Very proud of y'all. Thank y'all for giving them a big round of applause as they exit.
Entering the arena now is Class 2 Senior FFA Showmanship. Again, entering the arena now is Class 2 FFA Senior Beef Showmanship. We got 2 classes in this division. Results of class number 1, senior FFA beef showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Hannah Heinrich of Nebraska Ag Academy, as well as Claire Crissel of Summerland FFA, and Mason Prothman of David City FFA. Receiving blue ribbons out of class number 1 were Kelsey Amos of Stapleton, Connor Burek of Howells Dodge, Campbell Consbrook of West Point, as well as Ailey Janning of Fillmore Central, Foster John of Gearing, and Emberlyn Johnson of Palmyra, as well as Austin Nunn of Fillmore, Eric Samuelson of Palmer, and Carter Schmidt of Lakeview also received a blue ribbon there in class number 1, senior beef showmanship. In the arena now is class number 2, senior FFA beef showmanship. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion, senior FFA beef showman.
All right, wonderful job here. I've got 4 individuals. Young lady there in the 3rd spot with the big black heifer. Bring your heifer over. A young man right here with the black heifer. It's kind of pulling back on him now. And then these 2 individuals right here. The young lady here with the black heifer, and then the young man with the Hereford heifer. A few of these cattle are kind of maybe circling just a little bit more. Again, that's not a big deal. Sometime early morning, or maybe just hadn't had as many ring reps getting out here. But I thought everybody did a nice job, and y'all should be very, very proud of yourself. Let's put our hands together and congratulate this second heat in our senior division, and we'll go ahead and move forward with our final drive.
White? Yes. Okay. Purple, purple. Purple, purple. Blue, blue. Blue, blue. Purple. Yep. Blue. Yep. Scratch, scratch. Okay. Purple. Purple. Scratch, scratch. Yep. Blue. Okay, scratch.
Results out of class number 2, senior FFA beef showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Jamie Gitlin of Chase County, as well as Cooper Lindstrom of Holdridge FFA. In addition, receiving purple ribbons were Catherine Neighbor of Seward, as well as Hayden Schroeder of Wisner Pilger FFA. Receiving blue ribbons out of class number 2, senior beef showmanship were Parker Bullman of Boone Central, Wyatt Ginger of Red Cloud, as well as Laurel Moore of Sutton, TJ Mueller of Waverly, Becca Podlek of Aquinas Catholic, as well as Brielle Wolf of Lakeview FFA. Again, those are the results of class number 2, senior beef showmanship. In the arena now, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion overall FFA senior beef showman.
Doing okay? Do you need anything?
Some of it. It's a big one.
It's got high and light. Get it. Okay, I'll keep it $3.
That's how you make money. You're smart.
You got more money as much than I do. I started with that money. No.
I like to invoice my daughter for things I think she owes me.
You ever get paid or no?
Yeah, on occasion.
Nailed it. Which one?
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, you're good. Jamie? Jamie?
All right. Hey, nice job here. We just had 2 heats. I'm going to very, very quickly just tell you what I see, and we'll try to make this efficient. But, you know, every time y'all go to the ring, I'm sure you want to know a justification why you won or lost. And they're all 7 of y'all I've got out here are very, very good. So keep that in mind as I'm being critical. The young lady up front, you do a very, very nice job. I love how you get out in front of your cattle. She's very calm for you. She's so calm that maybe when we have her in motion, she kind of goes at about first or second gear. We might see if she could walk just a little faster, and she may not tolerate that, but she kind of just drags a little bit more. I think I would get her a little faster pace, and I think that would showcase her athleticism just a fraction more if I had any critique. I thought in terms of just getting her set up quick, in terms of nudging her like you just did, in terms of that positioning of neck and head, I mean, as good as anybody. It was very good. This young man that's got the ShortHorn calf, really, really stout young man. You did a good job of just keeping that calf at attention. I thought when you were showing in your heat, but you were about as quick to get that calf square and to the ground in his basic build as anybody. You maybe got him a little bit bunched just right here as I'm looking at you. I like the angle you've taken, but you might want his front feet out maybe just an inch or two to maybe maximize how I read his blade and his knee set. The young lady right here, the black heifer, like the gal in the front, just very smooth. Really like how you get that heifer at attention. She may kind of throw her nose a little high in the air, right? Like your objective is you want that neck set to be high, but part of that is created by bringing her nostrils or poll down just a little bit. The young man here with the Hereford heifer does a marvelous job. He's very, very smooth, and I would say automatic. You got a great heifer here. I'm sure she'll do well, but he's very automatic in your level of showmanship and how you get her quickly set. When we're walking them, I might get out in front of her just a little more. You're a little beside her, right, to create a little more length and look out through her front end. Just get out in front of her. The next young lady right here with the black heifer, now I've already forgotten your name. What was it? Yeah, Catherine. I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but Catherine here is a machine. You're a stud showman in my book. This young lady, how she walks her heifer just at the right speed. This heifer waddles maybe just a little bit, but her general gear and tempo to me is right on target. I thought the slack that she gives her at her head when we move the cattle, near perfect. It allows that heifer to be as natural as that heifer is capable of. And then just positioning here in the ring. I don't think, you're so far out here that it looks obnoxious, but you're maybe the one that's just slightly out, which creates, that massive look. I like how you don't overshow that heifer. You loin her, you check her tail, you get her legs set. You do most of that through the halter. Incredible job. The next young man right here behind her may have to leave yourself a little more room here. You kind of got bunched in a little bit behind Catherine's heifer. I really like the job you do, though. You get so much look and presence out of your cattle. She tends to lift her tail off of her rear end just a bit. And then Jamie, you've got a big heifer. She's awfully tall. You do an excellent job with her, though. I really admired you from the start. The way you come in, your just eye contact and the way you read, it's a pleasant smile every once in a while, but it's an all business type demeanor in terms of how you communicate your body language. This heifer is one that you get rapidly set up. She's kind of been a little sassy now, isn't she? But I thought y'all were a tremendous team. So, Jamie, you're going to be my reserve showman. Catherine, I thought you were incredible. I've already said that a few times, but I was blown away with your skill set. Congratulations. Nice job to y'all. Good job to everybody in this group.
Grand champion there in FFA Beef Showmanship was Catherine Neighbor from Seward FFA, and reserve champion was Jamie Gitlin of Chase County FFA. Entering the arena now, then, will be our class number 1 junior FFA Beef Showmanship.
All right, well, we're starting in our junior group. Man, what a good group. I feel like sometimes, you just want to pull everybody. This is kind of like me going to the grocery store. My wife doesn't like me going to the grocery store because I walk up and down the aisles. I see something I like, I pull it off the shelf, and particularly if it's on sale. And before long, we got too much crap in your buggy, and she's not very pleased with me. But we've got 3 heats here. And I'm going to pull back as many as I'd like because I think the kids deserve it, and we've got a big ring, so we'll figure it out here in a moment. So I like the young man that's out front. Bud, if you can pull your calf over here. I like the young man right there with the strip-faced heifer. This gentleman right here with this big steer. Young lady with the Charolais heifer, and then the young lady back here with the black heifer does a very nice job. All these kids do really good. Let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll move forward.
Entering the arena now is Class 2 of our Junior FFA Showmanship Division. Again, this is Class 2 currently entering the arena. Results of a Class Number 1 FFA Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Nathan Grease of Sutton FFA, Jaylee Haggerty of St. Paul FFA, Conrad Kaminsky of Loop City, as well as Logan Schmidt of Deschler and Karina Schmidra of St. Paul FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in Class Number 1 were Kylie Ayers of Adams Central, Riley Codner of Wood River, Katrina Miracle of Boone Central, as well as Taylor Tavernetek of Scotts Bluff. Entering the arena now, we have our Class 2 of Junior Showmanship. We have a total of 3 classes in this division.
All right, another great heat. I'm actually just going to bring two of y'all back, and that's no disrespect to the kids in the rain. They did an awesome job. I'm just trying to balance differences from heat to heat and do the very best job I can collectively putting together the students that I think are the most, exceptional just through my eyes. But I thought all y'all did a nice job. I'd like the young lady right here with the big fuzzy stout black calf to come back. Thought she did a really nice job. Then the young man right here with the big black paint heifer. All y'all are doing great. There's maybe a few y'all that are maybe over-loining them just a bit, or maybe tails sit up off of their rear end. You just got to kind of maybe check that. Maybe one or two of y'all, I just noticed, and I hadn't commented on this yet, but maybe you're poking a back leg or two. And for me, I just think most of the time that you can leave yourself enough room. You can pull up one step, you can reset, and probably do a more effective job of them pushing back off of it in an attractive manner. But let's give everybody in here a huge round of applause. I think that they did a very nice job. Congratulations here in our second heat of our juniors.
Results of class number 2, junior FFA beef showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Micah Schultz of Southern Valley FFA, as well as Garrett Tolman of Crawford FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in that class number 2, junior division, were Sarah Allard of Sydney, Keaton Bullman of Boone Central, Madeline Jansen of Heartland, Brer Limp of Southwest, Joshua Martinson of Humphrey, Braylon Martinson of Elgin, as well as Jackson Minshall of North Platte, Macy Smith of Sargent, and Grace Wilkie of North Platte FFA. Again, that was the results of Class 2. In the arena now is Class 3 in our junior division. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion junior FFA beef showman.
Does she loin at all? Does she ever let you loin her? Not really. Kind of sensitive to it. All right, here in our third and final heat in this junior division, a lot of great showmen. This is closer calls for me here. I like the young man right here with the semi-marked heifer. Bud, if you can bring your heifer over here, please. The young man right here with the red, I assume ShortHorn heifer, and then the young man here with the black stocking-legged, kind of slicker-haired heifer. Young lady here with the Charolais heifer, bring yours over as well. Your circle may be a little much for me right there at the beginning, but other than that, you're very good. Bring yours over. We'll bring these four back in our next heat, our next drive, I should say. Let's give everybody in here a big round of applause. They did a great job.
Entering the arena now is our final drive in our junior FFA beef showmanship competition. These are all the individuals who received purple ribbons in the last 3 classes. Receiving purple ribbons in that class 3 of junior showmanship were Vincent Melander, as well as William Podlick of Aquinas Catholic, Henry Vlasic of Blair, and Jada Wood of Hitchcock County FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class 3 were Avery Austin of Creighton, Caitlin Choate of Boone Central, Nolan Platt of Elmwood Murdoch, as well as Daniel Young of Scotts Bluff. Again, those are the results of Class 3 in our arena currently. We are selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Junior FFA Beef Showman.
A little bit more. Maybe one cap. Yeah, it's not fair to face in that direction. Yeah. That's why I think you're doing good. All right. Hey, fantastic group of juniors. Can we congratulate them real quick? I've got a lot of kids in here relative to just having 3 heats, but certainly I think the students that, everybody was deserving, to be truthful with you. It's just been so good so far, but just the ones in my mind that I thought were, maybe a little extra, I just want them out here. I want you guys to know that I appreciate the job that you do. I want you to know that, people are recognizing and noticing the strength of your talent level, but more importantly, just your work ethic. And so I think that's important. The 5 I've got out here, the ones that I'm spotlighting, and I'll just describe them just a bit. The young man right here, you, in terms of your tempo when you walk, every once in a while he's a little stubborn, but I think the tempo in which you request of that calf and the way you get out in front of him, where you position yourself here, finding the high spots in the ring is something that I think you naturally have a little more awareness of than most of the others in here. I don't know if he loins at all. That might be the only thing I might say. And some cattle are kind of sensitive in their back where they're going to start moving. So I'm not really criticizing you for that. But I like how you check his tail. I appreciated what you said just a second ago. Does everybody recognize why I actually respun the cattle this direction? Is because it's just not fair to point them to the out gate because they already know they went out there once. And so he recognized that and said, yeah, that was not the best, but you made the best of it over there while you were the first one in line pointing that direction. So, man, I think you're a big-time showman. I love the way you handle yourself, your posture, just your body language, your confidence. I think it's very, very elite. This young lady here with the Char heifer, man, I was talking about, and I think that first group of, post-senior showmen or whatever y'all called it, out-of-school showmen, some of those kids in there, just the strength with which they demanded in terms of positioning of their arm, and then consequently the neck and head of that animal. This young lady's got that characteristic that I found in some of those showmen, and I really like it. There's been a time or two where maybe she didn't want to do exactly what you wanted. Maybe a few times where it was just a little unlucky. She was wanting to pull her tail up and use the restroom at the wrong time. But this young lady's very, very good. I've admired her. The young man next here in the group with the Sim heifer, just like that young lady, I love your strength. I love your hustle there at the end of that halter. I think you got a lot of work ethic about you. I don't know you at all. I imagine you just work your tail off. Just based on the way I see you operate here in the ring. This heifer, I think you're trying to get it out of her. She wants to maybe be a little bit lazy-headed and keep her nose down. And I think you are working to the max to try to get that figured out. This young man's sweating and doing a great job. The young lady next here in the glasses, man, talk about a rock star. She is one that when we lead them, I really like just how natural her cattle look in motion. A credit again to some of the things I was talking about a while ago in terms of proper, maybe, not only distance, but strength with which you hold the halter. They certainly feel that. And this young lady, I think, has that optimized and certainly gets that natural presence out of her cattle. Ears are forward on this machine pretty much all the time. Kind of just walks her into being set. Very, very good showmanship. There was maybe one time where I could have said, well, I'll put the front leg on your side an inch back or something. She's perfect right now. I thought this young lady was very good. Young man here in the back, like several of them I've already commented on, love this young man's hustle. I like the way that he just, nudges. He tries to keep nudging that head and neck and trying to get the mileage out of it, to get that arrogant type look communicated to the judge. And so I really like the work ethic of this young man. I like where you stand. You're much like the young man with the kind of similarly marked heifer that's two in front of you right now. Positioning of legs has been dead on. This has been a tough group. That heifer, like I said, wish she would get her head up a little better and maybe just showcase maybe that style and the ability that this young man's got just a little bit more right there. So, hey, I'm talking a little bit because I'm not 100% sold, to be honest with you, on exactly which one of y'all I think deserves it at this moment, because I think there are so many y'all that do. This is such a strong elite group. So I think ultimately I'm going to use the young man up there for reserve, and this young lady right here is going to be my champion. Congratulations to you.
Grand champion in our junior showmanship competition went to Jaylee Haggerty of the St. Paul FFA chapter. Receiving reserve champion was Conrad Kaminsky of Loop City. Let's give our junior class showmanship winners another big round of applause. That was certainly a tough competition. Next into the arena will be our sophomore division. In this case, we got 3 classes of sophomores.
All right, here we're working into our next group, and Bree's up here in the front with that Highlander. She's very picturesque in terms of, that tandem right there. Bree, if you'll come over here, I was very impressed with you. Young lady with the big black heifer right in behind her. Young lady that's circling the star-faced heifer right here as well. I'd like to see come back. And this young lady in the back with this yellow calf is not maybe the best showmanship calf, but I really like the intensity this young lady's got and how hard she's working to try to get things managed when the calf is obviously not the easiest going. I'm going to ask you to come back as well, young lady. That is if you want to. This calf, you may not want to wrestle this alligator one more time in the drive. But let's give all these kids here a big round of applause. They did a good job.
Results of class number 1, sophomore FFA beef showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons were Brianna Brown of Kearney FFA, as well as Claire Ram of Stewart FFA, Jody Schnittel of Shelby Rising City FFA, as well as Camille Schmick from Gering FFA, also received a purple ribbon. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1, sophomore division, were Brayton Blank of Wilcox Hildreth, Graydon Forbes of Kearney, Cade Croker of Perkins County, as well as Jackson Wright of Wheeler Central, also received a blue ribbon in that class number 1 of our sophomore division. In the arena now, we have our class 2 of sophomores. There are a total of 3 classes in this division.
2 of these?
There's 3. So.
3? Yeah, thank you. All right, well, very tight divisions here as we move along in our sophomore division. I'm going to use the 3 in the front. We're going to ask y'all to come back. Hey, the rest of y'all are doing awesome. Keep your head up, keep charging forward, keep working your tail off. I thought you were an excellent showman. Very, very minor differences here. I'd ask y'all to put your hands together, congratulate them, and encourage them here as they exit.
Entering the arena now is Class 3 of our sophomore FFA Beef Showmanship. Again, this is Class 3 currently entering the arena. We have a total of 3 classes in this division. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion, sophomore FFA Beef Showmanship winner.
All right, we keep rolling along with some outstanding showmen here. I like the young lady back here with the red heifer. If you can swing your heifer around, and we'll come back in the final drive. Congratulations to you. The young lady with the fit black heifer right here. And then actually the young man that's circling is Charolais heifer here. Let's bring those three this way. Let's congratulate the rest of the kids. Wish them the best. Encourage them. Again, y'all don't be discouraged. Keep your head up. Y'all keep fighting hard. Some excellent showmen here in this state. It's been strong every single class this morning.
Currently in the arena here in our FFA Beef Showmanship competition, we are in our sophomore division, and we are selecting our champion and reserve champion. This individual is going to be selected from all of our purple ribbon winners in the last 3 classes. Results of class number 3 in our sophomore division. Receiving purple ribbons were Kira Bremer, as well as Anna Mead of Blue Hill and Travis Moore of Sutton. Receiving blue ribbons were Kenley Fatigue of Brady FFA, Emma Hall of McCool Junction, Carly Coulterman of Seward, as well as Blake Mueller of Waverly, Kaylee Nelson of Ansley, and Patience Spritz of Shelby Rising. Again, in the arena now is all of our purple ribbon winners from all three of our sophomore classes. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion sophomore showman.
All right, man, this is good. I'm going to go through here and talk them just real quick. Bree is up front with her picturesque Scottish Highlander. Bree, y'all are a great team up here. I like the demeanor of your heifer. She's kind of just naturally sets her neck and head up there in a very organized fashion that looks effortless, and you help elevate that look and that presence in this female. I love where you stand. I love your speed. When we have them in motion, there's time or two, even when she got stirred up coming in the gate, where you kind of just settled her back in and kind of used your stick almost like a jockey to kind of hit her in the shoulder there, and I just appreciated that. But time and time again, you just pull her up, you check the tail, and you get things together. There was only maybe one time right here where we got him over here on the side where I said, man, get her together just a little quicker there. But I'm telling you what, you are an incredible showman. You've really brought your A game today. The young lady here, Keisha, is that how you pronounced it? I don't think I've ever met a Keisha. This is a young lady that she kind of gives you that stare when she walks in that if you don't use her, she's going to meet you in the parking lot. And so she's kind of intimidating to judge. But this young lady is just so intense in a good way. I mean that wholeheartedly. This young lady is just powerful on the end of that halter, and she demands respect from this heifer, and the heifer gives it to her. It's a good team. If I had to pick on you anywhere, I think maybe when we have them in motion, there's a time or two where you could maybe nudge your head up. I'm being real critical. I have to be critical of everybody out here because y'all are so good. But I thought you did a great job. Brock, you did a great job, bud. Is it Brock? Okay. This young man, I love where he stands out in front of his cattle. This heifer is so long. I think you get your legs set up perfect. If I had to pick on you anywhere, like when you come in, we may overdo it a little bit in terms of how far out we get to the outside of the ring, right? And it's a big ring. If we're at some little tiny jackpot, that probably becomes more important, but don't make it so dramatic, that it maybe looks a little weird. But, Brock, I thought you did an awesome job. This heifer is so freakishly long neck that there's times where I think maybe you've got to toss her pole up or her neck back a little higher onto her blade. I'm being very picky. Anna's circling this red heifer, and much like Keisha up there, this young lady has got that same fire and intensity when she, as soon as she immediately hit the ring, and then her body language, the way she communicates. This young lady is going to be hard to tell no and in all situations in life. And so that could be, that's a good thing. I'd imagine you walk into a job interview, you are going to be hard to pass up on because of just the level of confidence that this young lady exudes. This heifer, honestly, was not the easiest to handle. She's at times a little restless. If y'all watch, just like even that little bit of situation right there where the heifer said, hey, I'm going to act a little sassy or not be perfectly still, this young lady maintains a level of chi that's really low gear and just tries to ease her back into a comfortable state. And so this is not an easy one to show. This young lady, I thought, for what she's got here, a high-headed heifer, a masterful job showing what you demand out of her in terms of her neck and her head, and then checking her tail immediately. Very, very good. Again, just wish the heifer was a little more willing to hold still at times. Kira, is that correct? All right. She's chewing her cud. That's a good thing. That means she's really chill. When my youngest daughter started showing, one of the first times she showed, her calf was chewing her cud, and I could see her getting really angry out there in the ring because of it. She walked out the ring. She said, Dad, what in the world is my calf doing? So he won't quit chewing his mouth. I'm like, that's a good thing. I said, you shouldn't be upset about it. It means that we're relaxed and they're going to behave good. They're just chill. But the next time she showed, she got angry because they weren't chewing their cud. So she's very hard to please, but she's a good little lady. This young lady does such a smooth job This heifer is pretty automatic. You got her well presented. You're probably the slowest showman in regards to your tempo out here. That's just fine, right? I would say there's a time or two where she kind of pins her ears back, where maybe you can see what you can do to try to, get her attention, if you will, just because she is so chill. But I thought you did a marvelous job. So, kids in the background back there, I don't want to leave them out because they are some awesome showmen back there, particularly the gal with the big yellow calf that's a tiger on the leash. You watch her and what I bragged about on the young lady up here with the red calf, one that's not the easiest to handle, but working her tail off, trying to remain cool. This is what showmanship is about. It's about advancing the kids and their ability to handle stressful situations and remain collected. And that young lady did an awesome display of that. So could you give her and all of her teammates out here a big round of applause on a job well done? I think there was an excellent set and a lot of good character building out here in regards to the display that I saw. So, guys, this is really tough on me. There's three of y'all that I think deserve this championship. It's a little bit of a tough decision for me to figure out exactly how to navigate it. So for me, the person that I'm just going to be honest, everything's first impression, right? I like this young lady with the red heifer to be my champion showman. Let's give her a round of applause. Bree, you're going to be my reserve champion showman. It was really heartbreaking to decide between y'all three. This young lady here I bragged so much about with the second heifer, literally coin flips here for me to decide between those three calls. So nice job to all of y'all. It was certainly an honor to get to evaluate y'all.
Grand champion in our junior division goes to Anna Mead of Blue Hill FFA, and our reserve champion goes to Brianna Brown of Kearney FFA. Let's give all of our sophomore showmen a big round of applause as they exit the arena for another round well done. Entering the arena now and over here in the FFA Beef Showmanship competition is our freshman division. We have two classes in this division.
All right, great job here again, and some tremendous showmen in here. I like this little young man right here with the black heifer. If you'll pull yours over this direction. Young lady right here with the Hereford heifer did an awesome job. I was super proud of you. This young lady back here in the cowgirl hat, pretty flawless. Nice heifer. That's an awesome team right there. And I like the young lady back here with the brockle calf. So let's give those exhibitors and all their contemporaries out here a huge round of applause. Very, very tough group, one of our biggest groups today and one of our very best.
Results of freshman showmanship, Class 1, receiving purple ribbons were Hadley Hartman of Johnson County, Avery Kuster of Lee FFA, Jace Prince of Clarkson FFA, and Jaden Thompson of Ord FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1 were Gage Anderson of Lakeview, Easton Bose of Alma, Jetton Reed Fredrickson of Wisner Pilger, Kai Haggerty of St. Paul, Leighton Hild of Lee, Emilio Johnson of Palmyra, Sierra Novotny of Schuyler, Kira Palugi of Waverly, and Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville also received a blue ribbon. They're in our freshman class 1. In the arena now is our class 2 of freshman showmanship. Again, we have 2 classes in this division.
All right, another excellent group. We're going to have 4 kids come back and join the 4 we just had in the last heat. I like this young lady up front with the shorthorn heifer. I like the young lady here with the black calf with the white navel. The young lady here with the black calf with the Nickelmore chrome. And then the young lady right here with the smaller frame black heifer here as well. If y'all 4 could come over here, we'll slide you in here in a second. Let's put our hands together. Let's encourage these kids. Awesome job here in this particular go.
In the arena now, we are selecting our champion, reserve champion, freshman showmanship winner. These individuals receive purple ribbons in the last 2 classes. Results from our freshman showmanship, that last class, class 2. Receiving purple ribbons was Caitlin Bruce of St. Paul FFA, Lily Neighbor of Seward FFA, Naya Ruda of Loganview, as well as Natalia Schultz of Northwest. Receiving blue ribbons out there in that class 2, that last class, was Kinran Etherton from Palmer FFA, Addison Marksmeyer of West Point, Casey Nelson of Ansley, Trevin Setlick of Loop City, and Lisa Wolf of Lakeview. In the arena now, again, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion, freshman beef showmanship winner.
Well, man, there's only 2 heats. This might be as good and strong of a group here at the final go as we've had, in my opinion. Let's give these freshmen a huge, huge round of applause. Very, very deserving. I hope y'all are having fun watching them. The 4 that we've got back there in the back are doing such a great job. Jaden over there, man, you're a workhorse, and I love the job that you do. I love your intensity. Love how you lead that heifer to not be able to show her with the stick. You just really get things done in a very automatic fashion. You're a natural cattle showman. The big calf up front, the gal's doing a fantastic job with. There's a time or two where he's a little harder to handle in terms of just him absolutely planting it down, but man, is she a good showman. The gal back there with the Angus heifer, she gets just a little bunched up from time to time, but very nice. And this young lady back here, the ShortHorn heifer, you're as good as any of them. She wants to, that heifer wants to maybe kind of work her nose up just a little bit, may have to give her just a little bit more slack. As I focus on the 4 I've got out front here, Jace is in the front, and this is Mr. Automatic. Jace, you never really smile, but that's fine. I'm more smiley, but this is a young man that just shows with such precision. He is very calculated in terms of the terrain and where he finds the heel. He is very calculated in terms of the exact set. I mean, most every time I looked at you, I thought you were 100 in terms of the positioning of that offside front leg to be right in concert with this front leg to make that appear as big as possible with the absence of daylight and deep in her heart in terms of where that foreleg is set underneath her. The length and stretch that you've got her with, just so proportional. I don't know how else to describe it. Again, just very consistent, very automatic. You make her parts and pieces in an already very good heifer seem that much more true and proportional. Hadley, here's with the red Angus heifer. Man, I've enjoyed watching you show. It's just been such a delight as you come into your heat. Just like Jace up there, very, very automatic. The precision in which you get your legs set, very, very good. This heifer, you know, there's a time or two where maybe you did it right there. You got to just nudge her, or else she'll want to get just a little laxed in terms of her top or her neck set or pin her ear backs, and then throw her nose up where you've got to maybe readjust her pole height relative to her nose height. Hadley, you are a well of a showman. It doesn't bother me at all that you showed in a hat. They said that down there, the last rule said no hats, and I'm not the type to ever read the rule book, so I'm not penalizing you for that. I'm looking at your showmanship. I thought you were a world-beating good one. This Naya that comes next with the steer, you talk about a young lady that gets out in front of them and leads them with the best in terms of that natural balance and motion, a credit to how she provides the right slack and then just naturally shows and exhibits that animal. There's been maybe just one time or two where I'd say I'd maybe reposition that offside front leg, or maybe even there's time or two where he starts to come apart a little bit in his top, and you maybe got to just readjust him by pulling him a step forward. Natalia back here, man, you're a stud. We've got so many studs out here. It's fun to be out here amongst y'all and see y'all show. This young lady really gets it done. Just her strength at the halter. I like the positioning of that animal's nose relative to how she carries that neck at just the right angle into the edge of that blade and lays them down. Maybe a time or two circled them, or maybe where a few others weren't, but you know, I think you're after that perfect, stand, if you will, or that perfect landing. And so I view you as very much a perfectionist, which is a good thing. I was just blown away here with the strength we've got. I feel like each time we've gotten down here to the final, I was trying to talk myself into figuring out what made the most logical sense. And I don't know that I've felt as convicted. I've been blown away in every division and felt like I was torn because there was multiple kids that I really wanted to use. And so, and I don't like beating kids that I think deserve the win. But we got to do it. So, Jace, you're going to be my champion. Hadley, you're going to be my reserve champion. Congratulations to y'all.
Grand champion in our freshman division goes to Jace Prince of Clarkson FFA. Reserve champion to Hadley Hartman of Johnson County. Let's give all these freshmen showmen another big round of applause as they exit the arena today. Next into the arena is our junior high division. This is class number 1. We have a total of 3 classes in this division.
All right, we got 3 heats of junior high students. Y'all look older to me than that out here. Y'all are a very advanced group. The 2 young ladies in the front of the lineup with the 2 black cattle, I'd like to have come back. The young lady that's circling her big hairy brockle steer here, and then the young lady that's got that Charolais heifer. Let's give everybody in here a huge round of applause. One more time, y'all been a great audience, and I really appreciate your support of these young men and women out here.
Currently entering the arena is our Class 2 in our junior high division. We have a total of 3 classes in today's junior high division. Results of Class 1 in our junior high division. Receiving purple ribbons were Ava Brown of Kearney FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons were Paisley Homestead of Perkins County, Lena Kaminsky of Loop City, and Laura Sonderup of Fullerton. Receiving blue ribbons in our Class 1 were Kellen Blank of Wilcox-Hedrith, Carly Barak of Howells Dodge, Blake Day of Loop City, Caitlin Grease of Sutton, Augustus Hipke of Stewart, and Molly McCrodden of Sutton FFA. Again, those are the results from our last class, Class 1. In the arena now is Class 2 in our junior high FFA beef showmanship competition. Following our showmanship competition today, we will be taking a 15-minute break before we roll into our breeding beef show. Again, following the selection of our overall showmanship winner, we will be taking a 15-minute break before we start with our FFA breeding beef show.
All right, here in this group, I like the three in the front, and then the young lady right here with the ShortHorn heifer will ask y'all to move over here so they can record your numbers. And let's give one more time, everybody, a big round of applause here in our junior high group. Everybody's doing a nice job, very problem-free type showman. Just very minor and very subjective differences here that I'm sorting through. So y'all keep working hard. I'm very proud of y'all.
Okay, good morning. This is Tim Burke. I'm helping broadcast with Ringside Live. Right now, we've got the last class of junior high showmanship at the FFA show. Right after this, they'll pick the champion junior high, and then they're going to pick an overall champion. Our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech University, again, very well-known judge, and I'll get to his bio later in the day. But boy, I mean, he really has done a good job with these kids. And coming back for the champion reserve, I'll just give you a little rundown. The out-of-school showman champion was Brianna Broshammer from Amherst FFA. Reserve Garrett Scholes, so they'll be coming back for the Supreme Champion overall. Our senior champion was Catherine Neighbor from Seward, and our reserve was Jamie Getline from Chase County. Our junior champion was Jaylee Haggerty from St. Paul FFA, and reserve goes to Conrad Kaminsky from Loop City. Sophomore champion was Anna Mead from Blue Hill FFA, and reserve was Brianna Brown from Kearney FFA. Our champion freshman showman was Jace Prince from Clarkson FFA, and reserve was Hadley Hartman from Johnson County. Our
class number 2 in junior high FFA showmanship, receiving purple ribbons for Friendly Auburn of Blue Hill FFA, as well as Charlie Spitz of Shelby Rising, Kinsley White of Nebraska Ag Academy, and Josie Wilson of Hershey. Receiving blue ribbons were Julianne Melander of Boone Central, Caitlin Martin of Wallace, Brayson Miller of Twin River, Lucy Pudluck of Aquinas Catholic, and Renee Reimers of Fullerton FFA also received a blue ribbon there in Class 2. In the arena now is Class 3 of our junior high FFA beef showmanship competition.
All right, this is our final heat, and we have ended on a good note. There's a lot of kiddos I love out here and doing a great job. I like the little lady back here, second from the end, sweetie, if you'll bring your calf over here. I like the other little young lady right here in the blonde hair to come over here. And then the young man as well as Kinsley up there with that little Hereford heifer calf. Let's give everybody here in our final go a nice round of applause. We'll exit here. We'll get them all back. Tremendous group of junior high showmen that have the ceiling is the limit in terms of just how good these kids are already at this age. It's pretty impressive how good they're going to continue to get. I know they've got the hustle and the work ethic. Y'all keep working your tails off.
Currently in the arena are all of our purple winners from our junior high showmanship competition today. We're selecting our champion and reserve champion overall winner. Following this class, we will select an overall showmanship winner from all age divisions. And then following that, we'll be taking a 15-minute break before we begin our FFA Breeding Beef Show. Results of junior high division class 3 receiving purple ribbons were Kensley Bremer of Fullerton FFA, Briggs Krause of Fullerton, Camden Fittig Brady, as well as Brody Rains of Wilbur Claytonia. Receiving blue ribbons in that last class were Michael Coulterman of Seward FFA, Grant Miller of Ashland Greenwood, Jaden Neighbor of Seward, and Chloe Rains of Wilbur Claytonia. Again, in the arena now, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion overall junior high showmanship winner.
All right, we're down here to the final go. Y'all been such a good audience. One thing about Nebraska is I watched a football game on Thursday, neutral site, but it's basically a home game because the people in Nebraska, they show up and they support. Y'all did that for these kids today as well. Big crowd to support them in showmanship. One more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate these kiddos here. I know you love them, and you should, man. We've seen so many great kids come in and out already here for showmanship, and maybe take a little bit of time, but by design, I might speed up a little bit on the heifers. It's tough when you're trying to make decisions on showmanship. The cattle decisions are probably quite a bit easier. So we'll speed it up later. To brag on this group, man, the kids in the back doing a great job. I thought the 5 out here maybe just when we get them in motion, and again, I know I've said that, but I just like these kids that maybe keep their cattle. They get out in front of them. They keep them with a little more pace. You don't want your cattle just to be too slow, too sluggish, where they don't just max out that look of athleticism. And so I like that about these kids. Eva's up front, and you show a lot like your sister. This young lady is, I love how you've always got her like she's at the backdrop. Her ears are forward. You pretty rapidly get her set up. When we came back this last time, I guess she was wanting to throw a little bit of a fit for just a second over there. And so she's a little out of sorts. But, man, you've done a really nice automatic job. Brindley's pulling her heifer up here in the second slot. And this little lady, there's been certain kiddos today that you just see them and you instantly their body language has some element about it that's hard to describe. It's confidence. It's just the right speed. Doesn't get your cattle worked up, but, man, it gives them an extra level of intensity. And this little gal here just naturally has that talent. There's every once in a while where I'm looking at how her front legs are set, and she's maybe kind of slick-haired up there behind her knee and maybe at times a little rocked in her knee. That I sit there and I wonder, she's not the easiest to set up. And so exactly how maybe you tuck in that front leg on the offside to maybe minimize daylight between them might give that a little different illusion. But I'm just talking. I think you're absolutely incredible, Brindley, and very, very automatic. I love the positioning and strength with which you demand her neck into her shoulder and where you position her head. Paisley's got the big brockle calf here. Paisley's really, really good. This calf, he's a little hairy, so he's getting a little tired right here. And so consequently, he may maybe lower his head with a little less arrogance per se at times. But Paisley, you're so good. I mean, just so smooth. Just the way you operate, it's just so mistake-free. I thought you did an excellent job. Kinsley's got the little Hereford heifer calf, and it's tough to show a little calf. As I described with Brindley, there's certain kids that hit me. You seem like such a natural, like you were born to show cattle. It was the way that you strike me. I like the way you dress and the way you present yourself, and then just how automatic you are. You show like you're 21 years old, but you're in junior high here. I really enjoyed watching you show. Just the positioning, you don't overshow, really just the right level. Briggs is back here. And, man, what a gorgeous heifer. We're going to have a heck of a heifer show here in a second. Briggs, you get this heifer's attention and get her set up near perfect every time. We have her in motion. You may be a little more beside her or bunch her neck up just a bit a time or two. But that is not the case when you get her stood still because you're out in front of her and get everything on point. So I've got to go with my heart. Again, I'm just going with my first impressions, and all 5 of y'all are incredible. But I like Kinsley to be my champion showman in this group, and I like Brindley up there to be my reserve champion. Super pumped and proud for all of y'all, though. A lot of champion showmen out here in my book. Congratulations.
Our grand champion in this junior high FFA Beef Show division goes to Kensley Bremer of Fullerton FFA and reserve champion to Brindley Alber of Blue Hill. Let's give all of our junior high showmen a big round of applause as they exit the arena. And next in, we will be selecting our overall champion showmanship winner.
Okay, like they just said, we've got the overall champions. just about to come in from out of school to junior high. And I think Judge Rathman's really had a time with these. Judging the show today, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech University. He almost is one of those that needs no introduction. He's having judged over 400 local, state, and national livestock shows, judged over 40 shows, and internationally. I mean, we are very blessed to have Dr. Rathman with us today, and I'll give you a little more of his bio. Coming in now, our first place out of school is Brianna Bosshammer from Amherst FFA. Our champion senior showman, Catherine Neighbor from Seward. Our champion junior showman was Jaylee Haggerty from St. Paul FFA. With the red heifer coming in next to be Anna Mead from Blue Hill. Freshman champion Jace Prince from Clarkson FFA. And we just saw our junior high champion Kinsley Bremer from Fullerton. I think we're going to just do a supreme. I don't see the reserves, but running them down, credit where it's due. Our reserve out-of-school showman was Garrett Scholes from Heartland FFA. Our senior reserve champion, Jamie Gitline from Chase County. Our junior champion was Conrad Kaminsky from Loop City. Sophomore, Brianna Brown from Kearney. Freshman was Hadley Hartman from Johnson County FFA. Our junior high champion was Brittany Albers from Blue Hill. So I think we're just going to pick a supreme champion here. I'll shut up for a minute because I'm sure Dr. Rathman's going to have a lot more to say than I will. But again, Dr. Ryan Rathman, Texas Tech University, he's a well-renowned livestock coach. In fact, he's the winningest livestock coach in the 100-year histories of livestock coaching. In the last 8 years, he's guided his teams to 7 national champions, 3 with Texas A&M, and 4 with his current University of Texas Tech. We are, like I said, we're really happy here in Nebraska to get him here. He's judged almost every state fair in the country and most national shows. He's just great with the kids. Done a lot of the junior national shows, and he's just a pleasure to listen to and a pleasure to watch. Last year, he's been our judge at Fort Worth the last couple of years for the steer show, and boy, he's so fun to listen to. I hope you guys enjoy him. He's very well respected, well renowned judge. And a very, very tough lineup. Again, from right to left, Brianna Bosshammer, Catherine Neighbor, Jaylee Haggerty, Anna Mead, Jace Prince, and Kinsley Bremer with her from junior high.
Okay. All morning I was good.
I'm going to have to deduct points here. No, I'm just joking. All right, we get them out here, and oftentimes we're judging the cattle, and as you're working and organizing, you're hopeful that maybe a common type of cattle is set. Not often in showmanship do we bring them all back out and do an overall, and I'm just blown away. To me, I find a lot of similarities between each of these individuals in terms of how y'all show, like their general level of speed, and it's like a fine line, a compromise between having that intensity that a judge just naturally doesn't want to beat, but yet is calm enough that it translates to your cattle being cooperative. And, it's just been a magnificent morning, an honor to get to sort y'all. As we get out here, it's not easy, truthfully, amongst, the older kids are going to be better. I think up and down the lineup here, there's not much difference in regards to the way I see y'all and your true level of ability and talent. But that being said, we are just going to choose one. As I just look at what I preference and just the command that I'm after and just the awareness of weight balance, where y'all exactly lead them and the speed at which y'all lead your cattle, there was, I think maybe still in my mind a logical process here. So, Bree, you've got a height advantage. It does help you some. But to command the things that I'm talking about. But I was blown away with your showmanship the moment that you walked through the gate in your particular heat. So as good as everybody is, it's a testament to you being the champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause and congratulate Bree.
Our grand champion today overall is Brianna Bosshammer from Amherst FFA. Congratulations to all of our showmanship participants today over here in the FFA Beef Show. We will again be taking a 15-minute break and then roll into our FFA breeding beef competition. All right, good afternoon. We're ready to begin our FFA Breeding Beef Show. First up will be our Angus bulls. We will have 2 entries in this first class. These bulls are aged January to April 2025.
I told her a purple and a blue. Oh. All right, we're going to roll right into our bull show, and I think we got about 20 or 21 head or so. We're going to start here with the Angus calves, and between these 2 freeze-branded bull calves that are Januaries, I thought this one right here was probably just a little ahead of the game in terms of just, ruggedness right at the ground, and then, you start studying the base of their rib cage and back into their flank, and then from behind from a muscularity and also testicular standpoint. I like this guy real well. I think he's functional. He's got a little extra maybe navel to the front side of his sheath, but I think the basic fundamental mechanics of that one are quite good. The bull here in second is got a nice look about him in terms of the way that he blends into the edge of his shoulder. He's tight sheathed. He's neat fronted. Just maybe just a little bit more fragile in terms of how he shifts off those hind legs, but a nice pair of bull calves here to start our show.
Okay, we're back at it with the first class of Angus bulls. Riley Hack had first and second in that bull class. Riley is from Wilbur, Claytonia. That was a pair of January bulls. Coming in now are the September and October of 24 bulls. We got Ruby Jean Edwards from the Franklin FFA chapter with a September 10th bull. Our judge today is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech University. I think he's probably going to roll through the bulls, so I'm going to kind of try to stay quiet a little bit. This one's an obvious winner.
This one full calf, as they just announced, and man, a nice bull. He's sound when you look at him from the side, just in terms of he really oversteps his front stride. He's tight sheath, smooth, got a nice calving ease look about him. Maybe going away could true him up just a little bit at the point of his hock and build him with perhaps just a shade more just product and natural width. But I think a very fundamental calf that, like I said, looks like he's got a nice calving ease look.
Receiving a purple ribbon in that class was Ruby June Edwards from Franklin FFA. Entering the arena now is January to February 2024 bulls. There are 2 entries in this class.
In the ring, our pair of senior yearling bulls, we've got Casey Meyer from Blue Hill and Peyton Scott from Gordon Rushville FFA. And if my memory serves me correctly, they didn't change bulls. I believe that's the KR Creed bull that Peyton Scott's leading in second right now. That's the bull that won the Supreme in the Open Bull Show on Thursday. So she's had a good run at the fair.
Well, man, for a junior bull show, these are two incredible cattle, and I know there's a hair difference, but at the same time, this is a close call. They're both extremely good. The bull that's fit and blessed with a little bit more hair, this guy from the side just instantly complete in terms of his kind. Just no major flaws stand out, but yet on top of being very problem-free, this bull's got an extra level of an elite look up through his front 1/3. Extra extension in his hip was one of the differences I saw. Both of them are awfully good off their hind leg. I probably prefer that bull's hind leg. And he's just so big and capacious in terms of his rib cage and stout-ended to flow like he does in terms of general smoothness. And got a big set of testicles underneath him. The bull here in second may actually underneath the hair be a little stouter ankled, maybe a little bigger in the column of his bone. Super moderate, monster ribbed. Love just the function of this bull. Still good neck. He's not quite as long hipped or maybe long across the plane of his stifle as the bull that starts, but a pair of really, really good cattle right there.
Results of that third class. First purple went to Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville. Second to Blue Hill. From Blue Hill, Casey Meyer. We'll now be selecting our champion, Angus Bull.
As we get our Angus bull to line up in here, I just talked to him. So the 514 bull, super sound, good livestock. Nothing magical in terms of his balance, but just really good and strong in terms of just the kind that'll turn out and work. Nice calving ease look there to the bull in the middle. And then finally we had that pair of bulls that I thought were exceptional. The bull that wins this, I think, is just a very, very good livestock. He's progressive, but problem-free. That's the kind we're looking for. We're going to use the two bigger bulls that came out of the last class. If y'all can give these young ladies a big round of applause and congratulate them on their champion of reserve Angus bulls.
Grand champion overall goes to Peyton Scott, Gordon Rushville. Reserve champion overall goes to Casey Meyer, Blue Hill.
Again, really echoing what the Judge Rathman said, a really powerful set of bulls to show up at our FFA show. Peyton Scott winning it and Casey Meyer being reserved. Now is our Red Angus bulls. We've just got 3 of those, all 2025 calves. We've got Erica Schwitzau with a February, and then Riley Hack with 2 January bulls. Only born the 25th and 27th from Wilbur Cretonius. So this will be our automatic champion in reserve. Here comes Erica now from Meridian FFA chapter.
All right, well, we've just got 3 Red Angus bulls, and they're all of the same age approximately, so this is your class and your show. The first 2 here will be purple. They'll be in the order that that they're in right now, the champion and then reserve, and then we'll have a blue ribbon here. This bull calf that wins the group, just a nice immature bull calf. You know, he's as green as a lizard right now in terms of just his degree of skinniness, but I like his neck set real well. I like his general lines and just the quality he's got. He's really long and square in his rump structure, and I think long in his muscle pattern. He'll continue to get very, very good. The bull in second, a little bit more skin in a few areas, but a nice bull, maybe even a little softer in terms of his rib cage, maybe even a little bit stouter in terms of his bone work. I just like the balance and quality of the one in first. The bull we've got here in 3 got plenty of muscularity to him, maybe a little modest in terms of his scrotal size and a little busted up right now in terms of his hock, but a bull that's still got some good about him if we can get him out of that injury there in terms of swelling up a little bit on his right hock.
Results of our Red Angus bulls. Receiving grand champion was Erica Siswow of Meridian FFA. Reserve champion went to Riley Hack of Wilbur Claytonia. Receiving a blue ribbon was also Riley Hack of Wilbur Claytonia. Next into the arena is going to be our Simmental bulls. There are 4 entries. We're going to go ahead and bring in all these classes in here collectively. So January, April, we got 2 entries. September, October, 1 entry. March, April, 1 entry. Again, they're all coming in together. A total of 4 records.
Okay, coming in now, we've got our Simmental bulls. And I've got 2 entries and 3 heifers. I've got Corey Rains, Emerson Peterson, but I know Kensley Bremer from Fullerton is in there with her fall calf. Tell you what, I'll get in. I think what we're going to do here is I think we're kind of catch up a little time for a long, very tough, very, very tough showmanship competition. And I think we're making up time. Leading the way, entry 9:35, that is Emerson Peterson from Loganview FFA with a January 2nd. Kensley Bremer is in the middle with her red baldy bull. That's a October of 24. And then the exhibitor 1113 is Jamie Gitline from Chase County FFA with a a March of 24 bull. So this will be, and that's smart, rather than making 3 classes in one, they just went ahead and brought them all in at one time. And Chloe Rains must have been a scratch. And here's our judge, I think.
All right, this is our champion Simmental Drive. We've got a January, a September, and then a March yearling bull. And so a nice lineup. I'll talk them and then tell you how I like them. The streak face bull calf. This guy right here, I love his quality, his balance. He's got a beautiful head, and a nice neck set to him. The way that his line's organized, I think, is really good to be young and skinny. And you get him behind him, he is deceivingly wide. If y'all had an opportunity to be down here on the ground where I'm at, you would find a bull that, as you step in behind him, is freakishly wide. Really stout, really wide base, and got a tremendous ankle setting down there at the ground. The red streak face fall bull, that's about coming yearling right now. Loaded up with muscle, shape, and expression over his rib and loin and through the base of his twist. A bull that really handles his hind leg in a very functional fashion. He just does so maybe a little rounder in his hip in conjunction with that. But a good testicle bull that certainly got a masculine, rugged look about him. The oldest bull out here, really up-fronted and cocky, long-bodied, long-spined bull with a lot of shape and muscularity. I'd like to change his feet just a little bit, and I don't want to be too harsh on him, but he gets maybe just a little pinched up on his back claws. and when we get him in motion, maybe just a little bit more touch and go in terms of just his general level of confidence on his feet and legs today. So I like the bull up front, the youngest bull, the January bull calf here, to be our champion there and be a purple ribbon. And then I like this red streak face bull here to follow in our reserve champion slot. And then a good bull there to stand right there close to him, but in third, I guess, overall today with a blue ribbon. So congratulations to y'all.
Okay, champion Simmental bull goes to Emerson Peterson of Loganview FFA. And reserve was Kensley Bremer from Fullerton FFA. That was our purebred semis. This brings up our foundation Simmental bulls. And we've got kind of one of everything. I would look maybe for them to line them all up at once. We should have Brody Raines coming in, Austin Avery, and possibly AJ Pospisil at the same time. We'll see what we do here. He might hold them up to the calves first.
And the arena now is our foundation Simmental bulls. We got 2 entries in this class.
Okay, the Brody Raines bull is a January 16th of 25, and we have a fall bull, Austin Avery, is a September 28th of 24. Wait a minute, excuse me, because that's Chloe Raines. Thank you.
We're going to leave these 2 young bull calves in this order. They're foundation semi-bulls, and then we'll join forces with some single entries that are older for our champion drive. But, man, I like both of these cattle, and I think they're deserving of purple ribbons. This short switch bull, man, he kind of throws his neck up off of his blade in an intriguing fashion. Love just the height of his shoulder, to have that type of slope to his shoulder, and the way that he comes back into a nice turn to his rib cage with adequate depth back here through his flank. And then, you know, I like his tail head set. I like the posture of his hind leg. It's functional, yet it's attractive. He owns the other one in terms of muscularity as you break him down from the rear view as well. The streak face bull calf, I like his head. A bull that's smooth and neat, but yet still has some foot and ankle underneath him. I think a bull that's got a good cushion to that ankle maybe shuffles his hock just a fraction more, maybe not quite as just wide gauge as the one in front of him, but compared to the population, I certainly think that bull there is very, very nice. Congratulations to both y'all on a pair of good young foundation.
Okay, now we got it figured out. They moved that bull back. That was Chloe Raines with first purple from Wilbur Claytoni FFA. He was a foundation, not a purebred. And then second to him was brother Brody Raines. In the ring now is Austin Avery with a fall coming in the ring right now. The Baldy is Austin Avery with a September of 24. If I can, our FFA was good enough to provide me with some tattoos. If I can, I'll get you the information I can. At the moment, Dr. Rathman rolling right through these. Again, we had a great big and great.
All right, October bull here. It's got a little bit more chrome on him. He's wild-necked, and he's loaded up with muscle shape. A bull that is a little on the edge in terms of just how he goes out of his hip and hind leg as you watch the cattle from the side and also from behind. He'd just like to construct a maybe naturally a little leveler and truer air out of his hip and just the pitch to which he goes with it down to the ground. So nice bull, certainly got some intriguing pieces to him.
Receiving a purple ribbon was Austin Avery of Creighton FFA. Into the arena next will be a 1 single entry in our Foundation Simmental Bulls, March, April 2024.
Well, another single entry, and certainly one you love at the ground. This guy's got the really good claw shape, the good heel, and the soft ankles, and so that's where it all starts, and that's where he's really, really good. Maybe could gauge him just a fraction wider, but he's so more than makes up for it in terms of the stoutness of his head and just his forearm and his feet. So really a nice, complete individual. Doesn't have any major problems, would certainly make a nice complement to a lot of cows.
Receiving the purple ribbon was A.J. Possible of West Holt FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion, Reserve Champion Foundation Simmental Bull.
Well, as the competition comes back in, we join up our class winners and we find a nice lineup. And that solid black bull, that short switch that won the first class, man, I do see a lot of future down the road in this guy because I love the way he balances. I spoke about just in terms of his top line from blade to tail head, that type of neck set. He's got a little bit of crest, which isn't a problem for me. Just a nice masculine young bull prospect that is, like I said, kind of deceivingly wide when you move in behind him in no major problems. Maybe tidy his navel just a fraction. Maybe at times, he's very attractive when he stands still in his hind leg. Maybe could be just a fraction more attractive in it when he goes, but that's being very picky. The Baldy is good, kind of a freak, but maybe just a few problems in a few areas out of his hip and hock. And then the bull that came out of that last class, you talk about an impressive individual in terms of feet and leg structure, in terms of length of hip, and the connection of his neck and the way it wedges into his a smooth shoulder that's still got some masculinity about it. I sure think that bull's awfully good. Is he as wide as maybe the bull calf that's up front relative to frame score? I don't know that he is, but I certainly, again, he's the one I like in terms of his feet and leg and hind leg. So this will be my champion. We'll follow, young lady, with your little bull calf. I think he's going to find his day, but today this bigger bull's got him.
Grand champion goes to A.J. Prospel of West Holt FFA. Reserve champion goes to Chloe Rains of Wilbur Claytonia.
All right. Well, the champion, A.J. Pospisil of West Holt FFA. And actually, I'm joined here by my good friend for about 100 years. Mr. Kent Slake is here today. How you doing, Kent?
I'm doing good, Tim. I know you've been after me to do it a little bit,
yeah.
And I'll give you some entertainment for a little bit.
Well, you had more information than I did. You come up here knowing more than I did. I'd forgot about AJ's bull.
Yeah, that has been a good bull for him.
You did right.
Got a lot of softness to him, what I like about him.
He's a Genoa Sam, so he's kind of my buddy. He's a G-bar bred thing.
Yes, he is.
If I was Kent, Jakey, I'd have to talk for 15 minutes about how good that pedigree is and how good them Sam daughters are and all that. And hopefully he's I think I'm safe. I think he's announcing in South Dakota, so he can't hear me cuss here.
I realize we got the first name, but I may not try to talk as much as Kent, and he does a great job.
I'd say you'll be fine if you don't talk as much as Kent. That'll be fine. You can be the quieter Kent.
He's a good guy, and he helps John out quite a bit down there.
Yeah, oh yeah, he does a lot. I mean, he does. He's great for the junior program. He does this job pretty well. I told him I want his job. He told me I got to wait us to go yet.
I think then Kent, was he in Butler or something when Randy Daniels and Johnny was there? Was that in Butler County this year where they were all together?
Burke County, yeah.
Burke County, I'm sorry.
Because he come up there, and, well, Johnny's dad had passed away.
Yes.
And he come up there because Kent Ringman, and they had a deal because it was a big annual deal of some kind, and they got Randy to judge it because of that. Kind of like your feeder show the other day.
Yes.
Getting Randy there for the 20th year of that thing, and boy, that's a cool thing to talk about too. That feeder show was something else.
Well, thank you, Tim. I'm surrounded by good people, especially my family, for 20 years.
Yep.
Getting that from ground level back in Lincoln, and I never dreamt I'd be doing it for 20 years. Let's put it that
Oh,
way.
that's awesome, though. And the thing is, it's so cool that, it's a Wednesday night in the middle of a week, and you had, 103 of them?
103 head. I realize it gets to be awful late, but I just tell them, for my age, 10:30 is awful late for me. My
That's exactly right.
my wristband goes off and says you got to be in bed by 8:30.
Yeah, that's about exactly right. Well, so what do we got now? We've got all other breeds showing. So right now we got the spring calves, and we've got Caitlin Rislin from Pleasanton. We've got AJ Pospisil back. And not in everybody's order. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, we got
a polled. Do we have a polled Hereford and a horned Hereford?
Yeah,
maybe
we got Kyan Morris and Easton Bowes. So we got a couple Herefords, a black. I'll bet you Maine Anjou of some kind.
And
or
that,
in fact, I think
that goes back to the Sam cow again out of that.
Does it?
With the Genoa, yes, but that's maternal brother to their AJ's bull.
You know what this one's sired by?
They told me, and I apologize, but I forgot because I was just looking at the calf because I like his softness and his angles and everything is just really cool about him.
I do too. And that bull had just won the Foundations, was our champion when we were doing the open show. That was our champion Foundation semi-bull.
Yes, yep. I've known that family for a long time, and I feel like they do an awful good job. Excellent job, and they brought some really nice calves here again today.
Thunder. They had some good feeders. They had that one gold-colored one, and I know their son, Bo, loves that color.
Yeah.
I had this order to find it. It was it wasn't cinnamon that he said. There's a certain color he's got, not peach, not...
I can't remember all that, but...
It's pretty specific, and I've looked for 3 years, and I don't think I found the right one, and hell, they had to just raise him, and they raised a pretty nice one. That guy did good.
Yes, they... like I said, I've known them a long time, and they do a phenomenal job.
Mr. Murphy here is down here giving us crap. I think, Tom, he could just as well. He could come up here and help, too, if he wants to be. We'll Page September Farms here on the boat here in a minute.
Yeah, Tom could get him up here in entertainment for a while.
Absolutely.
But no, it's...
Yeah, there's another guy that showed one or two.
Yes, he can. He puts them to the backdrops.
Yep. AOB division, so... If you like comparing apples to oranges, this is the division for you. We've got a Maine bull, and then obviously a couple of Herefords or Polls, and then a Gelbvieh, a purebred Gelbvieh at the end. And so really gauging them to each other, but more so to their population. I don't think there was any question which bull calf needed to start the class. I incorrectly identified him as maybe a LimFlex initially, but I see now he's a nice Maine candidate. In terms of feet and leg structure, incredible, super soft. Some people may say too soft off his rear ankles. It's fine with me for this judge. I love just his balance as a result of his structure being elite. Just a really nice calf. That one's going to get extra good the more mass and power that he puts on. The bull in second, no doubt, wins the award for most stubborn in the class. When he finally relaxes, he is, to me, got a quality hind leg in conjunction with some real good raw muscle shape that I think as he advances and fills out in his forerib and adds some condition, you'll like what you see right there. He does have a divot right in behind his shoulder, and I wish it were better. But I think his performance is more in line with where I want to be. The little hairy kind of fuzzball here, this guy's feet and legs are plenty good enough. He's a little, he's just not very old. He hadn't been on the planet very long, but I think he's got a nice look up through his front 1/3. He just needs a little more time to grow out. Right now, he maybe just looks a little on the smaller side and gives up a little bit in terms of product coming off the backside of his shoulder. The Gelbvieh bull's still awfully good for his breed. He's maybe just a little less just attractive on his rear ankle, but I still find him collectively to be very functional. He's got a good turn to the center of his body and into his rear rib and flank. A nice calf, maybe a little higher in his tail head or a little plainer in his sheath, but a good set of four. I thought all four of those calves certainly have good breeding value to them. They're just at a very young stage right now.
Results of our first class of all other breeds. First purple went to A.J. Poshbull of West Holt. Second purple to Kian Morris of Wilbur Claytonia. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1 were Easton Bowes of Alma FFA and Caitlin Riesland of Pleasanton FFA. Entering the arena now is our March-June 2024 entries. We have 2 entries in this class.
And more apples to oranges here. For dang sure.
That was kind of how it should have been, or I probably would have went from walnuts to oranges or something like that. But I seen that calf outside here just a little bit ago when I was talking to a family. That is one cool little rascal.
All right, pair of bulls here in the Black Balancer Bull to win. A really nice bull as he cruises around the ring. I think you find a bull that's athletic and built to last in terms of his longevity. He's a bull that moderate, good centered bull to complement his frame and still got a nice balanced look, particularly out there his neck and head. That's a bull that in that population is really strong up there to the front third of his body to have that kind of combo with his hip and hind leg. The red kind of shorthorn or shorthorn plus bull here, one that's just a little off in terms of his feet and leg structure, would sure like to secure him up just a little bit, but one that certainly is very stout and rugged in his look.
Results of that class. First went to Brindley Alber of Blue Hill. Second went to Ellie Janning of Fillmore Central FFA. Next into the arena is our January-February 2024 entries. There are 2 entries in this class.
So we got Cole Bruns and Meredith Ruda in a little different order. And Meredith, we got a shorthorn and a, what do you suppose? How's your guessing?
I'm going to guess an Angus.
Well, they would have had an Angus. They would have had
like
an
Angus.
They had an Angus
Key
show already.
Angus.
So maybe a key Angus. There you go. I bet.
Or
like
a main Angus, maybe.
Or a main Angus. I'm pretty sure the bruised calf is darn sure a shorthorn.
I'm struggling with you a little bit, Tim. You're looking down at me. Normally it's the other way around.
I know. I'm kind of enjoying it too.
Okay, well, good for you, Tim.
I never get to be on the high horse. See, just like that, you got me excited. Now I got my pan on the floor. I'm throwing stuff around, and here's Judge.
Well, this really is a nice pair of bulls. A February maintainer and then a January shorthorn. And there's some give and take here, but this maintainer, when he stops and poses like that, I think that's a strong impression just in terms of balance. I like his frame score. I like his length of body relative to his frame. I like how big his center body is to flow into a shoulder shape that's that good, and then a neck that attaches like it does with a strong masculine head. He's got a big hind leg and he's got a big hind end. He runs more product down his top than the bull that we've got in behind him, the shorthorn. The shorthorn may actually cruise around the ring just a little smoother jointed and a little more secure. And he's dead level in his spine and good up through his neck in terms of cleanliness. I just find a little more maybe stoutness in the bull ahead of you today is the primary difference. I give them both purple ribbons. I think they're both good cattle. Both of them maybe just a shade twisted in terms of their scrotum. We could square them there, but a pair of nice cattle.
Yeah, you're right. That kind of surprised
Results of
me.
that class, January, February 2024. First purple went to Meredith Ruda of Logan View. Second purple to Cole Bruce of St. Paul FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion, all other breed bulls.
Well, I realize it's tough to have a youngster in here that beat the older ones, but I've seen it happen before, and this one's pretty good.
It might happen tonight. I guess if I was a betting man, that's kind of where I put my money. That's pretty solid sounding little calf right there.
He's got all the right banana shapes for me to walk out.
He does. That bull's built really well. And you say he's out of that same Sam cow as the Foundation Sammy. That's interesting.
Yep, the Genoa, yep. I'd say that was a pretty good cow.
Yeah. Well, you said they
Well,
lost
as we
her?
get them back out here, we've got, the main up front, you said a balancer, correct? Balancer in the middle and then a maintainer in the back. And they all pattern up with a nice look from the side. The little calf, he may be as good on his feet and leg structure as any of them. It's certainly going to be a highlight for that one every year of his life. Just out in the pasture, never going to break down, going to transmit such a good level of comfort to his progeny for as extreme as he is in that structural soundness. Got that great calving. He's look out through his front third. Maybe could power him up just a little bit as I get him behind him and work him down his top. But, man, he's a young bull. He is so good and strong in his completeness. He's going to do nothing but get better. I do like that balancer quite a bit. His balance is excellent, right in behind his shoulder and through the base of his stifle as you get him behind him. Maybe you could upgrade him just a fraction in terms of natural spread. But, man, he's got the right angles and a good frame score. We come to that maintainer, and this guy is maybe the outlier just in terms of ruggedness and that stout bull look, if you will, but yet in a balanced, organized manner. His turns and his shapes in terms of cage and back and butt are just, I think, probably out here second to none. You could nickel and dime him just a fraction in terms of how he maybe shapes his hock going away or comes to the surface, but I would say in the big scheme of things, it's very minor details for as good as he is in terms of his impression. So we're going to use that bull to be the champion bull, and we'll roll that ShortHorn out and take a look now. Congratulations. Good bull.
Grand champion goes to Meredith Ruda of Logan View FFA chapter.
I can't always be right, Tim.
And the ShortHorn again. I like his design. I like the way that this creature gets around the ring. I still am very infatuated with the young bull out here. And so,
we're going to be half right.
Your bull here will be the reserve champion. And when he gets a little maturity on him, young man, I'm sure he'll be champion many, many times because he's very, very nice. Congratulations to you all in this division.
Reserve champion goes to AJ Koshpol of West Holt FFA. We'll now be selecting our overall grand champion bull.
I guess I didn't watch all the classes, but were they all bigger bulls? That makes sense to me.
The Angus was pretty dominated.
I got
Scott's brought the Creed bull back.
From the other night.
Open deal.
Yes.
So he's pretty stout. And then semis. Oh, what did we have? We had Emerson Peterson with I think he's a calf, won the semis.
Gotcha.
And the foundations you caught up. But yeah, that Angus he's kind of a specimen. I think he's a kingpin, if I remember right.
I think you're right. I believe that's what he is, but that's a good calf.
We're now selecting our grand champion bull. Out of that first Angus bull division, our grand champion has been exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville FFA. Out of our red Angus bulls, being exhibited by Erica Schwishwau of Meredith FFA chapter. Out of our Simmental bulls, grand champion was exhibited by Emerson Peterson of Logan View FFA. Out of our foundation Simmentals, the grand champion was exhibited by AJ Poshwell of West Holt. And out of our last class at all other breeds, our grand champion again was exhibited by Meredith Ruda of the Logan View FFA chapter.
All right. Hey, can we congratulate all of our bull exhibitors out here for a job well done here? Not the biggest bull show in the world, but certainly from a quality standpoint, quite good. I guess for me, bull shows can become interesting because sometimes as you're sorting them, most guys are sorting them on a completeness basis, and they're trying to make certain that the cattle are problem-free. At the same time, some of our most intriguing bulls or breeding pieces are found in cattle that may have a hole or two that you may need to push the generation forward. at the same time, it's always a mix and match game, right? It's up to each one of us as animal breeders to evaluate, find where you need to use certain pieces. I guess for me, I was driving all day yesterday, and so I was talking to one of my buddies that raises hogs, and he said, and I thought he put it very well, he said, look, the objective here is to breed generation after generation of perfect skeletons. And if you do that for enough generations in a row, then you will get the consistency that you're after, and you can add whatever you want to, but they are not to be rearranged in any order beyond that. And so I agree with that, and I'm intrigued here in our bull show because I think we have a bull that wins that is not only functional and mistake-free in his general skeleton, but yet he is, relative to the population, tremendously progressive. And so to be problem-free, but yet progressive really across every trait, at least phenotypically, that I'm evaluating out here, is very, very impressive. So I'm not going to talk all the cattle individually. The bull I like to be champion is the young lady's Angus bull. Please make a lot of noise and congratulate her, because this really is truly a very, very impressive Angus bull.
Our grand champion overall is exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville FFA.
As we settle back in here for my reserve selection, I've talked and identified what I feel my strength, or not my strength, what my priority is in terms of commitment to their skeletal correctness, and that trumps everything else. And so I like the bull that the young man's leading around right now. You can go ahead, just bring him this way. That's be my reserve supreme champion bull. Just absolutely fantastic in terms of claw and angle and general comfort here in motion. Again, could make him a little wider, but I like his build a lot. We're going to now reorganize here and choose third overall. Okay, so we got top three for the bull show.
Reserve champion was exhibited by A.J. Poshbull of West Holt FFA chapter.
We're going to go ahead and proceed. Hey, third overall for me, just to be transparent, I think it's very tight. You could use the Angus bull out front. That was a very strong bull behind our supreme champion. I'd like to maybe lengthen his stifle just a touch. You can use this streak face bull. His level of hind leg with that kind of rear end and natural spread in his skeleton is unreal good. He's still a little raw right there in his forerib. You may, because of that, read him a little tilted in his blade. I think as good as he is on his hind leg, I have a hard time believing that narrative. The maintainer, standing still, I do love him. Very good. I mean, does somebody come in here and think that he needs to be, pushed for champion? But get him behind him. He maybe rolls his hock a little bit. I'd change his foot shape just a fraction. I know I'm being critical, but again, I'm after perfection in that category. So I like the Simmental bull here to follow my third overall position. Congratulations to you.
Third exhibited by Emerson Peterson of Logan View FFA.
All right, we got a pair of short switch cattle here. This is a nice start to our heifer show, and the one I'm going to start with, I probably like her better just a little bit in terms of her maturity pattern. I actually think it's maybe just a fraction more moderate, but I like the way she complements that with just a smooth design. The turn and shape to her forerib and heart and back to her flank, for me, lines up more where I want them, but that's a really nice heifer. Just no major problems. She'll only get better. Very nice. The heifer we've got here in second, like I said, a little more stretch, a little more elevation, maybe a little more tail head, maybe a little bit more shoulder relative to forerib. Those are things that probably will start to come together as this female, matures, if you will. But do love the neck, do love the length, and love the shape and the big hip that heifer's got. That's a pair of nice cattle I think will make good ones as they go forward. So congratulations on a good start to our show.
Results of our first class of Angus heifers. Receiving first purple was Lily Neighbor of Seward FFA, second to Eva Brown of Kearney. Next into the arena is October-November 2024. We have 3 entries in this class.
We're back in business here. We kind of missed a little bit, but that would have been, what did we do it? Lily Neighbor wins it and Eva Brown second, or the other way around?
I wasn't watching because I was learning something in the
all
background.
So now we got Lily Neighbor, Peyton Scott, and Casey Myers. Now this will be a pretty fair set of heifers. These are calves born. These are heifers born, fall borns here, November. Lily's is in November, and then we got 2 Octobers.
Should be good.
Yeah, I stepped away for a minute. What did he use for the bulls for the Supreme?
Went with the Angus.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
Went with the Angus, and then did we go with the main?
Did Bosch Bushell's bull for reserve, or did he use the big bull?
No, and then he went back to the Angus.
Oh, he kept them together, the same 2 gals then. Okay.
First and third, I think it was. And
gotcha. That's right.
I got to apologize because I was listening to you, and then we had some other things.
Yeah, we had people show up. That's a good thing, though.
Yeah, it is. It's excellent. Don't bother me at all.
Mr. Angus here in the background. He'll probably know what we're doing here, too.
Yeah, he'll be thumping me in the head. It's time to go.
Yep.
Well, we get into our fall class, and man, these are 3 tremendously nice cattle. The one that wins, she is extraordinarily good. I like this heifer a great deal. I love her feet and leg structure. I think that's where she separates herself from this particular go. Just the way she handles her spine, her hind leg in motion is second to none. I like her size as well. I'm not the biggest advocate for making the female side of the equation the biggest in the world, and I like her level of weight per day of age and frame score. I think it's very appropriate. She's tremendously fresh in terms of the way you've managed her and presented her. Just a good kind of a livestock there. The heifer that we've got in second, she's a little bigger outline, a little more stretch. I mean, absolutely petite in terms of her head feature, the thinness of her neckline. Standing there, she's got a good swell to her center body, and you step in behind her, and that's a female that from even the side view or a 3/4 shot, you can tell impresses from a pin bone standpoint. We get her in motion. As much as I love her standing still in motion, she wants to get just a shade tighter in terms of just the release of her rear joints or the way that she flexes in her loin or shoulder design. That's being picky of one that's tremendously good. The heifer I've got here in 3, if I could organize her a little different, young lady, right behind her shoulder blade, I could have her right up there at the top. This heifer is really big-bodied, really square rump, one that's got a good cowy look about her. We just need to change that top line, need to square her up just a little bit in terms of the way she's put together out of her hind leg.
Results of our October-November Angus heifers. Receiving first purple was Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville. Second purple went to Casey Meyer of Blue Hill. And a blue ribbon went to Lily Neighbor of Seward FFA. Next into the arena is our September-October heifer. There's 1 entry in this class.
Come off the
Well, that was some deep water.
Yes, it was. We should
got
be.
A single, yeah, we got a single entry set, or October, excuse me, an October heifer, October 23rd, Daniel Young.
We should be able to mess this class up.
Oh, you never know.
I always say if there's one, I just hope I'm not second.
All right. Well, here a September heifer that very nice as an individual. You're, I think, enamored with her level of function, her body shape, and her muscularity. Very, very nice in terms of balance. No major problems. For a September, I know I just got through saying I don't like them the biggest in the world, but maybe you could see a little more size to her, just relative to her age. She's older than the last class, but yet, you know, the smallest one of those here in our fall division. But that's an excellent heifer nonetheless, tremendously good in terms of just smoothness and quality and fundamental soundness.
Receiving a purple in our September-October class was Daniel Young of Scottsbluff FFA. Next into the arena is our September 24 entries. There are 4 entries in this class.
Yep, our Septembers, we're going to, if they get them in order, we're going to have Bryn Lampy, Tatum Schroeder, Ruby June Edwards, and Jessalyn Hudson. All within a couple days of each other. Yeah, Dr. Rathman, he thought he was going to just roll right through this, and I think he's got to stop a little. These Angus people kind of bringing the heat and thunder.
Yes, they are. He's going to have some fun, though.
Yep.
He does a really, really good job.
Oh, unbelievable. We were talking about that. I was telling the gals up here running the cameras, you know, he got to, I think I might have told you that too, when he was at Fort Worth last year judging, and he started talking to kids by name, and he talked the ones that were getting dismissed too, and not just the 10 or 12 that he pulled in the middle. And I mean, he has an amazing memory. He's great with the kids, and I mean, he's one that's, you know, he does both ends of it. He raises enough cattle too that he doesn't get overly critical.
No,
but yet he can be overly critical if need be.
If need be, exactly.
You know, I mean, there's no question, you know, and he's going to, you know, you're at the state fair, not the county fair. You don't need to just whitewash everything, but
no, he does. He knows both sides of it, and he does an excellent job.
He really does. You know, he said, I was reading his bio, and they said, and I'll get it so I get it right, and I'm going to read it to you, just a part of it. He's won 8. He's been the coach for Texas Tech's judging team the last 4 years, I believe, and he's won 3 national 4 years with them. And he won 3 at A&M before that, so he's won like 7 of the last 8 national championship teams, been his coach. They said that it was the, in the 100 years of doing it, he's been the winningest judging coach in the history of livestock judging.
Wow, that's huge.
And 4 national champions meet team in a row at Tech.
Yeah, I watched him this morning. I go, yeah. That's why I like him.
What'll amaze you, too, is his memory and calling those kids by name. And,
yes. And
he ain't just doing it class 1s or 2. You know, I've seen him, you know, I saw him do it in Fort Worth and remember all the kids' names, and it's uncanny. I mean, his ability to pay attention, listen, and remember things is just second to none.
He's got kids that expect that, and it works both ways.
Yes, sir.
All right, my apologies. We got a little out of order there on the class ages, and so we'll look at that situation when we get back to the champion drive in terms of how everything strikes me, age relative to size. But as we focus on this September class here, this is a really, really nice place to start. Extraordinarily correct, and yet not only correct at the ground, but you know, some size in terms of ankle size and foot size. A female that impresses in terms of rib cage, tremendously stout-headed, but long neck. Just a really, really nice effort. Every once in a while, maybe she could just be a little lower in her hook bones and a little higher in her pin set, but presented to the 9s, really good heifer. I just love her in motion. The heifer that we've got here in 2, still extra good. I mean, this female, she's a little in the shadow of the one that starts because that one is so good. But when you take time to really value and appreciate this replacement female, I like her moderation. I like her rib cage, just how easy fleshing she is, but yet still got a fresh look about her out here. Is she as crazy in terms of just the eliteness of her hind leg? No, she maybe pulls it in just a touch. Maybe not quite as elite just in terms of length up to her front third, but yet it makes sense relative to her proportion. That's a pair of nice cattle. A little closer then between 3 and 4, the heifer in 3. She's dancing around a little. She's got a little extra dewlap, but I think she's soft-centered and practical and got some longevity about her. Can't rev up those top 2. The one that I closed with, a little higher at times in her tail head, maybe not quite as soft off her back ankle, but certainly one that has some levelness from hooks to pins and is very feminine up through her neck and head. She just needs a little more time. She's definitely the skinniest one of those 4.
All right. Well, that was Jessalyn Hudson winning, Tatum Schroeder second, Bryn Lampy third, and Ruby June Edwards fourth. So you said you know that Hudson family stuff. Yep.
Know the Hudsons. Yes.
You know that heifer.
I do not know the heifer as well as I know the family.
Gotcha. Bruning Davenport.
Well, actually, Belvedere.
Belvedere.
Yes. Right south and east of town. Actually, the UP train that goes by their house goes by our house.
Oh, okay.
I do a little hoof turn for them.
Yeah, I figured you probably did. Yeah, that's so now, and I know this other one leading in now about like she was my own daughter.
Yep, there you go.
Kiera Bremer and Addie Cross. This is the Fullerton. Kiera goes to the Ag Academy, but this is Fullerton versus Fullerton here.
Nice.
I can't remember. Yep.
Nice set of calves again.
And I know that's a Del Porto heifer that Kiera's showing, and I cannot remember, but I wouldn't know. Addie's got a whole battery of good Angus heifers. Crosses do, so I'm not sure which one that is.
I got you.
That's a couple, I know finalists, if not winners, of the National Junior Angus Show Showmanship contest too.
That's speaking
Never quite
volumes.
got there, but yeah.
Speaking
You can
volumes.
tell. You can tell.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Well, a pair of really nice May heifers here. I like them both. The May that I start, though, is one that from the side just has a little bit stouter feature to her head in conjunction with a longer neck and a longer hip. I thought from behind, she's comparatively speaking the stouter option down to the base of their stifle and send them to the ground. There's just a little more feature and column of bone in that one. When we get her in motion, and she's lights out, standing still. If you had to pick her under anywhere, she pinches just a little bit in terms of her loin or kicks up the center of her spine. Just a touch. That's being pretty critical. That one's pretty deadly standing there. Congratulations on a nice effort. The heifer that we've got there in 2, one that's got a nice bend to her hind leg, maybe even a little more bendier than the one that starts. On her own right, individually, this heifer, I think from heart to flank, very balanced, very soft-centered, easy keeping in terms of her look. I love her kind. I'd certainly have no problem with a lot of replacements that look like her. When you get in behind her, she's maybe compositionally just a little closer to average in terms of just studying her gauge relative to her condition. That's a nice female, pair of really good ones, just a little more just pizzazz and stoutness and composition than the one that starts.
Results of our May-June class. First purple went to Kiera Bremer of Nebraska Ag Academy. Second purple to Addie Krause of Fullerton FFA. Next into the arena is March-April 2024. We got 6 heifers in this class. Again, moving on to March-April, 6 heifers in this class.
All right, and we should have Trina Pearson coming in first if we get him in line here.
They ain't in line.
They ain't in line.
No.
So we'll see if you know him better than I do.
Don't know it.
Who do you got first here?
Do not know, Tim.
I'm going to go with, I think I know the rest of them. I'm going to go with Lena Kaminsky, maybe?
Are they coming
I got
backwards
one
in?
boy coming in here. We got Daniel. We just got Trina Pearson, Daniel Young, Tucker Stagmeyer, Brianna Brown, Lena Kaminsky, and Addison Grodelution. And Addison's leading in fourth. So our ages, well, it really doesn't matter. The oldest one is the 3rd of March, and the youngest one is the 16th of March. So it's really, that's immaterial.
Yes, it is. Yes, I was just going to say something about the last class winner. If I remember right, they had a cow-calf pair that might have been reserved, I think, in that open deal.
Oh, yeah, Kara and Kinsley, yep.
Absolutely. That was a really, really nice set cow-calf pair.
Yes, it was.
But they always bring good ones. No matter where it's at, they're always at the top.
Their little sister won the junior high showmanship this morning.
They do an excellent job.
They do. They get after it.
Yes, they do. That's what you call a bunch of barn rats.
Yeah, that's right. They are, but boy, they work at it, and there ain't no cooler, and they got nice hair.
Yes,
they got
do.
a mama that'll outwork most of them.
Yes,
not all of them, but most of them.
Majority.
There's 3 or 4 of them that I've got that would take offense to that. And I know they're all brushing steers for tomorrow. So.
Yeah, we can talk about them, right, Tim?
Yeah, we can talk about them. I won't say anything to them that I won't say. I won't say anything about them that I won't.
Yep, that's right.
These heifers have had a good year. I know the Stagmeyer heifer has been stout. Addison Grodelution's heifer from Wayne and Barb, that's a Udell heifer. It's done some good, and I'm kind of thinking that these kids change every year. You kind of think you get them figured out.
When I'm helping Kelsey doing the stalling, we're supposed to figure out they come in there with a bunch of kids' names, and of course I probably know their grandparents better than I do their parents or them, and then they correspond that with the ranch name. It gets a little tough. The other day when we were coming here, Nadine and I had her on Facebook helping Kelsey. Doing some names to see who belongs to who, especially in the Benish family.
Oh, yeah. And then they all start with a B, too.
Yes, they all.
And
it gets a little bit confusing, but...
the only easy thing when we went over to the open show, like your feeder show, and then, of course, over there from where they have us put, where our table is, it's a little farther, and you can't see the numbers that well,
Yep. But we did shorten it up for that, so we had more room.
Oh, yeah, and that was fine, but
I thought
at least there I was writing things like, pink shirt, paisley or whatever,
sparkly halter.
Sparkly halter, all of that. Now these, we can write green shirt, blue pants.
Nadine does the same thing just in case we have a computer crash. She'll mark everything down, white navel, something like that.
Well, then Randy, he was picking them out of class. He wasn't lining them up. He just like, well, I think I like this one in third first, and then I like the one in second next, and then that's the one in third. She's going, it's kind of like who's on first and what's on second.
Yep, exactly. But I thought he did
enjoyable.
A great job. And besides that, in his prime, he was phenomenal. I think he judged 44 states.
Yep.
And I think 3 different countries.
Yep. Him and Shockey was here last week, and he was about that same. And then this guy's judged in 40 states, and I don't know how many foreign countries, but that's 3 judges come here that have judged in over 40 states and every every major you can ever think of.
Absolutely, it's a compliment to the committees that are doing this.
Yes, it is.
So it's huge, and it's really, really good. I know even in the open barn, we had. I'd say that was one of the biggest numbers we've ever had in the open barn because we had them stacked and racked in there.
Yep. We were talking about this and before in this ring, they either need to make that backdrop where the they either need to make it all black or they need to make it all white. And I vote for white because, boy, you get in the middle there, and I'm sure you can see this at home. You can kind of lose one now. Now as Tucker pulls up there a little bit and gets that one in white, look how much that changes that silhouette.
I think somebody told him to.
Did they?
Yeah, I believe.
Do I know? Is that somebody sitting right beside me, maybe?
No, I believe the young man that's judging asked.
And
he came up to him and talked to him.
Well, because I went up and asked Shockey because I can, and he was pulling them over on this sidewall, and we couldn't see, the camera couldn't see him.
Right.
When he was doing the 4-H heifers.
Exactly. Yeah, that was brought to my attention last year, but some things I just can't do.
Well, they're trying. I mean.
Oh, they're doing a great job.
They are. They really are.
They really, really are.
Use the Revolution heifer to win.
498.
Lena Kaminsky for second.
Stagmeyer.
Stagmeyer's third. Daniel Young fourth. And that's Brianna Brown. And Trina Pearson.
Yes. I know Trina. She's a neighbor of mine to the north and west of me there in Lincoln County.
Yep. Brady FFA, it says.
Yes, Brady, which is exactly 10 miles west of me on 30.
Yep.
Well, a really, really good class. Can we put our hands together to congratulate these exhibitors out here? Because it's fun to look at cattle that are this elite, and they deserve some notoriety and some attention and praise being sent their direction. As I break the cattle down, I just share what I think, and it does not in any way diminish any one of them in regards to their breeding value. And I hope you understand that. Heifer shows are fun. It's not like this is a terminal endpoint. It's just throwing around opinions and having good competition. The real litmus test is going to be in the future in what y'all can raise out of them and the manner in which they generate for you for as good as our cattle markets are. So this is really immaterial. But I do like this Primo heifer that starts this class very well. She made a nice impression on me in Showmanship, but I think as she comes back out here and you've got her fit, this is a female that when you just start at the ground and you have that objective of functionality versus the three right behind her, I thought she came closest to the mark in regards to the functionality of her angles. And so if I had to compare the front two, as I get in front of them and I look at just how she's a little open at the top of her blade, but the point of her shoulder down through her knee, the symmetry down to the ground on a bigger foot and column of bone, to me, is a little more in line with where I want them versus the one in second. And then stand them from the side. They're both monster-bellied, big rib cattle. For me, she does that with a little extra stretch. And so I like that. I think she's got a stouter reed to her head and her arm in addition to her feet. You look underneath there and her teat size is refined. And so I like that combination. Underneath that beautiful hair coat, she may have just a little more pone fat. I don't know, just the appearance of it. But that can be changed with a little less groceries. And so I'm sure she'll see those days at some point in her life. That's not kind of immaterial as well. You could square her up a little bit going away, but I think she does that as good as any of them. We'll go ahead and push her out of the way so we can talk the next one. This next heifer, when she hit the ring, man, does she make an impression. The hair coat that y'all got on these creatures up here for this time of the year is very impressive, and I know y'all have worked your tails off on it, and this makes a strong impression to have that type of quality coat on the outside of what is an absolutely monster rib cage and a cute, feminine, petite, ladylike look up through her neck and head. She brings her knee and turns her foot out in ever so slightly. She brings the point of her hock in ever so slightly. I don't know if she's just as roaring powerful in terms of through the base of her stifle or underneath her composition as perhaps she could be ideally, but she's very good. Then we come to the heifer in 3 that may be the fan favorite as y'all stand them still and analyze them from the side. If you like a nickel more altitude, the strength of spine, the level of cockiness, and the freshness in which this heifer is presented is absolutely impressive. Is she just a little bit steeper in her blade? That's subjective. I want you to understand that we joke around often amongst us on the with the kids on the team or my buddies, and a lot of times it's like when the judge says that one's steep shoulder, do you realize that it's a hard read and a subjective read, because the next person standing over there on the fence may say, well, I didn't really notice that. And so it's, for me, I see her to be a little bit that way. I thought when she got in motion in conjunction with that read, I thought she was just a little more limited in terms of just the total flex and reach of that hind leg. And so those two things in tandem left her third for this particular evaluator, but underneath another evaluator. If you call that good enough, then she's probably your class winner. The heifer that we've got next, outside of her hind leg, having a little more set to it and not quite as attractive, I do like that one a great deal. She's got a big rib cage in her. She is super long, a mile long from hooks to pins, and I love rump length. That heifer is very good. Maybe just a shot more chest. To be fair, her hair coat's probably a step behind those that were in front of her today. It's not the reasoning for the placings, but it certainly, first impression-wise, makes a difference. The heifer I've got next, a little longer in her slippers. You know, we trimmed those feet back maybe just a bit. But she's in a tough class. I don't know how else to say it. She's one that's still very good. She's got a good round shape to her rib cage. I thought she was stouter as I moved in behind her than the heifer right behind her. This is a nice moderately sized female, one that gets just a little flatter down to the base of her stifle relative to carrying just a touch more chest up front. But still very good. All 6 of them are going to make quality replacements. Make no mistake about it. They're in a little different hair coat and rig right now, but 6 very good heifers.
I like those comments. I need to write a few of them down.
Yes,
you must not have trimmed that one's feet.
No, I know.
You didn't get that one. She
No,
was
I
long in
didn't.
the slippers, by God. But
long in
winning
the
that class,
slippers.
Addison Grodelish from the one and only Lakeview FFA chapter, the home chapter. Lena Kaminsky, second from Loop City. Third, Tucker Stagmeyer. O'Neill, FFA. Fourth goes to Daniel Young. Fifth to Brianna Brown. And sixth to Trina Pearson. Well, that was a class right there.
That was
now.
an excellent class.
He did quite a bit of, you can one thing about it, you can see what he's saying. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but he can say it in quite a way. And
He makes me, yep, you're right. 'Cause
I
he
haven't
doesn't say.
paid attention and been to enough of those Angus shows to see that Kaminsky heifer. I know they show a lot of steers. I don't
Yep.
really know that one. She had a pretty good year showing. I know the other two have.
Yes.
Addison's had a great year, and I know Tucker's been very competitive with that Stagmeyer heifer that goes third. And
Yep, they've done a good job, and it was a fun class to watch, and I love his reasons.
oh, I do too. He's tremendous and as well explained. So now we got January, February's out here again. We got Casey Nelson. We've got Tatum Schroeder. We've got Casey Meyer. We've got Jaylee Halstead. We've got Tucker Stagmeyer again and Haley Peterson. And the quality didn't go down any.
No. Another nice set of, what do we got? Six head of the Angus. Awful nice set of heifers again.
Oh, man, yeah.
If I'm kind of started around, I got a granddaughter in the Showmanship over there in the so-called range maggots.
Yeah.
And she does one heck of a good job, so I'm hoping she has a great day again today.
That's good.
So I'm kind of paying attention as a grandparent over there.
Oh, yeah. Is she in the ring now?
Yeah, she's in the ring right
Well,
now.
if you need to go.
No, I'll
do it
entertain
for
a
let
little
you get
longer.
back.
I'll
I want to
entertain.
keep you later when I really need you. If you need a break, we got to keep you fresh for the end of the day. If we need to take a break.
I got one heifer in the back of my granddaughter to help with, and I'm sure I haven't got a text from her yet, but I'm just going to sit and entertain a little longer here,
That's
and then
good.
I got to get going.
Well, it's pretty good watching right here.
Oh, it's excellent, and I get a visit with you. This is probably the longest we got to speak to each other
we
in
were
a
busy.
long
And,
time.
Usually it's just like, hey, can you go trim feet over here?
Yeah. We'll see you later, Tim.
Yeah.
But no, it's been good. Tim and I, we've gone back for years.
Yep. It's been a day or two, ain't it? Mac?
Yes,
Man.
it has. We both got a little gray hair.
Yeah, a lot of gray hair. A few children and a whole lot of cows since,
Oh, we've seen a lot of them, and it's always been a pleasure. You really got to love it.
Oh, yeah. Especially to do it as long as we have,
There's no doubt about it, and I realize there's guys out there older than I, but it's been a really, really fun journey for me.
Oh, for sure. You know, I mean, the friends you meet doing this, and you know, and I heard him say that. I heard a judge, one of them, comment the other day about, you know, I think it was Jack Ward was saying last weekend, you know, don't get so caught up in the winning and losing that you forget why you're there, and that's, you know, that's really true.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we got a little vindication here in this class. Now we're Stagmeyer started this class, and then Casey Myers. And speaking of national champion Angus Showman, there's a couple in there now.
Yes,
again,
there is.
Tucker Stagmeyer and Casey Myers for sure, and then Jaylee Halstead too. I mean, how many? That's pulling in third. I didn't see her out there till I looked up just now. I mean, how many shows has Jaylee won Showmanship?
Yeah.
God, I mean,
we still got some kids that are pretty good. They're going to stand fourth. And
you ain't kidding.
Down.
Well, I just had somebody ask me if they could show these heifers last weekend.
Oh, in this steer mom.
They couldn't. No, in the 4-H show.
No.
I don't think we've seen most of these heifers. To answer that question, we've seen a lot of these heifers this week because they were either in the open show or probably the open and the open junior show. But now you got to go one way or the other because the 4-H show was last weekend, and they do make them pick one or the other.
Yep.
Well, the outstanding class. Outstanding class here, and I really like this heifer that starts the class. I first want to brag just how you've got your cattle managed, both the heifer in the last class, but this one, hey, really fresh. It takes a little bit of work, takes paying attention, and really trying to time relative to the calendar and show date. The hair coat situation, but also the condition situation.
Thanks,
and I think you got it right on the mark in that respect. And so love that condition. I love the balance. I think when you get it behind her, she is really true and genuine in terms of hip to stifle and then down to the ground. I think you start reading her skull and her jawbone and her forearm and her foot. There's some real genuine stoutness in that particular bird cow that I think will certainly transmit. I don't have anything to really say negative about her in terms of her standing there. When she moves, I love her feet and I like her ankle. You could say maybe release the hock just a little longer, if you will, but that's being really picky. She still feels her tracks. Nice female. The heifer I've got here at second, really petite in her neck, really good in terms of that maternal center body to go with that. Got some turn to her stifle from the side, not overly wide, I don't think, when you move in behind her, but yet certainly got some shape and turn to her outline here from the side. We get her in motion, and a little bit like the one that starts, you might say just maybe the way she flexes her hock, you could do a little different, but that, again, we're talking about the not a functionality difference, maybe just an eliteness difference. It's a really nice heifer. I don't know if she's quite as just bold in her forerib as the one that wins, and I thought her tail head rose up and her just a shot relative to that. I've got the heifer in 3 that's a little slicker in her hair coat here because of her structure. You put a little more hair on that one in her forerib, and then things start getting real interesting here because she's a fox out there front end. I do like the way she pushes off that hind leg, maybe as good as any. When you back off of her, she's maybe even adjusting for hair coat, maybe not quite as naturally full to the base of her heart or back into her flank. And I don't need a belly dragger, but I could maybe upgrade her just a little bit in the turn to her upper forerib. She's got a round center body, but her upper forerib could be just an ounce better. The heifer I've got next, kind of long in her rear feet relative to being just a little wonky in her ankle and dew claw. So compositionally, just like to see her fresher in her state of condition, but clearly a big centered heifer that's going to be performance-oriented but easy to maintain in terms of her appetite and ability to stay in good body condition. This heifer here, nice female, maybe just a little bit up in her tail head. She kind of naturally holds her tail off her butt, which those always frustrate me with the girls' calves. But, she could be a little longer neck relative to just her hip height. She's a little short in her neck relative to having some height there at her hook bone, and maybe could go to the ground just comparatively a little bit stouter and a little softer in her loin when we put them in motion. This heifer here, just a little stale right now, and I don't mean that too harsh, but just relative to chest to mid-rib and back to rear rib, she's just a little off the mark relative to maybe just the overwhelming broodiness of the rest of the class. But really like her height of shoulder, her length from hooks to pins, very impressive. Like to free her up just a bit in motion.
Results of our January-February 2024 class. Receiving first purple was Tucker Stagmeyer of O'Neill, FFA. Second purple went to Casey Meyer of Blue Hill. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Jaylee Halstead of Wisner-Pilger. Receiving blues in that class were Casey Nelson of Ansley, FFA, Tatum Schroeder of Diller Odell, and Haley Peterson of Minden, FFA. Now entering the arena, we will select our champion and reserve champion overall, Angus Heifer.
Well, I'm going to be a little lost for a minute. My buddy Kent Schlake had to go check on his like he said, his maggot show. He had to go check on the sheep. He's got a granddaughter showing lambs over in the other ring, but he said he'd be back. He's pretty good. So we've got...
Coming back in for that final drive out of the first class will be Lily Neighbor of Stewart, FFA. Out of our second class will be Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville. Third class was Daniel Young of Scotts Bluff, FFA. Fourth class was Jesselyn Hudson of Burning Davenport. Next class was Kara Bremer of Nebraska Ag Academy. The following class, it was Addison Gretelution of Lakeview. And out of that last class again was Tucker Stagmeyer from O'Neill.
What I was going to say is he's got a great set of Angus heifers coming out here. I mean, and I think most of you probably watching would know what these young exhibitors have done with these cattle over the year. You know, I mean, I know that these heifers all had successful show rings. I'm not going to hazard a guess of who's won where and what, but I'll bet you they've sure enough swapped around back and forth a time or two, and sure had some good runs, every one of them. Yeah, judging a set of heifers like this, it's kind of like my good friend Dave Stroberg says, a little rain in August makes you look like a better farmer. Well, a few heifers like this make you look like a better judge unless you don't get them all out here, and I think he did a pretty good job getting them all out here, so that make him look like a smarter judge. Again, our judge today is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech University, judging team coach there and professor, and does his research in animal nutrition, and even teaches a biology class. Dr. Rathman is a well-renowned judge. We've been just talking. Been really fortunate this year. We've had all these judges have come from, all over the country, and we've had 3 or 4 judges here that have judged maybe in 40 different states. I know he's judged in 40. We were talking about that just now. Shockey's judged in 43 or 44. Randy Daniels, 44, I think, in foreign countries. And these guys, they're well renowned and they're good judges. And it's hats off to the guys that got them picked. And our judging committee did a really good job getting them picked. I think he's going to look one more time, but.
All right. Well, man, what a show. I promised I'd go faster, but this has been such a remarkably strong show with tremendous donor candidates in it and just replacement females in general that are really going to be a lot of fun as a nucleus for these young exhibitors and young people to create some really interesting progeny. And so, again, this is just for fun, for sport. But I do think y'all have some big-time cattle out here relative to generating ability. I'm going to spotlight a few, and no disrespect to the rest, but this October female that we've got out of this second class, I know sometimes in a lineup like this, you maybe are quick to dismiss the younger candidates. I think that would be a mistake. This female here, if you want to know my true opinion from a structural correctness standpoint, I think she's second to none. Her hind leg structure is absolutely a rock star. Just having some size of ankle, some size of foot, the right kind of flex. It's functional, it's attractive, and it's stout. She's very genuine in terms of her composition, which it should be for a younger heifer. But what I mean by that is if y'all had an opportunity to get down here and see what I see, you would find a heifer whose upper body shape turns as good as any, and from hooks to pins, and from there into the center contour of her stifle, I think is as dimensional as anything out here. And she has got a gorgeous head sitting out in front of what is an elite skeleton. She's maybe got a little more wrinkle, I guess, to the thickness of her hide and her neck. If you want to pick on her, I don't really find many holes. If you didn't study her hard, I would sure get down there if you're interested in looking at good Angus stock. You're going to like what you see in that one. As we go through the lineup, the heifer here, fourth in the group. This heifer here got that same hind leg as I like. She is, her belly is close to the dirt, and that's all right, but her head's good. She's a little weak in her top at times. She gets a little lazy there and maybe drops her pins relative to her hook bone, but a really, really nice female. The one circling is good. She just gets, for me, a little bit tighter in her spine, but I do like her quality. I spent a lot of time looking at these two down here. The hairy primo heifer right here. Lots to love. She's got some bone that makes her come across with a stout message from the side. She's got a big barrel rib cage in her. If you like them deep, she's that. If you like some turn, not too bad there. If she's really stout-headed, got a nice neckline relative to that center body in her heart and her flank. When you get in behind her and maybe peel her hair down or maybe subtract her fat a little bit around her tail head, I don't know if she's crazy wide. I could maybe just see her just compositionally a little truer in the turn to her side view stifle. That's really going to make me sound like a Texan right there when I'm criticizing heifers for side view stifle shape. But I'd like to see maybe just a little more turn there and tuck her in just a little neater to the top of her blade. The heifer that won the last class, as you just get back off the cattle, and probably from the vantage point that most of y'all have behind me from a distance, I would say becomes one that really sticks out in terms of the freshness of her lines, the quality of her head, and the thinness of her neck set compared to maybe even the one in front of her. I just read her to be a little fresher chested, maybe a little fresher in her neck, and I do like that. I like the size of her hind leg. She can get at times a little lower, if you will, in terms of shoulder height or the way she carries in her spine relative to the top of her hook bone or tail head. She is a mile long from her hooks to her pins. I love rump length, and that effort there relative to her hip height, even though she's got a little extra, is extraordinarily long. You get in behind her, and for her composition, I think the way I read it, very, very true. When she gets out in motion, I love the bend to her knee and her shoulder. She could just maybe use her hind leg just a fraction more elite. And again, I'm not talking function differences. I'm just talking, say a 94 versus a 97, if you will, in terms of what I'm talking about skeletally, which is very debatable. So if y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate these Angus exhibitors on a well of a show. I know ultimately we're going to have a top 5, and so we're going to recognize 2 I don't know. There may be a third one here that I'll tell them, hey, let's hold that one back, or at least let them know later on if that one there might get in the mix. I have no idea what may come down the line, but this is an incredible show so far and been a lot of fun to sort.
And our champion Angus is exhibited by Peyton Scott.
Grand champion goes to Peyton Scott, according to Rushville FFA.
Coming in for reserve, that'd be Casey Myers. They're whoever. And reserve goes to Tucker Stagmeyer. Very good pair.
Overall goes to Tucker Stagmeyer of O'Neill. Let's give all of our Angus heifer exhibitors a big round of applause and thanks to Rita for a job well done.
Okay, up next we've got the spring Charolais. We got Charolais lined up in the ring. Well, again, while we're waiting, and the Charolais are coming in. If you're listening on Ringside Live, if you're around, or if you want to tell somebody that it's on Ringside Live, have them jump on and watch from home.
We're not going to be in our Charolais heifer show.
Charolais are about to start. If you know something about the animals and I can do anything to tell you, I mean, boy, shout out. Give me a call. Probably better off just shoot me a text if you know something, Sire Dam, or good story on something, whatever. Tim Burke, 402-750-040, or Canch Lake. Find his number in a minute or get it when he comes back. He's busy showing lambs at the moment. In the ring now we have Ben Clement from Central FFA with a September 20th with a March 25, and Kelsey Amos from Stapleton FFA with a March 2nd.
Pair of really nice purple ribbon Charolais heifer calves here. I like just the function and the hind leg of this one here. I sound like I'm single trading on the hind leg already, but that is the part and piece that I do like the most, and that female there is extra good in that particular area. She's got a nice soft rib cage to her for a heifer that's that green, and an absolutely beautiful neck and head on that individual. She's going to be awfully good. The heifer I've got here in 2 more WDA right now. In terms of weight per day of age, she's super stout and expressive. Her hip maybe rounds a fraction more, maybe just the eliteness of her hind leg. Not quite there, but she's very good. That's a pair of cattle I like very well.
Results of our first class of Charolais heifers. First purple went to Ben Clement of Central FFA. Second purple to Kelsey Amos of Stapleton. Next into the arena, September-October Charolais heifer. We got 1 entry in this class.
All right, single entry October here, and so I think we all got this class right. This heifer here is square-hipped and expressive, one that maybe a little sharper to the edge of her hock there on the backside, but still at the ground. She meets it with a soft ankle and I think an adequate stride, just one that I think is a good size as well for her age. She's still pretty raw. She hadn't been pushed on, and I appreciate that. She's long-necked and just really feminine in terms of her outline. Congratulations on a good white one.
Results of our September-October class. Kaylee Marksmeyer of West Point FFA receives first place. Next into the arena is May-June 2024. We have 2 entries in this class.
Well, an early fall class here, and the one that I've got here on top, I'm going to say the same message, but skeletally speaking, I think she's more pliable in her top line. I thought she was more pliable off of her rear two, and she just really has a nice silhouette to her in terms of how her lines come together. She maybe gets a little close down at her knee because her chest isn't quite as broad, but really a nice outline, a late maturn, just high quality female. The female we've got here in second, a little more gathered up in terms of her teats and a little bit more rocked forward in her shoulder and her knee, but still a smooth made one. Her shoulder shape fits into the side of her body wall with a seamless transition, very level from hooks to pins. Congratulations.
Results of our May-June class. First purple went to Travis Moore of Sutton FFA, and the blue ribbon went to Laura Sonderup of Fullerton. Entering the arena now is March-April 2024 Charolais heifers. We have 4 heifers in this class.
Here on the Charolais side, we've got 4 entries in this class. Blake Mueller, Sarah Mead, Kai Haggerty, and Cole Crawford. These are April of 24s. And if anybody's watching at home, and we had this little rain shower go through this morning, but by God, it is a beautiful day at the 5 Points Bank Arena, and I'll tell you what, it's sunny and beautiful here at the State Fair. If you're thinking about coming out, do it. It's a great, probably as nice a weather as we ever have had or going to have at the Nebraska State Fair in the history of state fairs, and I've been to a few of them. Now here's Judge Rathman.
Another nice group, and a strong one here that starts. This heifer here is really got some big feet underneath there. She toes out a little up front. I'd like to square her from knee to the ground, but I like her reach and range of motion from behind and her length of hip right there. When we get to the rear view of those cattle, I think it starts to really divide. This heifer here is super stout-ended. She's certainly not the deepest bellied. If you want more, I can understand it, but I like her rib shape and I like her trueness. The heifer that we've got in 2, she's just a little bit awkward in terms of how she rolls or pivots on the set of her rear foot and the way that comes up into her ankle into the point of her hock. And so I dinged her on that maybe just a bit, but I like the spacing of her teats, and I like the fact she's a little softer centered than the heifer I started, and I have no problem with her out there front third. I love the blend and the shape and look of her femininity through the front half of her body. I just would change that hind leg design just a touch and then send her away with a bit more competitive power versus the one that I started. The one that I've got next in line, super expressive. She has got a lot of good to her in terms of body shape. She too is a little shallower flank, maybe just a little higher in her pole and higher in her tail head relative to being just a touch shorter and rounder there from hooks to pins. The heifer that we've got at the end of the group, probably the broodiest heifer in terms of just rib and capacity. For me, young lady, I'd probably pull the reins back just a touch in terms of condition. She gets a little bit fatter there through her chest. She's a little bit more naturally head down and a little off in her shoulder and in right behind it. So super cowy female, certainly like that. Just like to change her design.
Results of our March-April 2024 Charolais heifers. First purple went to Blake Mueller of Waverly FFA. Second purple to Kai Haggerty of St. Paul. Receiving blue ribbons in that class were Cole Crawford of Cross County FFA and Sarah Mead of Aurora. Entering the arena now is January-February 2024 heifers. We have 2 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will select our champion, reserve champion, Charolais heifer.
All right, we're going to roll them over there. This is a pair of really nice cattle. Evaluators got to make some cow herd decisions, in my opinion, in terms of maybe where you find thresholds to be of cow size. And clearly I understand we're looking at Charolais cattle and they need growth and performance. They're our #1 weaning weight breed at the, if you look at the data from the U.S. Meat Animal Research Center. But I probably still like this one's frame a little better in terms of moderation with still a big roaring rib cage, super easy moving in motion, maybe a little more refined about the top of her neck. I think when you just step back and say, I'd like maybe 100 of that one. I think she's a little bit more ideal in terms of grocery expenses. And is she a little fatter? Probably. I don't think it's out of bounds, but I would lean her up just a bit. But her general structure and body and frame score is what I like. The one in second, if you told me, hey, you can go flush one, and we could try to make that big-time performance bull, I'd tell you I'd probably choose her with that assignment. Her legs are big. Her booty's big. Her frame score is big. We could have some side bets here in the audience on what you think this female's mature weight would be. It's going to be up there. She's just a little tall for this guy. And so I do like her, but she's just a little on the verge of being a little big, and maybe in conjunction with that gives up just a little bit in terms of femininity, if you will, about the top of her neck or her pole or up under her tail head. So two tremendous females, have a lot of breeding value to both of them, regardless of how you like those two. Congratulations to y'all.
Receiving first purple in that January-February class was Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. His second purple went to Nia Ruda of Logan View. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Charolais heifer. Coming back out of that first class will be Ben Clement of Central FFA. Out of our second class, Kaylee Marksmeyer of West Point. Out of our third class, Travis Moore of Sutton. Fourth class, March-April, will be Blake Mueller from Waverly. And again, out of that last class, January-February, is Jada Wood of Hitchcock County FFA.
All right, well, we're getting the Charolais division, and nice group of cattle. I don't know there's one that just wins hands down, but they're very good. This little heifer calf out front, if I could, find the one that I see maybe as much promise in as any, I'd say definitely that one in terms of just quality of feet and leg structure, having that beautiful neck, which is easily accomplished in a little skinny one, but I think even after she puts on condition in her full rib, you're going to like that front third. It's going to stay there. It's going to stay high quality. She's got a soft belly drop to her for a young heifer calf. Mainly, she just needs calendar, right? She needs time. but that one's very, very nice. Second heifer is a nice heifer. I'd like to see her just a little, maybe softer sided, more attractive there off of her hind leg. We come into the May heifer here out of that third class. She sure balances as good as any in my estimation. She's long and correct in her top line. She's smooth in the flow to her chest and elevated at the base of her chest and comes up into a nice neck and head. I find her structure plenty adequate. Is she a powerhouse from behind? No. Is she a belly dragger from the side? No. But I don't think she's far off the mark in those two categories to be the leader in terms of balance and one of the best in terms of structure. The heifer second to the end, long neck female, maybe a little bit less forerib or hard in her relative to just a shade more tail head, but that's a nice heifer. Truthfully, she patterns up in a lot of ways a lot like the heifer right in front of her. And then that last class, that was an interesting decision, and again, one where as a cattleman, you got to figure out what it is that you desire. I just thought this one here is a little more sensible, and she is very big-ribbed and very sound. Then you come across and say, no doubt, I like her as a replacement. From a show heifer standpoint, is she a little chubby and maybe a little thicker hided and has a little extra navel? Yes, she is in those categories, some of those things in terms of what you would like to tidy up. But I think as you melt that one down, that female in production is certainly going to be one that holds her condition as well as any. And I think she's well spaced and good in terms of her teats and what maybe that holds and promises. And so she's not, a beautiful princess up there front third, but I think certainly covers the mechanics and the fundamentals that I think we should have on a cow list probably as good as any. So let's put our hands together, congratulate all of our exhibitors out here, and I'll make a decision.
Grand champion goes to Travis Moore from Sutton FFA chapter. That was out of that May-June 2024 class.
All right, our champion again was Travis Moore.
And reserve champion goes to
And reserve goes to Ben Clement. Now we've got a class of Charolais composites coming up. We should have 4 in this class. All right, coming in the ring with a March 2025 female is Bo Pospisil. And we have, until we don't, I believe that's TJ Mueller coming in next with a fall November 26th heifer, and then we've got Karina Smedra, and then Cami Helt. So they've not lining up in age order by any means. Excuse myself for just a second and make a call down there and see what we're doing.
Well, the composite show doesn't take long. These are the 4, and we'll select our champion and reserve. So I'm going to talk each one of them, then identify those recipients. The first class here, we've got a good-looking, neat lined heifer that's got a lot of stretch ahead of her blade. She's a little stilty off both ends of her skeleton. Certainly like to lay her back just a touch. The skunk-tailed heifer there, second in the lineup. Man, I like her hip and hind leg real good from hooks to pins. I like her neck set. She's a little flatter in her forerib and down to the base of her chest. I'd expand her just a bit there if I could and posture her maybe just a little more confidently as she drops those front 2 to the ground. The white heifer, super expressive down her top, really round in her upper body shape, maybe just not quite as deep as the 2 cattle standing right either side of her, and maybe could just have a little more bend built into her hock. But, man, I like the shape, the dimension, the strength of spine in that one. There's a lot to work with there in terms of breeding value. The last class here, a fuzzy one that's big-ribbed. Love her from maybe say like her 13th rib back. She's really good and correct from hooks to pins and into her hind leg. I think on the mark, she opens and maybe turns out just a fraction, depending on which view you catch and how she stands up through her front end. But I thought in the big picture, as good as her hip and hind leg is, I probably give her a pass in those areas. And so as I see my champion, I like this heifer here. The young lady's got to be champion, and the skunk-tailed heifer here to be reserved. Congratulations to y'all.
Grand champion went to Cami Held of Lee FFA. Reserve champion to TJ Mueller of Waverly FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons were Bo Poshbull of Chambers and Karina Schmidra of St. Paul. Entering the arena now is our Kiania heifers. These are born January, April 2025. We have 2 heifers in this class.
All right, we're going to go with the littler heifer here, and obviously young and skinny, but as I read her, I like her better out through her neck in terms of just the tidiness of her throat and down to her chest. I like the way she organizes her spine and the squareness from hooks to pins, and then the way she travels off her rear leg, to me, is a bit more ideal, if you will. No doubt there's a little more performance and substance in the heifer here in second. She's a female that I think has got a lot of good to her, maybe just not quite as sharp in her design or off of her hip and hind leg as that one that starts.
Results from our January through April Kiania heifer class. Receiving first purple was Nathan Grease of Sutton. Second purple went to Catherine Neighbor of Seward. Next into the arena is Kiania heifers May through June. There are 4 heifers in this class.
Well, very nice class. I know I say that pretty frequently, but these four would make an awesome judging contest class. They're four cattle that are very, very good, and maybe for different reasons and good discussion points. Management maybe decides some of it. I thought the heifer that we started is probably closer to the mark from a freshness of composition standpoint. She's leaner than the heifer we got in second, and I think she out-travels everything by some margin. I really like this female. She's just got the right kind of bend and cushion from the side. I really like her frame score and just the way that her body shape is round. It's not just deep. It's got some round turn to it. I love the way she flows so seamlessly into her shoulder blade. Got a gorgeous head to her. That's a very, very nice Chianina heifer. The heifer we've got here in 2 and then 3, I thought that pair was closer. We good? You all right? All right, as we go back here to 2, heifer I like a great deal. Young lady, when she's standing there, super big rib, really cocky in her neck set. Just a lot of capacity to that female. We put her in motion. She turns out for me just ever so slightly up front. I would subtract a little bit of her condition. I think she would move better out of her front end in terms of my interpretation as a judge if she were just a little bit leaner, if that makes sense. It seems like condition nowadays is driving front end structure quite a bit. They start to put down some of that white tissue in there, and they just don't operate as good as you know they're built. And so I think as you get her in the pasture, you're going to see a female you would go out there and just brag at ends about how good structured she is. And so very nice female, maybe a little longer toed from behind. The heifer at 3, Jace, this is a good heifer. I mean, she's standing there one. I like the way she blends together, her proportionality, her smoothness, just her maternal look. We get her in motion, and she just wants to rise up in that spine and kind of drop her pin bone and maybe just kind of keep her hind leg a little underneath herself. And so like to change those things about her. If she could move as good as she stands, she might be as good as any of them. This young man here did a great job in showmanship earlier. All 4 of these kids did. Jace was one of the best. This calf is just a little worked up here, but she's feminine, she's sharp, she's smooth. There's not quite as much just outward turn to the center of her body as maybe some of her contemporaries in here, but a very good heifer. Congratulations on a great class.
Results of our May-June heifer class there in Chianina. Receiving first purple was Addison Gredelution of Lakeview FFA. Second purple to Catherine Neighbor of Seward. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Jace Prince of Clarkson FFA. Receiving a blue ribbon was Logan Schmidt from Deschler. Next into the arena is our March-April 2024 heifers. We have 4 heifers in this class.
Well, you just got to like the enthusiasm when Dr. Rathman finds a good one. He gets wound up, and rightfully so. That was a very good class of key heifers. Again, Addison Gredelution winning, Catherine Neighbor second. First class, Nathan Grice won it, and Catherine Neighbor was second again. Now we've got the April heifers. Those were May and June's. These will be the April heifers working up. We've got Henry Velasic, Sarah Mead, Jaden Neighbor, and Logie Ann Barta.
All right, this heifer here's a little ornery. Kind of got a mind of her own. She's, hey, that's good move. This is a female. It's got a little bit of chest poking out there, but I think as you break the cattle down in motion, that's the heifer that, structurally speaking, has more freedom and built into her skeleton than compared to the heifer in 2, and then the heifer in 3 as well. She's still the biggest legged, super stout from every angle, and bold and thick, and one that I think certainly just looks like she's got the power parts to generate. The heifer in 2nd, standing still. Neater in the way that she's sculpted through the base of her chest, and maybe the way she comes back into her lines even neater than the one I used. She tilts forward just a touch off both ends, and then in motion, she reads a bit the same. And so I'd like to change that about her. Heifer we've got here in 3, the young man's heifer, one that's super round-bodied and tremendously powerful and muscular and expressive. As you maybe watch her in motion, she kind of swivels her hip just a bit. I like muscle in my cattle probably a little more than most, but at the same time, probably detracts a little bit from just her level of femininity. She's a touch rounder in her shoulder, and like I said, swivels just a bit. So I like to maybe see her just a bit more feminine in terms of her total design. There's a super feminine one here that we close the class out with. Arguably maybe as free and easy in motion as any of them, and super cocky through her front end. She just gets kind of swallowed up, and so the level of mass that she's at a deficit at is just a little bit, hard to overcome, if you will, I think, in that particular go. But I think she's awfully good in terms of her general quality.
Results of our March-April Chikenia heifers. Receiving first purple is Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA. Second purple went to Logan Barda of Mead FFA. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Jaden Neighbor of Seward. Receiving a blue ribbon in that class was Henry Velasic of Blair FFA. Now in the arena, we have our January-February heifer. We have 1 entry in this class.
All right, here in our last class, it's just takes one. She's the only one we need. A January heifer that on just that half circle looks right on the money structurally. I love her feet and leg structure. The way that she bends, it really complements her balance. She's got tremendously good lines and well-managed young man from a condition standpoint. I like her maternal look as well for a key heifer. I think she's got an adequate level of power to put together that type of elite maternal function. So nice job.
Receiving first in the last class?
Yeah, Adam Elf's there with a single entry on. I had to look up what she was. She's a crossover primo heifer. And now we're going to have the calf back. We got Nathan Grice, Addison Grodelution with a McKay Stillwater out of a old Kurt Wolf cow, my buddy from up there in Madison, Norfolk area, with a Francis daughter. Them Francis, if there's ever a bull that was underused, Francis has sent a lot of good stuff around the country. Heifer that Ulrich's raised, or the cow they got from them. And then in the 3rd class, we've got Sarah Mead, and I'll check that in a minute. And then the heifer we just saw, Adam's Elf. So here's our champion drive for the Canyon Heifer Show.
to look at now, but I do think that one there's got the right recipe to make a nice one. We came into that second class, and I really like this heifer well here. She's very genuine in terms of her upper and center body shape, very genuine in terms of her pin width and her stifle dimension, and yet flows together very, very well in terms of a nice look of quality. In motion, she maybe just waddles just a little bit in terms of how she maybe mechanics out of her hind leg just a touch, but very, very nice female. The heifer we've got next in the group, this is a good female. She's just a little pronounced in that chest, and you hate to single trade her for that, but it does kind of protrude out there from a show heifer standpoint. Got a gorgeous head on her, really stout in her center cage, and got a good level of just stoutness about her in terms of her total power parts. That's a nice female. Drops in her pins just a bit. We moved to that single entry, and I think from a structure standpoint, near flawless. I mean, close to 100 in my book in terms of reach and range of motion, and just a really flat bone, clean jointed type of female. That's got a high-end look here from the side. She's got that tandem of a gorgeous front third in conjunction with that huge maternal rib cage in terms of a lot of depth from heart to flank, but I still think a female that the center of her skeleton does have a nice turn and shape to it, particularly for how good she is at the edge of her shoulder. And so she's not the biggest in her lower britches, but from a maternal function standpoint, I thought she was tremendously elite. And so I thought we had a pair of really, really good ones. Big heifer to be champion. We're going to follow with the young ladies heifer that was second in the lineup. Pair of really nice cattle that'll be very strong here, I think, as we go through the show. Congratulations.
Grand champion.
All right, our champion exhibited by Adam Elfs from Chickley FFA. Well, on a crossover primo, bred by Sullivan's. And reserve would be Addison Grodelution with an Ulrich heifer, Stillwater out of a Francis daughter. Coming up now, we've got the balancer females. Got some single classes, and then we'll be into the horned and polled Herefords showing together after that. So again, the champion goes to Adam Elfs from Chickley FFA, reserved to Addison Grodelution from the Lakeview FFA chapter. Really competitive set of key heifers. Here we have Kasha Elbers from Blue Hill with a May 5th female.
Female that just does a lot of good things here from the side. Very maternal, very cowy, very smooth made, good headed. Just like to see her maybe just a little tighter around her tail head, if you will, in terms of her pone fat. But man, she's got a lot of good cow traits. Push her knee back in her maybe just a touch, but I thought she was very good. This young lady showed excellent earlier. You're continuing that. Thank you for bringing good livestock and showing them well.
Receiving first purple was Keisha Albert of Blue Hill FFA. Next into the arena will be our January-February 2024 class. There are 3 heifers in this class.
In this class, we've got Easton Bowes with a February 3rd, 24. Kaylin Wrestling from Pleasanton FFA with a January 25th, and Kale Taubenheim from Amherst with a January 24th. In no particular order.
Good trio here and a good pair to compare here on top. I like this big cowy, slick-haired female. I thought she's a little fresher around her tail head, a little truer in terms of just her degree of power. In fact, I was shocked just how big-ended she was as I moved around there and looked at it. I knew it was going to be good, but it's extra good. And she's super good in her teats. If you look at her placement and her size, she's about as good as we've seen in terms of future udder quality. She's really a heck of a nice cow. Doesn't need the hair to see how good her cow traits and quality is. This heifer here is a little fuzzier, and she's cute up there, neck and head, and strong in her spine and level from hooks to pins. I don't know if she's quite as intense as that powerful cow in front of you through her stifle, and yet she wears a little more fat. She's not quite as broody as that one. There's no major problems with that one. I just think the one in front of you just kind of outpowers and outcows her. The one that we've got in 3 here, a heifer that is super expressive. No doubt she's right there with those in terms of upper rib cage and muscle expression. She's a little stale there from the side view profile, just in terms of the way she blends her underline and just the way that she comes together just from a smoothness and femininity perspective.
And with no big surprise winning that class, Cale Taubenheim from Amherst. Taubenheim family is just synonymous with good galvies and balancers and has been for, as long as I can remember. So a shout out to a strong family. Cale's first. Kaylin Risland is second from Pleasanton, and third is Easton Bowes from Elma FFA, and Easton's coming back. Well, check that. Yeah, we got a cow-calf pair. Easton is exhibiting a cow-calf pair here with a 2023. So first calf heifer.
Class of balancers, and this is a breed that I think a lot of. If you study, data and start looking at kind of the breeds that we compare and the Germ Plasma Project at the U.S. Mark Center, and Gelbvieh is one of the most maternal, earliest maturing breeds in terms of hitting puberty and then milking and raising the biggest calves. And so there's a lot of maternal value in this breed. I think this is a great example here. This first calf heifer, I wouldn't say her teats are maybe the most lovely in the world, but man, is she pouring into a really good, big, easy-growing calf here at her side. And so that's what matters. This female is awesome in her hind leg as well. Talking about the heifer, she could go all day long in terms of the longevity in her hind leg. So nice example here of what this breed is known for. Congratulations to this young man on this pair.
Receiving first purple was Easton Bowes of Alma FFA chapter.
Well, just in time for the champion balancer, my good friend Kent Schlake's back at work here. That's good to see.
Well, it's entertaining, Tim. I appreciate it. I smoked way too many cigarettes, otherwise I got to get in the barn.
Yep, I figured that was probably where you were going. I thought maybe that grandkid showing might have just been a little bit of a... Well, you were the Marlboro man one time.
Yes, I was. That was back in 1981. Yes,
How about that? That's something to say.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Not everybody can say they know the Marlboro man.
I think
your wife said she had to marry him. She's so enamored by him.
Absolutely.
He said, I can't pass on the Marlboro man.
No, we're pretty fortunate. It's been 48 years, and it's been a lot of fun.
That is great.
I was getting bored out there. I don't have to fit on heifer yet for my other granddaughter.
Yeah, that's
so
good.
I thought I'd come and visit with you, Tim.
That's great.
Because I appreciate it. I really do.
Oh, I need the help. So we got Kasia Elber with a, or do we? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, we got Kasia Elber with a May heifer, and then Cale Taubenheim with a January. And then Easton Bowes with his pair. And we're missing one.
I'll start talking. This first heifer, awfully good. Got a little navel or a little pone fat. Maybe, just a little bit longer there in terms of her maybe dew claw relative to the set to her ankle. That's a very nice heifer. There's times where she leans forward in her knee, but I almost think she's just kind of so relaxed at times. She makes you think that. But I love her body cavity. I like her strength at top. She's rock solid from a dimension standpoint, but blends it with smoothness. This second heifer right here, just tremendously broody. Love her in motion and outrageously wide. She's not terribly fat. I think her condition is excellent. I think she's right where she needs to be for her age and stage of production. She's got a little bit of maybe just aesthetic chest, if you will, that dings that just a bit. But I love that female quite a bit. I think she's awfully good in terms of shoulder back. And again, the one behind her was nice. The cow-calf pair, this is one that a lot of y'all are going to look at and have different opinions about because she's milking herself to death, raising a huge calf on her side. And so I would say, calf size relative to cow size, that's a ratio that matters a lot to me. She's very, very good. And her foot quality and hind leg is really hard to replicate. She does a marvelous job there. So, you got one over here that's in production shape. You got one up here that's more in show heifer shape. I think they're both awfully good, but I'm going to use this female here for my champion. I thought she was very good. We are going to give the pair their recognition, and they're going to be my reserve champion back here, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's well put, and that's exactly right. Gail Taubenheim from Amherst FFA with the grand. Like I was saying, Kent, that family has been synonymous with good Gelbvieh cattle since Gelbviehs were invented. They might have invented them. I don't know.
I don't know.
And he was sure right, that Easton Bose's pair. That calf's about as big as a cow. That cow's skinny, but she ought to be skinny.
Absolutely. And if you want 60% of body weight wean, she's going to do it.
For sure. That's an impressive pair. Even if they were creeping that one, and I'm sure they were, but that's a lot of calf.
That's a lot of calf. Good job.
So here we are. We're to the Hereford division. Pulled and horns they've got together today, I believe. Yeah. So this first, we got a single entry from Kiara Bremer.
Familiar name for you, Tim?
Yep. One of the Bremer girls.
All right. My champion junior high showman's in the ring, Kinsley. She's got a polled Hereford heifer that I like well. I mean, she's a February calf. Gorgeous head on this little gal and really neat in her design. She's really up-fronted. I think got a lot of good road out in front of her. I think she's pretty impressive just in terms of her rib cage right now for a young heifer calf and wears it well relative to her chest. She's maybe just a little less square in her hind leg motion, but that's being really picky, and it's just an attractiveness thing. I like this heifer a great deal. Kinsley, I hope she'll do you a lot of good because I think she's going to be awfully fun.
Receiving first purple was Kira Bremer of Nebraska Ag Academy. Next into the arena is one record in our September-October. Age is October. One exhibitor.
Yeah, we're back to where we can get these classes right for a minute yet, Kent.
Okay, well, you're doing a great job. I'll guarantee you that. I hope I don't mess up your podcast.
No, you'll be fine. No, you're not at all.
Another single entry here, so we're on a roll of 50s. This is a nice, long, smooth heifer. Like to amp her up maybe just a bit. We'll look at her closer in Champion Drive.
Righty. Austin Nunn.
Receiving a purple ribbon in our September-October division was Austin Nunn of Fillmore Central FFA. Next in will be May-June 2024. We have 2 entries in this class.
This entry we've got Blake Day and Jaden Thompson. Looks like it's going to amp up a little after this class, I think. Not taking any away from these, but just looking at the names.
Yeah, pretty nice female here.
Yeah.
Coming off. Nothing else she's represented presented very well.
Very well. Oh, I think he's going to like her pretty good. Here's our judge.
All right, we're going to leave them in this order right here, and we'll have a purple and a blue. This is a nice female that starts and a good one to follow, but she's just a little broodier here from the side, and obviously her hair coat's probably just a little fresher, but I think just more cow here, stouter ended, bigger legged, and one that I love up to the front 1/3 of her body. Tremendously nice female. Shuffles a little from behind, but not bad at all. Good quality entry. Jaden's here in second. This young lady did a marvelous job in showmanship. One of my personal favorites. And Jaden, this heifer, she's probably ready to go. You can go ahead, Jaden, if she's fighting you. But this heifer's stout-headed and really got a good height to her shoulder relative to her tail head and hook bone. Like to see her just start to drop down a little bit more and maybe free her up just a little bit from behind. Jaden, great job, sweetheart, on a job well done today.
Results of our May-June 2024 class. First purple was exhibited by Blake Day of Loop City FFA, and the blue was exhibited by Jaden Thompson of Ord. Next into the arena is March-April.
All right, we got the March Equals here, Kent. Now, before I forget, I've got to remind them, Legacy Livestock at the backdrop. You guys, if you're at home, you probably see some, they'll get up pretty fast. But if you do want, Heidi and her crew do just an outstanding job. And if you want a picture and you want a good picture, the candids are out of this world, and even Charles can get it focused pretty good when he wants to by the backdrop. But we encourage you to go visit their website, and I mean, they'll make memories. That's a great outfit.
They're phenomenal people to work with.
Yep.
And they don't forget names either.
No, they're pretty good at it.
They're pretty good at it. We do have a heifer in this class that won the Open Junior show the other night.
Oh, yeah?
Be the Cooper Lynch.
Oh, right on.
Yep.
From Holdridge.
Very good female.
She won the Open
Junior.
Open Junior. You know what I didn't see? I didn't see how we were busy doing that. How did she won the Open Junior Hereford? She won the whole thing.
I think she ended up winning everything.
She won the whole thing. Yeah, she was the supreme.
Yes, in that Open Junior on Wednesday afternoon.
Right. Did they pick a reserve? Do you remember, or did they?
I'm sure there was, but
busy doing.
I
feeder calves.
I had some responsibilities.
You did.
It was all good, but it's this is a really, really nice family also. There's a lot of great families here that make this thing rock and roll. It's the Open 2 was so big and just so much great following. It's been phenomenal this year at Nebraska State Fair.
You thought they were up in numbers for the Open show too. I didn't hear numbers when I was here, but today Bruce told me here a while ago. We got 190 breeding cattle today for this deal, so that's fairly good for here. When you figure there was at least that, I didn't know what the 4-H count was, but
yeah, I don't know.
If you're comparing it at home, listen to other states and you say 190, well, that doesn't sound like that many. Till you realize there was that many at least probably last week too, and then there's 130 or 129 steers.
Yes.
Counting the feeders tomorrow, so probably 100 and some fat steers.
And just open cattle in the Open show, we had 1,050.
1,050 open cattle.
Absolutely.
That's a better number. I know I don't have to look that up to.
That was a great number, and I think that was up 10 head from last year.
10? I was going to guess more than that, because that seems like that's up quite a bit.
Yeah, it was. The last couple of years have been really, really good, and great following, great people.
For sure.
Do a phenomenal job. We had a great show.
They'll just let anybody be in charge around here, won't they?
I'm not in charge.
How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Having a good week?
Having a great week. Weather is perfect. It's been phenomenal. It's been a lot of fun.
How's your cows do?
Everybody has done well. I got a granddaughter over there showing you right now, and then I get to go fit on another granddaughter. No, it's a lot of fun. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Well, I think this is going to take him a minute.
Yeah, I felt like though with what she's done this lunchtime heifer in the
yeah.
past, she's pretty lights out. That's a good heifer.
She is very good. Did they raise her? Do you know anything?
No,
about pedigree?
I do not know where she come from, but that's a good female. Oh, I thought they were parking her. I apologize.
I did too.
So I apologize.
I thought he pulled her too.
That's what I thought.
I still
but
think he will. I'm going to go out on the limb.
You
And
are
say I
okay.
think that one probably still. You got to look pretty hard. But last time we guessed that, let's not jinx him. You know, last time we said that. That's kind of like saying, now this old boy ain't missed a free throw in 3 years.
Yeah,
He's
hoping all of a
bouncing
sudden
off the rim
one.
every time.
Yeah, hoping that all of a sudden he misses one.
Yeah,
I get
kicking a
it.
field goal.
I wish I knew the story behind her, but I don't. But I do know she's done really well.
I got to guess. If I get a chance here, I'll look it up and see if I know, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to say till I know. Okay, so is that the right Aurora, that Devin Danielson coming and saying, let's see, I guess we can just look at the number on his back here in a minute.
Yes,
won't
we
have to
can.
guess.
How about 697?
That'll be Blake Day.
Yeah.
One that had the good heifer in the last class, too.
Yes.
I called Bruce here a minute ago and asked him to see if we could get him in line.
Well, Bruce didn't really care, and he didn't listen to you?
No, he said, you can go ahead and tell my wife that if you got guts. And I said, no, I'm good. I'm good right here where I am. You just do it.
You're going to have to live with it, Timmy.
I said, well, and I hate to say it, you know, and that's where we miss old Uncle Ronnie.
Yes. Oh,
Old Ronnie Miller, you know, rest his soul. That guy, he could line up a class better than anybody in the world. There wasn't no doubt about it. He knew.
he knew.
Well,
there
another
was-
great class, and man, there's some real heat at the top of this Hereford deal. This one that starts and the one that's in second fire me up real good. This one, you know, it's just hard to overcome. I think for the one in second, just how extraordinarily broody she is in her underline, and she's well fit and clipped, but she's naturally that way. And then her natural length of neck, her length from hooks to pins, and I know she's a shot bigger statured, and I've been hard on some cattle for that today, but I think it just all flows in her so very well that her extra stretch is probably the difference in this particular pair. I really like how fresh she is in her composition. I really value the fact that, you know, she is very, very lean, and so I like that about her. Like the fact that she's going to be in good shape from that perspective and not compromise anything. Just gorgeous here from the side. We put her in motion, and I wish she probably had a longer stride to her. Part of that, when you're a mile long to the center of your body, it's a little hard to look like you stride long enough in terms of reach and range of motion if you're just calculating it based on whether or not they meet their front print. The one in second probably does come closer to her front print, and she's a little shorter sided, and you may like that proportionally speaking. I do love this female. She's tremendously big rib. When I sit there and break them down, this female for me just gets a little pitch and footed up front, and she doesn't necessarily bend or hock any better than my winner. And then you start determining, well, where is she better than that one? I do love her color. I like her goggle eyes and her pigment, but the one in front of you just takes things to a little different level in terms of the top of their neck, the freshness of their front end, the length and stretch, and just quality from the side. Two extraordinarily good ones. I thought it was a closer call here between 3 and 4. I love the look and the presence of this one here in 3. I don't think she's as wild in her power through her stifle. She's big pinned, but down through her twist and then into her forerib, I don't know if she's quite as good as the first two in conjunction with maybe not out moving them. Now, is she adequate structurally? I'd say so, and she's got an awesome look. The heifer that we've got next, it's predominantly red-necked with a tick of feather up there. You talk about one cowy rig. I do like that. She's one that gets a little flatter from hooks to pins. She's not flat in the center of her body by any means. She's really big-centered, starting to maybe just get a little shorter necked and just a little chuffier up there from a show heifer perspective. But those 4 up the top end of this class were extraordinarily good. That 1 in 4 there is as functional as any of them, and you can like her higher if you'd like. I just thought there's a little more look in those others. The one going out the gate, maybe just a little plainer and rounder in her chest and hip, but stout. And then the one that Jaden's got that closes, I ought to go over there and tell her, hey, this one moves awesome, and her top line and the way she uses it is awesome. This rib-branded heifer, just a little bit fuller in her chest relative to having a little extra navel and a little less flank, perhaps, in regards to balance and mass versus her competition. That's one of the better classes that we've seen. It was a very, very fun group to evaluate.
Results of our March-April class. Receiving first purple was Cooper Lindstrom of Holdridge. Second purple went to Blake Day of Loop City. Also receiving purple ribbons were Devin Danielson of Aurora, as well as Jackson Wright of Wheeler Central. Receiving blue ribbons in our March-April division was Keaton Bowman of Boone Central FFA, as well as Jaden Thompson of Ord. Entering the arena now, we have January, February 2024. We have 1 entry in this class.
Yeah, a good, big, long, deep-sided one. Certainly very easy flesh, and she got a little more jello around her tail head. We'd reduce that a little bit as she goes, but a nice cowy female. Just stretch her neck out a little bit maybe, and then bring her hip height down to proportion her out a little bit more equally, but that's a nice female.
Receiving first purple was Brielle Wolf of Lakeview FFA. Now we have a single entry again, age July through December, and 1 exhibitor.
Little more jello around the front of it. I resemble that remark, Mr. Rathman. Dr. Rathman, I don't know about that. Yeah. Anyway,
I still love his comments.
Yo, awesome. I've been taking a few notes. You know, he had a great one here a little while ago. What the hell? How did he say that? He thought one. I wrote it down because I never can remember them, and I'd never use them because I'm not slick enough to do it. But he was thinking.
Well, another big Hereford heifer here, and we've got one more single entry after this, but immaculately fit and well presented here. Really just super long and maternal looking from the side. Instantly one that you love in terms of her depth of rib, the blend and flow of her rib cage into her shoulder shape and the way she extends from the side. She's awfully good in terms of just presence. Maybe just a little tighter there in her rear leg. We'll see how that adds up. I don't know there's been a perfect one in that regard so far, but we'll have to take a look here in a moment.
And Carly Colterman.
Receiving first.
Very good female.
Yep.
Comparatively closer to breed average in size. And otherwise, he thought she wasn't as big, I guess. Here's Kiara Bremer. Now, this will be your pair you were talking about, huh?
This is the pair from the other night. This is the pair from the other night.
Yep, so this is our champion pair overall from the open show.
Yes, we started that last year for a cow-calf pair.
I'm glad they do.
And it's kind of a nice thing to do.
It is. And I think it'll pick up a little now that people are starting to see. And, I'm not taking anything away. Gotta wait, let him talk. I was voting in that pair deal. That Highland pair was incredible, I thought.
Yes.
They didn't have the guts to use them, and
it's like this
not
calf.
taking anything away with these.
No,
yeah.
but like this calf though is.
Now, if he remembers both of their names, these sisters, then you will.
All right, well, our final entry brings a 3-year-old pair to us on our second calf. And always interested when you bring older cows into the mix amongst those younger gals and try to compare exactly what you like best because, they're just in totally different stages. This one, she strikes me, if I had to compare her to a zoo animal, as an elephant. She's got elephant-sized feet. When you watch her move away, she kind of brings her hocks in a little bit like an elephant. But man, she is so incredibly stout, super good through her head. And then just for a 3-year-old, really just wears her condition and her shape well in regards to balance. I like the way she balances well. I think the front balance, her udder, her front quarters is very, very good. And again, we've already talked about the heifer calf that Kinsley is showing, and one I like well. So we'll see what happens here in a second, but she's certainly very good. Congratulations to you.
Here we got an
Receiving
elephant.
first purple was Kira Bremer of Nebraska Ag Academy, FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion, horned and pulled Hereford heifer.
So we was built like an elephant.
You know, I'll touch on that and the animal thing. He's got a father-in-law, Dr. Norman Cole, that he started a lot of things.
Our past winners coming into the arena now out of that first class.
We got there's a podcast that he does. It's probably the most interesting thing we've ever seen. Hang on a minute.
March, April, our grand champion in that class was Cooper Lindstrom from Holdridge. Brielle Wolf was our winner in January, February 2024. July, December was Carly Coulterman, Seward. And that last class was Kira Bremer of Nebraska Ag Academy.
Well, there's a pretty stellar champion drive, Kent.
Yes, yes, it is. I think there's about at least 3 different ways you could go.
Oh, yeah.
At
That are
least.
national level close.
Yes.
Let's see if we can run them down from first to. Okay, our calf division is Nathan Grice. Our next one in line, the May heifer. Wait a minute, no. I apologize, I'm off one. Our calf is Kiara Bremers. Then we got Austin Nunn with a single entry. Then Blake Day in our 4th class. We maybe had a scratch because that's Cooper Lindstrom, right?
Yes.
In 3rd, that was the 4th class of heifers. That's April 24, and then Brielle Wolf with a February, and Carly Coulterman with a fall of September, and then the cow-calf pair, Kiara Bremers. Somewhere in here. Oh, I bet I know the answer. I'll bet you Kiara Bremer didn't bring her calves. That's Austin Nunn in the first class with a fall heifer because we run out of showmen.
We did.
Or, actually, that's the calf. They left him with a pair. That's the calf she showed. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Had a typical duh moment here, and you'd think I'd know the Bremer girls and what they were doing, but that's calf in the last there that won the first class of 1. So she rightfully left him with a pair. That makes sense.
Yes, it does. And I'm glad you're doing this and not me. Because
I'm not necessarily.
I got plenty of things to do to think about, and you're thinking, and that's great.
Well, I don't have, I'm pretty unemployed these days.
I've been unemployed all my life.
Yeah. Well, if you love your job, it's not a job, right?
That's exactly right.
I don't know. I went home a couple days to do cowboy stuff, and I thought maybe I was just happy to come back and do this.
There you go. Well, I come in and out of here Thursday, and then I was here.
You get home for a little bit or not?
Yep. And then when I got back here Monday, I've been here since last Monday.
Oh, okay. So you didn't get a couple-day break?
No, I was back pretty much every day, but it's been fun. I've
All right.
enjoyed it.
I was joking with Blake over here. He's my main man out here. Been doing a good job scooping poop and getting behind cattle. And I said, you want to decide this deal? And he stepped right up. Yeah, I'll take over here. Give me that microphone. Because we've got an interesting landscape of very nice Hereford cattle and a wide variety of ages from heifers in the front. That's their first state fair, and veterans in the back that the young lady told me was her 4th time in Grand Island. So, but she promised she would retire her after this. This is a good group, though, and y'all should be highly commended for what you've done and what you got out here. Just to talk about a few, I do like the second heifer. She's very nice. I don't know if she can quite out-cow them enough to not necessarily out-perfect them from a structure standpoint. The heifer we've got that's third in the lineup now, magnificent heifer. The beauty of that female, the distance from hooks to pins is incredible. Blade to nostril, just tremendously long, tremendously fresh in her underline, and just a tremendous rib cage laid into her. And yet she's got a good optimal level of stoutness of bone to look like she's intense enough but doesn't subtract from her femininity. She's could be a little bit longer striding, would be my only concern, but standing there, she's definitely probably the favorite. The heifers, as we travel back then to the second, or the heifer that was a single entry, the dark red female, September. And so I looked underneath there and said, well, maybe you could bag a little more. Said it was in 30 days. That's fine. I'll take your word for it. This is a heifer that's deep-sided, tremendously smooth-shouldered, really nice looking out through her front third. She's well fit. If I picked on her anywhere, and I don't mean to be harsh on one I really, really love, there, it'll be fine. Will it be perfect on that udder score? Not perfect, but it'll be fine. Is she perfect in terms of maybe the bend of her hock? No, but I've already said a few of your competitors need to be a little better there too. So, you got to read and understand where you think the degrees of differences are. I'd lay her back in her blade and knee in conjunction with that hock just a little bit. But again, these are close calls. And nowadays in the ring, for as good as heifers are, we're making 5 to 10 degree different calls in terms of the structure that is separating cattle. And so just depend on the judge and how he sees it. The veteran, if you will, I do love this cow. She's got dinner plate feet. She's got a stout noggin on her. But yet she has a level of beauty for her age that is unmistakable. And I wanted to brag on, I told her, I said, man, you fit that udder really good, just to bring the balance of that front quarter in there. And so everything kind of looks the part. For a heifer with no hair, I thought you did your best. So I had to give you props on the mic for that, because you seem like a great young lady. This is a heifer that, from behind, if I got to pick on her, she kind of gets a little hocked in. I'd like to square her up just a bit right there. In terms of that heifer calf, that is actually also a contender in this lineup because she was our first class winner. This is a gorgeous female. I would change her hip and hind leg just a touch if I had to perfect her, but a gorgeous female. So what do? We got the veterans, we got the yearlings, and it's an interesting decision. I think for me today, we're going to go with the young man's heifer that's circling around. Let's give him a big round of applause. Gorgeous entry, and one that's been awfully well managed and presented here today.
You bet. Cooper Lindstrom.
Grand champion exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Holdridge FFA.
Ken, I was just looking it up. That's a BK Red River Drill Bucks bull, but that is a bred and owned upstream heifer that Cooper had. And he's the breeder, the owner, and that's, for a year he's had, boy, he's getting right after it.
Yes, he is. They've had a lot of fun with her all year.
That I actually, in my mind, thought was very close. This is a goggle-eyed female. It's not quite as fantastic haired as the champion, but her proportionality her structure maybe even arguably a little better. This is a hard heifer to fault, in my opinion. And so I thought she was awfully good. I wish I could use several out here, but that particular pair of cattle struck me awfully good, and so I'm going to stay committed to that. We're going to leave those two heifers together. Young man, you'll be my reserve champion.
There you go, Blake Day, Loop City FFA Reserve. So yeah, that was a very, very, very good Hereford show. And again, congratulations to Cooper Lindstrom. And not only is that a great
How
heifer,
you guys doing? I'm good.
I guarantee you it means a lot more. That one's not only the champion heifer, that's a bred known. I'll tell you what, when you can raise him your own and do it that good, I mean, that's just absolutely outstanding for that young man. So congratulations go out to Cooper and also Blake Day with another. I mean, and I apologize for not getting looked it up. We're going to move into the LimFlex here, but another very, very good heifer for reserve. Very competitive show. And boy, you got to appreciate, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but boy, old Ryan Rathman, I mean, he's so positive and so much energy and talking to them kids. And, we just had an exhibitor come up and she was just asking me what her calf looked like out in the steer for tomorrow, and all of that. And she said, oh, we talked about it a lot. She said, well, I played the guessing game with him. I asked him what he thought he weighed when she asked him that. And he took a shot at it, and then she told him, what do you want? What I should have said, maybe she'd have really got on it. She should have said, well, what do you want him to weigh?
That's exactly right.
But they do so good under the, he's just so positive. And, man, it's just a great thing to see.
Yes,
but we're
it
into
is.
the LimFlexes. We've got Bailey Grant, Vienna Sells, and Kimber, how do you say that? Shitskow from Meridian?
You're doing a great job, Timmy. I know we do have some listeners here in the barn because I just got a text from a young man telling me about the Winston heifer. So
did you?
Spot on.
What'd you learn?
I learned that it is a raised heifer. She's a Red River out of an upstream.
Yep. Now Red River's good bull.
And
my buddy always bugs me a little bit because I kind of struggle. I help down at Gerald sometimes at some of his sales, Gerald Bucks, and Tammy, y'all got to learn them Herefords a little better, I struggle, but I try.
and
it's deep water down there,
Yeah, I know we got somebody listening because now he also texts me about the Days heifer, and that come from McMahon's, from Brian and Grady. And another thing is Grady the other night won, was it Bill Angel?
Well, the Herdsman Award.
Yes.
For the open show. You
absolutely.
bet. Grady McMahon. Big shout out to him. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Brian said it took him absolutely all he could do to keep that guy there. They were ready to go.
He was telling me all about it, and over here Brian was a little teared up.
That's pretty cool. That's a great honor.
And I like how they run that. You may have shut me down here, Timmy. I'll get to it in a little bit.
They're flexing the LimFlexes here. Let's let
Judge
Rathman here.
Boy, a pair of cattle that just knock your socks off here. And the one that starts, that's my kind of cattle right there. I like this female a great deal. She's one that comes to the ring in a moderate package, but really pushes the envelope from a proportion standpoint to be that moderate. She's incredibly good in terms of her neck length and from hooks to pins. And I like a little extra side view shape. She's got a good tone to her center stifle above her flank, and her column of bone and foot size is outrageous. And so I love this female. I think you could breed on that female a lot of different directions and have a lot of fun. You could upgrade her and make pures. I don't know her percentage. This may be a far out there idea, but in our part of the world, we like to take some of these that have a shot of Lemmy and breed them club calf because they're truer and kind of a cold pedigree. As shapely as that female is, as intense as she is in her bone work, I think you could go a lot of different directions and have an extraordinary amount of fun mating on that female. As good as I like that one, I do really love this one here in second. She has got that high quality look through her neck and head. She's got that big boxy rib cage, and she is super expressive there in terms of her upper hip and center hindquarter. She may be in motion, pitches her forward, and I'm talking minor, but pitches her forward just a little forward, and her knee and the way she prances out of her front end just a little bit. I see the other one to have that rolled back in her a little bit better, and maybe the other one's just a little better in terms of right behind her shoulder or right there through her tail head. Those are, minor. Those are two extraordinarily good cattle. Congratulations to both y'all. Y'all ought to be very proud of those cattle.
I'm going to cheat. We're going to let her tell us how we say
Results
that.
in our first class of LimFlex Limousine Heifers, March, April. Receiving first purple was Viviana Sells. Second purple went to Kimber Schwischwau. Next up, we'll have a January, February heifer. We have one entry in this class.
See, that's how you do it. You say it really fast. That's what Jakey always says. Just say it fast and keep going.
Yeah.
Don't think you're right. But
I still
Viviana
did.
Sells first and Kimberly Schwischwau second.
Yeah, there you
now we
go.
got a single entry, Adam Else. This heifer's had a good year in the show ring, too, I know, in that LimFlex.
Yes, she has.
Yeah, we had a scratch in that last class.
Well, things are cooking up here in limited breed. We don't have many, but they are lights out good. This is another female that's made a lot like the one I just looked at in a lot of elements in terms of that bone and that foot, that same kind of proportionality here from the side that pushes the edge, and just got a lot of quality to have a lot of cow here. We'll look at them here a little. I don't want to say much more because I may eat my words. So we're going to look at them here in just a second collectively together.
Well, I don't know exactly what that one is. I think I could remember, but I know we sold her. That one was sold by AK Cattle Company on one of our SC online sales to the Elfs. They're big old stout January heifer. These two have been battling all year. Here comes. This is the Sells entry, Vienna Sells with a March 15th. And we got Sport. We can't really call him much but Sport. It's just Sport to me. It's been Sport.
I'll tell you
he
what.
showed a steer that won the state fair for us a couple years back, and I don't really know where Sport came from, but Sport's been Sport, I think, ever since Sport was born.
Sport.
If Johnny football, if his older brother's listening, he can tell me where Sport came from. But
for a big boy, he does a really nice job in the ring.
He really does.
He does.
Yep.
He does an awful good job.
Yeah, you can tell them boys drill wells for a living, can't you?
Yes, absolutely.
They don't have little office jobs, and
no.
they don't have to go work out at night for much of anything anywhere.
No, I know the family, and they're workers. I guarantee you.
I don't think they're like me though. They probably wouldn't win a ballet competition, but yeah, they do hold the stuff, and they're all athletic, and they're good. He's good playing football and everything else,
Just a great family.
Yeah. But his mom's coached volleyball down there at Shickley forever,
Yep.
That's cool, and taking them to the finals a lot of times.
Yes, I'm just fortunate enough to see a lot of these good exhibitors over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal exhibitors, and that's what's really cool about the whole
It
thing.
is. It really is. You and I were old enough, and you've got a sale probably coming up too. You get to sell some to the next generation once in a while.
Yes, and it is.
That's really something.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm very, very fortunate and very blessed.
This is why he's got a doctor in front of his name, and he judges a lot. And
he can do it,
we
too.
can sit here and we can pick it apart one way or the other, but we don't have to go explain it. That's a tough pair right there. I'm going to bet, and I don't know if he's going to say it or not, but I'm going to say as far as close decisions since we've been here this morning, outside of maybe some showmanship decisions, right there is as close a decision.
Yes, these are really two good.
Oh, they are.
It's been a lot.
Great showmen, two great heifers, handled very well, fit very well. Everything's pretty well dialed in on the pair, and I mean you ain't gonna say one way or the other, that you could be right or wrong, really,
I'm gonna say whoever he picks he's good enough for me.
Well, no, sure enough, whichever one or both, they'll be pretty tough in the final final drive, I would think.
Yes. No doubt about it.
He is right. That Sells heifer, she'd make a show steer too. She would be fun to breed that way.
Yes, she would. She'd be a blast. More than happy to take her home.
Oh yeah. I do know now that I'm thinking about it, she come from Fitz Genetics down in Oklahoma.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know that I ever knew what she was.
I dang sure don't know.
I want to say that reserves King's Landing, but I can't swear to that one. I'm not completely up. You know, that Lemmy deal.
It's catching the world, though.
Oh, man. Well, there was that one year, you know, Trump won the election, the Cubs won the Super Bowl, or Cubs won the World Series, and the Lemmy won the overall in Louisville.
Yep. Things come in threes.
That's right. Well, the world's changed. The Lemmy world's changed, you know. I think he's getting ready, but I don't know if he is getting ready or not. There we go.
All right. Well, I was not expecting this. We've got some real fireworks here, and when you make LimFlex cattle that are good, they are really, really good. The collision between those two genetic bases is they're generally some fireworks when they get this elite, and we've got that here. The first heifer, you know, I just blown away with this heifer. I just love her look from the side. Everything fits together, makes such practical sense. You know, you start taking it to the next level from a balance perspective. We don't just talk about, well, does she have a level top? Does she have a uniform chest to flank? You start talking about how their feet and their column of bone match their upper half. You start talking about how their skull and head and jawbone fit into a neck, shoulder, and body construction. You start talking about maybe the degree of power that you want relative to the blend of the shoulder. And I'm so fascinated with this heifer. I really, really like her. You know, maybe every once in a while she wants to kind of be a little clumsy in her back ankle, if you will. I don't see that as a problem whatsoever. You know, it just kind of makes you, you know, laugh a little bit when they're that sound and they want to maybe roll an ankle or something like that. But I have a hard time driving a hole in that one. I think she's tremendously elite. She may not be everybody's favorite from a size standpoint. You might make her a little bigger. You might like the size of the one in behind her. This one here is outrageously cool neck and great headed. Both of them are. She's a shot bigger in her frame score, shot longer in terms of the center of her body, and maybe a little more intense in terms of muscle expression. If I had to pick on her, I'd say her tail head lays a little to the back of her and a little high. Comparatively speaking, to one that's absolutely glass smooth in her tail head. I'd have to say that maybe right off the back of her shoulder, and then maybe the way she fits her shoulder into that upper forerib maybe connects just a little bit less ideal than the one in front of you. And then her front feet, and this is really picky because she's extraordinarily sound, but she rolls just a tad in terms of the way she rolls in on those outer hoof walls up front. And so, but when you get back off of her, you study the look, it's just electric. The stoutness, it's incredible. And so that's, to me, what draws this pair together in a very, very tight fashion. At the end of the day, I got to go with my heart, the cattle that I like. And so we're going to use the young lady's heifer here up front to be the champion. This is an exceptional heifer that was second behind her. But these two heifers are absolutely incredible. And so, young man, you're going to have the reserve in what is an absolutely incredible division. My strongest compliments to y'all here on some incredible cattle. Nice job.
Our grand champion in our LimFlex limousine heifers was exhibited by Viviana Sells of Nebraska Ag Academy. Reserve champion exhibited by Adam Elfs of Shickley FFA.
Thank you. We've got Mike Tyson here.
Wow. I was a pair now.
That's a pair.
And, you know, and watching them, and I've seen them a few times this year. I haven't got to as many shows because I don't need to be. I feed the cows and let the kids do that because they're a lot better at it than I am. But I've seen them enough
Yep.
They're as good right now as they've ever been. They're both of them coming to their own. I mean, that's 12 o'clock. I mean, they've been, this and that and up and down a little bit. There ain't no up or down with them. I mean, they were rock star right on right there.
Yes, they were. Excellent set of calves.
Yep, very well presented. Both of them just
phenomenal.
spot on,
Phenomenal.
So now, the judge is going to take a breath, drink of water, maybe put a little whiskey in it after that. But we got Maine Anjou heifers. And okay. We got Tucker Rutt and not Michaela. That's Michaela's brother.
Yeah, it's not Michaela.
That's Jordan. I think. Maybe not. We must have scratched both the calves.
We got next.
Wait a minute. This is March, April. 1585. Yeah, that's Tucker Rutt. Oh, it's heck to have bad eyes, Yeah, and that's Jordan. Jordan Settles. Jordan Settles showing his sister's heifer.
Well, in our main class, we've got two nice heifers. And this black baldy, yeah, we're going to put them on profile, but there's not quite as much there as the one in second, perhaps, but I like her better in terms of her condition. And structurally speaking, maybe a shot more flex and range of motion in this one. I think you start studying her individually. There's a nice female. She's feminine, got some look to her. She's not frail by any means. She's got some stoutness. Just needs to fill out a little bit to the center of her body. The stock-and-legged heifer we've got there, big in her kind and long-sided and big top, thick-ended. One that's a little fat in her chest and maybe, just a little ornery. I'd change her behavior, that's for sure. But that's a nice female. She just got a good soft ankle, but maybe just a little tight in her hock.
Results of our first class, the Maine Anjou receiving first purple was Tucker Rutt of Arthur County. Second was Jordan Settles of North Bend. Entering the arena now is January, February Maine Anjou heifers. We have two heifers in this class.
So up now we got Sport. We got Adam Helst again and Brianna Balsammer. And congratulations go to Brianna. That's our supreme overall showman this morning in the FFA show.
Yes, and that was a tough deal. That was tough. They had 14 in that final lineup, and he brought those 5 out.
Yeah.
Great show.
He really struggled, and that's a sign of a guy that likes the kids and all that. He said how many times he didn't even want to pick one. He wanted to pick 3 or 4 of them.
Yes, he did.
And rightfully so. They were good showmen all the way through.
All the way through.
Kinsley, the junior high showman, showed every bit as good as the out-of-school showman here.
Yes. Yep.
But she's got a lot of years, too. That's okay. Let her, Brianna's getting toward being done showing, being out of school and all that. She earned it as much as anybody. You can see out here, dang good showman.
I go, who's your boyfriend? And she introduced me, and I went down and talked to her dad a little bit. Brian made sure it was just a friend.
Surely not. I can't believe such a thing.
And So I asked her, I said, did I create a hornet's nest? No. And I'm glad you said that. So it was kind of fun. It was just a big joke, but it was funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've known her father for a long time.
Yeah, she might be locked in the closet till she's 25, knowing Brian, huh?
Yeah, knowing Brian. It's all
There's some
good.
give and take here in this contrasting pair. I'm going to go with the more moderately framed female. She's a female that, you know, she kind of annoyingly knuckles her ankle, but she's a female that's just moderate and boxy and square. And so I like that about her. I think she's clean jointed and got the right angles to her skeleton. Again, she just, for whatever reason, kind of knuckles those ankles. I'd push her chest in and make her just a little bit leaner, but I'm going to forgive her for that in this pair. The heifer in second, you know, has that extra length of body, that extra stretch. She's got perhaps a more secure, softer ankle. Young man, I like your heifer. I'll be honest with you, one of the biggest factors in my decision here, I'm probably pretty critical of her teats. She really gets gathered up in terms of the spacing of those teats. I know she's not bagged up by any means, but just the spacing of that really bothers me. She's a little taller and maybe just a little sluggish in her hock motion, but gorgeous heifer from a quality standpoint.
Okay, so Brianna wins and Adam Else goes second. Now we got a single entry with Garrett Scholes.
I'm going to suggest this. This heifer has won a lot, so I'm going.
Oh yeah,
I'm
this
going
one's
to
had
go.
a good year.
Yeah, she has. So I'm going to go with her.
You're making your prediction.
Yep.
I could see that. Yeah, that's sure the solidest one of the bunch.
Yep.
Well, Garrett brings in this big bred, and it's, you know, the part of the game is getting your cattle bred where you want to max them out at as a bred heifer, right? And so you can see this heifer's bagging up. A gorgeous bag, by the way, very balanced. Those teats couldn't be any more refined, but Garrett, well done here. I don't know if was she bull bred or AI? AI? Were you the technician? You were not the technician. All right. Nonetheless, you got it all put together and organized on the calendar where she wasn't going to calve yet by State Fair, but yet you would have her springing and looking her very best. And so this is one of the best moments in her life in terms of how she's going to look. You got her fresh, incredible neck and head on her, gorgeous body cavity and udder, and then just I like the shape she's got in terms of stifle and round relative to a beautiful hind leg. Very, very nice entry. Congratulations here, Garrett. Good job.
Receiving first purple was Garrett Scholes of Bertrand Loomis FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion main Anjou heifers. Out of the first class, that'll be exhibited by Tucker Rutt of Arthur County. Out of our second class is Brianna Bosshammer of Amherst. And out of that last class was Garrett Schultz of Bertrand Loomis FFA.
All right, we'll go ahead and talk them here in this main drive. And, you know, again, a good black baldy up there, but we really start to rev it up here out of that next class that Bree's got. And, again, a really just boxy, good ribbed, very round rib type female. I'm big on rib shape. I think that's more important than body depth personally. But this is a nice female breed. So we kind of have a remix of the or it wasn't senior showmanship, but post senior showmanship here between you and Garrett, who are our two finalists for me. Garrett, your heifer. I mean, you talk about a gorgeous female. She's draws up with such an elegant look, and man, I love that udder quality. She's really just looks outstanding today. So, Bree, I know you got Garrett in the showmanship, but he's going to have to get you here in the judging of the cattle. So, Garrett, you're going to be my champion main heifer, and then we're going to follow with Bree's heifer here to be reserved. Can y'all give these students here a nice round of applause? Congratulations.
Grand champion main Anjou was exhibited by Garrett Schultz of Bertrand Loomis FFA. Reserve champion was exhibited by Brianna Bosshammer of Amherst. Congratulations to our main Anjou heifer exhibitors. Next into the arena will be the maintainers. First in the arena in our maintainer heifers, we have one exhibitor in our January through April. This heifer's birthday was in April.
All right, we're getting into the maintainer show now. And this April heifer is a single entry. Got some size to her for an April. A female that's going to be a little later maturing. She's really good in terms of the strength of her top, the smoothness of the point of her shoulder. We'll look at her here a little closer when we get everybody together. Congratulations on your single entry class winner.
Michaela Settles winning that class from North Bend. Now we're going to have a big old class in there.
Next into the arena is our March-April division. We have 9 entries in this class.
Got to get the right one turned up and the right one turned down. Right. So we got a pile of them here.
9 of them, I think, too.
Sarah Mead, Haley Peterson, Sierra Novotny, Addison Grant, Elise Wolf, Ava Buellman, Brayson Miller, Nathan Grice, and Allison Kemp. This is all March, Aprils. And if you think there's a lot of them now, the Keene Maine Junior Nationals right here in this barn next summer, there are going to be a whole lot of them next year. I hope there are.
There'll be a whole pile of them.
Well, you got any bets yet here? What are we thinking?
This is too big class for me.
Too big a class for you? Well,
I need like 1 head per class. I can pick.
You can get them ones
I can
singles.
get those. Yeah, I can get the singles, but this would be very challenging.
Well,
I might be able to pick them, get them close, but my reasons, I wouldn't be able to convince anybody.
Well, he's kind of got one of everything. Looks like he's going to pull. That Brayson, maybe?
1081.
1081, yeah. Brayson Miller
Oh,
from Twin River.
known Corey for a long time. Don't know
You
his
bet.
boy, but Corey I've known forever.
Well, I'm tell you one thing. You got to get to know his boy if you like baseball, because he'll probably be playing in the majors someday.
Is that
That's
right?
a baseball playing fool right there. I'm telling you what. I missed who's in second there. I missed that. We got Sarah Mead in third. Here is Judge Rathman. He's going to tell us we don't have to, I think, maybe. Maybe. Kind of riding the struggle bus on who's who. I do know that heifer, Brayson's come from Hoblin's.
Oh,
Let's fall off, of course, their SCO sale. That's kind of what I always kind of base everything. I try to remember what I've seen, and I usually don't. So if anybody knows, give me a shout out. If you know any of these are or what, we'd love to give you a holler.
Well, our biggest class yet, and then, but yet good quality. And I personally thought just kind of lined up from end to end. The one that we start with here, I think is awesome. I mean, she is tremendously good at her basic build. You start setting them right there at the dirt. This gal's got the right claw shape. Her feet are awesome in terms of having a good outer wall, some heel depth, some cushion built into those ankles. And then when you start breaking them down from a width and power standpoint, above that, we've got a factory here that is absolutely powerful. She is truly round and dimensional in her center body and forerib, and got a stout head on her, and blends together proportionally for a maintainer female. But that combination of structure, those kind of wheels with that kind of power is the ticket right there. The one we got here in 2, tremendously deep, maybe a little flatter shouldered, a very clean jointed female that's still got some bone in the way she fits up. I don't view her to maybe be quite as long-necked relative to her hip height, and maybe not quite as just punchy when you get him behind her in study her in regards to dimension. We go here into the next slot, and we've got a female that's a little bit, just kind of a moderate, big-bellied, cowy type rig. I don't know if she always kind of handles her spine and right behind her blade that way, but if that were corrected in her, well, we could sure get pretty excited here in terms of looking at those top 3 and where she fits and belongs, because I do like her out of her hind leg real well. I like her in terms of her general muscularity and shape. I don't think it detracts from her maternal look. I thought that heifer was awesome in a lot of ways, just kind of annoyingly off in her spine. This heifer, one that's got a little more chest relative to a little less flank in the big picture of trying to defeat those top 3. But certainly one that is tremendously powerful. I love her length of body. She's a little extra stretch there in the center of her skeleton to be very moderate. And so I thought that was pretty cool. This black heifer right here, one that rolls a little out of her hip. Like to pull that pin set up in her. Super round-bodied. Would like to just take her down a little bit in terms of her heart and flank, much like the one right in front of her. The stocking-legged heifer there was gorgeous, standing still, a little tighter jointed in motion. The next heifer a little shorter and lower in her neck connection, and like to square her up from hooks to pins and bring her down to the ground with a softer ankle set. Pair of nice cattle here at the end, maybe just a little fatter in terms of the forward part of their udder attachment for this stage in the game as breds. Like to pull that back just a little bit. I think it'd help them out a bit structurally.
Results of our March-April class: receiving first purple was Brayson Miller of Twin River. Second purple went to Sierra Novotny of Schuyler Central FFA. Also receiving purple ribbon was Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA. Receiving blue ribbons was Alyssa Wolf of Lakeview, Ava Bullman of Boone Central, Allison Kemp of Wallace, Haley Peterson of Minden FFA, Addison Grant of Central, Nathan Grease of Sutton also received a blue ribbon. In the arena now is a January-February class, one entry in this class.
All right, we go from a full inventory of 9 head back to the single entry mode, and gorgeous heifer with a little more altitude, very long and extended from the side and fresh in her underline and chest floor. Just like the moderator, just a touch, and maybe bring her back just a shade in terms of the bend of those joints, but a gorgeous heifer that's well presented. Nice job managing her.
Receiving a purple was Logan Barta of Mead FFA. Entering the arena now will be July-December 2023. We have 3 entries in this class.
Well, in this class, we're in class 2254, July-December 23 calves. Bear with me here. We have Kane Delator, Claire Ram, and we have AJ in here. AJ is the one that's had the calves earlier that was doing really good earlier in the day. And I don't know why I got nominated to do this by Timmy, but I guess here I am for a little bit. And if somebody's listening to me out there that's in the barn, you're more than welcome to help me. Just text me and say, hey, I'll come up and help you. I need all the help I can get. I kind of hope Timmy comes back because I'm supposed to be working on a granddaughter's heifer yet this afternoon or this evening. He said he was going to get something to eat and go to the restroom, so I hope he doesn't forget me. For only having 3 head in this class, this is an awful tough class with all 3 of them.
Three of them, yeah. Well, this is a very tight placing amongst these 3. I know you never want to be third. We're all, pushing to be our best, but I just think these are very, very close, and y'all may have a difference of opinions here in the audience if we polled it. They're all 3 very good. What I like about all 3 of them is their general level of pliability. I mean, for big gals that got a big calf inside and that are anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks away from parturition, man, these gals here can get out and go. They've got some bend and some flex and some comfort, and I think they're going to be remarkably good cows. And so as I tie it together, I see the one that starts to just probably still be my favorite, I guess maybe from an aesthetic standpoint, in the way that she handles her feet and leg structure, and then the way that she balances. She got a little extra length of body relative to not being any taller, and then the flow of her underline just in terms of center body shape and midrib and back to her flank and the expression she's got to her stifle, I think just all fits together with the most total balance. It's really hard to put a major hole in that one. I thought she was very good. She's a little fatter, but the one here in second, if I had any complaints on her, I'd say maybe wears her fat just a little patchier. She's got a little more protrusion to her chest floor, maybe around her tail head. She's caked up just a bit more. Maybe the fit to her chine bone and the way that it comes in between her blades and fits into her upper forerib, just a little rougher transition. But man, is she one sow-bellied, big-legged creature that's got a good hind leg on her in terms of foot and function. Just a little bit longer in her toe, maybe. Her shape of interior foot, maybe not quite as just right on the money as the one that started. Those are minor differences. Just wanted to tell you what I thought split them. The one here in 3, you talk about a big-legged female there. Monster forearm, monster hind leg, but yet can really bend. Maybe as bendable in her hock as any of them. Little higher in her tail head, maybe a little shorter behind her shoulder in terms of her upper forerib shape, maybe caving in just a bit. So just some minor things there, like to stretch her apart and tone her down a little bit in that tail head to blend her together like I had maybe in my class winner. But a very close class from top to bottom.
Results of our July-December class of maintainer heifers. First purple went to AJ Possible of West Toll. Second purple went to Claire DeLater of Arthur County. And receiving also a purple ribbon was Claire Ram of Stewart. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion maintainer heifer. And that first class was exhibited by Michaela Settles of North Bend. And our second class was exhibited by Brayson Miller of Twin River. Third class was Logan Barda of Meade, and out of this last class again was AJ Poshpico of West Holt.
So now we'll have the Grand and Reserve picked in the maintainer heifers. We have Brayson Miller, Michaela Saddles, OJ Barta, and AJ Pospet.
As they're coming around here, we'll start the conversation. And the big heifer that's now leading the parade, if you will, in front, you talk about a heifer that's just built so stout, got incredible feet and foot shape. I know I talk that a lot, but it's tremendously important to me. This is a heifer that I think for her breed, as a maintainer, you want that level of extra power, so she's got her breed identity. And I think that one brings it to the table with the incredible hind leg and joint work and foot. So that's what I like about her. And I think she's probably the freshest heifer out here as well. The little heifer's nice. The heifer in behind her, it's got a gorgeous look, just a little bit straighter off both ends. That last trio was sure fun to sort. and I do love the cowiness of this one. I wish she were maybe just a shade fresher there right in her chest floor. She probably even maybe strides longer than the one up front. I think the one up front, though, probably today is a little fresher and just a little more attractive. We're going to go this direction, young man. We're going to pull your heifer out, and then we'll get the second place back in and take a look at it. Congratulations to you on a super nice maintainer. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do the bump. It's always awkward.
Grand Champion Maintainer was exhibited by Brayson Miller of Twin River FFA.
Hey, that's a great heifer. Nice job to you, buddy. Really like her. The second place heifer is sure good. She's got a good fuzzy hair coat on her, and she's bendable in her hind leg and commendable in her look. She's not quite as just long neck as maybe her frame score suggests, and maybe just a shade in at her hock, but a very good one. I'm going to go back here to the Cowie one. I love this heifer in terms of what she represents from a function standpoint. Young man, you're going to have my reserve champion. If you want to pull her out, congratulations to you.
Reserve Champion Maintainer was exhibited by A.J. Poshpikel of West Holt FFA Chapter. Congratulations to all of our maintainer exhibitors. Next into the arena will be our Red Angus heifers.
Well, that family's having a nice day with the reserve maintainer heifer, and your Brayson Miller was the one that was your champion maintainer. I'm about bored to death up here without Tim. I know what he feels like when he's by himself. I was just trying to entertain a little bit, and it took me for granted now.
Entering the arena now is our Red Angus heifer, first class, January through April birth dates. We have 2 exhibitors in this division.
Starting with the Red Angus heifers, January, April 25s. Be 2 in this class.
All right. As a Red Angus breeder here, I'm excited to see what y'all got. I know I've seen some there in the Showmanship that I thought looked awfully good. I asked this young man what the sire was of this heifer because she's pretty darn intriguing. She's got those perky ears that adds an element of quality. And then, man, you talk about an unreal body cavity, and you step in behind her. I was shocked how big her caboose was. This female here is an absolute powerhouse. She's got an awesome look, a softer ankle perhaps than the one in second. Nice female. The one that we got here in second, this red blood heifer, super good out of her neck, tremendously feminine, level from hooks to pins. One that maybe just a shade off right behind her shoulder. That's a pair of really, really good ones. I like both of those calves very well.
Results of our January-April Red Angus heifers. First purple went to Kyler Plugi of Waverly FFA. Second purple went to Anna Mead of Blue Hill. Next in, we have May-June heifers. We have 2 entries in this class.
So your number 1, first in that class was Kyler Plugi, and second was Anna Mead. Now we have class 2271, and that consists of Hadley Hartman and Katrina Marcel.
All right. Quick sort, but 2 very nice heifers. I really like Hadley's heifer here. I like dark feet, and she's got dark feet, and I like a good rich red. She's got a good color, but more than anything, I like her quality. You know, she's She moves just seamless and effortless when we get them in motion. I like her size and just the match of her body cavity. She's got some true, genuine shape to it, and certainly one that compositionally is right on target. That's a very, very nice Red Angus heifer. The one that we've got here in 2, maybe a little bit plainer in terms of her skin line from her throat latch to her chest. Maybe just a shade rougher in her hip loin or tail head junctions, excuse me. But still a very nice heifer. That's just an awfully good one there in front of you to have to go up against. But I think she's very nice.
Results of our May-June Red Angus heifer class. First purple went to Hadley Hartman of Johnson County. Second purple went to Katerina Miracle of Boone Central. Entering the arena now will be our January, February Red Angus heifers. There should be 3 heifers in this class.
Third class would be January, February 24 models. Anna Mead, Riley Hackey, and Kyler Pluggy. Hadley Hartman was your class winner of class 2271.
All right, we'll leave them in this order. Man, we had a nice class winner in the last class, and then another just absolute water moccasin here. In regards to quality, this is an impressive female. To have that type of center body, to match it with that level of look and femininity and the way everything blends together up front in a non-fragile manner. This female has got some real density about her. I like her blend of that maternal function, but some real genuine cow power. That one there intrigues me quite a bit. She's got awesome feet underneath her in terms of claw shape. Really, really impressive, well presented. The one we've got here in second, this young lady, I like her showmanship. I did earlier, and she does such a nice job commanding a very arrogant look out of her cattle. Look at the neck and the way that ties into the blade of that animal. The way she postures on her hind legs standing here, really good. She kind of fits inside the one in front of you, and so she ends up second, but I love her quality. I do think that's a very, very nice female. The heifer I've got down here in 3, the Freeze-branded heifer, one that's broody and still very long-hipped, one that's stout-headed. She's a little fatter chested. I'd pill her back just a shade in terms of her composition, just to really freshen her balance up more than anything. I don't think she's overdone necessarily in terms of any problems in her udder or in terms of calving, but that's a female that, just ran into 2 very, very good ones here in this particular go.
Results of our January, February Red Angus heifers. First purple went to Kyler Plugi of Waverly. Second purple went to Anna Mead of Blue Hill. And receiving a blue ribbon was Riley Hack of Wilbur Claytonia. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion Red Angus heifer. Coming out of that first class, that was exhibited by Kyler Plugi of Waverly. Out of our second class, it was exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Johnson County. And out of this last class again was also Kyler Plugi of Waverly FFA.
Okay, so this will be your champion reserve Red Angus heifers. Be 3 individuals.
Well, we've gotten ourselves into a couple breeds. This one and the Limmies where, we didn't have a lot of inventory, but all of a sudden things got real. We cooked the temperature up, and we bring in some cattle that are tremendously good and nationally elite, no matter what state you're in. We got that situation here, which is an awful lot of fun. We'll start on the reverse end here. The little calf that was, now I come to find out is an HD, is her sire. I know I'm not looking at her as much because she's probably so proud in her front end. She's pitched forward just a shade in her shoulder and knee. But you talk about an animal. This one right here from behind is wild in a good way. And then got a hind leg to go with a wild rear end in top shape. That really intrigues me. I would love to own her for sure. The heifer that we've got in the middle of the lineup, one that I've already bragged at length on. She's got really good feet. She's got a nice just proportionality about her from the side. Everything just kind of fits together in a very sensible way. She's not maybe wild anywhere, but she's just very practical. She's a female that, when you get in behind her, you could maybe intensify her power just a shade. Not so much down her top or through her hip, but maybe just a little bit more through the seam of her twist. That's being very picky. She's just very sensible, right? You want cattle that are mistake-free. She's very mistake-free, but yet still very progressive. Well, then we came in with the January, and mind you, the one I just talked was a May. This January heifer, hey, go ahead and wheel her around and put her back again where she's on the side. Hey, bud, go ahead and wheel her around and put her back. This effort, a big January, really a bear. I mean, you talk about one that is so incredible through her center skeleton in terms of just not just depth, but real shape. And I know she's full, and obviously we get them full here in the ring, but just a tremendously round rib cage in that heifer to not be very fat. I love the composition of this one. When you get it behind her and study her through her hip and down to the base of her stifle, I will tell you that I think that heifer is, towards the top percent of the population for her level. She's tremendously broody. Just a good cow size. Looks kind of low maintenance, but yet she balances well. I like the flow to the edge of her scapula there, and just a nice, sensible size. And she gets her head up. I mean, she proportions out. Do a nice job highlighting her look. That's a very, very good shorthorn female from a function standpoint.
Okay, well, Ken had to leave for a little bit and go get a heifer ready. And we're starting the shorthorns. I think he got her done. Kyler Plugi was grand in the Red Angus, if you missed that, and Hadley Hartman was reserve grand. That was our first class of shorthorns. Okay, we got the March Aprils in the ring now. Caitlin Bruins, last class from St. Paul FFA. We've got William Podolak, Lacey Podolak, Amelia Johnson, Austin Nunn, Luke Bellina, and Sarah Allard in this class. This is March and April born purebred shorthorns. Again, if you joined us late, our judge for today is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech. And we are working, we've got 2 more little classes of shorthorns, and then we'll have the champion drive. This class will take him just a minute. We've got a pretty wide variety of kinds and sizes, and quite a bit of age stretch from the very 1st of March to the very end of April.
All right. Well, a good shorthorn class. I thought an easy class winner, not to disrespect any of the rest of the cattle, but I just thought she surfaced because of the surface. She's such a good heifer at the ground, just super flexible, mobile in motion, and takes to the lead just with the most ease and go. She's still good looking. I mean, she's really nice up to her neck. She's got some length to her hip. Maybe could see her just a little bolder into her forerib, but a nice entry here to start. We move into 2, and this is a heifer that you could tidy her up in her chest and back to her flank. But I thought personally when we had him in motion, this was the next heifer in terms of function, in terms of how she operates and bends in her blade and knee, how she goes from behind and goes actions at hock. I think just a bit more pliability. There's a cowier one right behind her. That's a bigger rib female, probably thicker ended and bigger top. Just a female that gets a little off the mark in her structure off her rear leg, young lady. I'd like to see her just have a little bit more angle there to be more comfortable with her. The next heifer, another one again, and I probably would say the same thing about each of their hind legs from this point forward in the class. Like to change them up there. This heifer wants to bring her neck a little lower out of her shoulder because it's a little bit steeper, but I like the body in that female. The next heifer, one that's got a good look, maybe just a little more tucked up in her flank. And then the one that we close with, she just gets a little disoriented in terms of getting up in her spine and dropping her pin set and maybe raising her belly line relative to her chest floor down there. But nice class of Shorthorns, very good when they're on top.
Results of March April class. Receiving first purple was Sarah Allard of Sydney FFA. Receiving second place was Austin Nunn of Fillmore Central. Receiving blues today were William Pudlock of Aquinas Catholic, Lacey Pudlock of Aquinas Catholic, Amelia Johnson of Palmyra, Austin Nunn, as well as Luke Bellina of Howells Dodge. Entering the arena now is January, February, one heifer in this class.
Well, good-looking heifer here. She's up fronted, dead level from blade to tail head, and just a box from behind, and really round-bodied. She's a shot tighter there in her hock, but again, we're in this population. I think at the ground for her softness of ankle, very, very good. A nice entry. We'll see how she looks here in a second.
Receiving a purple ribbon was Caitlin Bruss of St. Paul FFA chapter. Last into the arena here is our July-December. This heifer's age is December. There is one entry in this class.
She moves in here at turtle speed here. She's not breaking any world records, but she is one that is moderate in her size, got some bone to her as I see it, maybe just a little bit stilty there. In her shoulder design. She meets her front stride. She just does it a little more up underneath herself, but very square from hooks to pins. Congratulations. We'll fit her into the lineup now at this moment. Good job.
Receiving a purple ribbon was Becca Pudlock of Aquinas Catholic FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn heifer. Coming back out of that first class was Caitlin Bruss of St. Paul FFA. Out of our second class, Sarah Allred of Sydney. Out of our third class, Caitlin Bruce of St. Paul. And out of that last class again was Becca Pudlock of Aquinas Catholic.
All right, well, as we're coming around the first heifer, now, or, maybe not the youngest, but the first heifer there, one of the ones in my mind that it's competitive between, like her ankle and foot, maybe change her hock, like her beauty in terms of balance and lines. The heifer that's third in the lineup, the Strawberry Roan white-bellied heifer, love her broodiness. She shifts forward just a little bit in terms of her chest relative to maybe where her flank sits. Maybe you could just tone her back a little bit condition-wise. The red heifer with white in her underline here, or back in her udder, I thought probably the absolute best in terms of the way she mechanics out of her hip and hind leg structure. She's got the most bend built in there. She's got a good curvature to her knee and front feet. She's a little empty right behind her shoulder, but from a skeletal standpoint, as good as any. The one behind that one, this red-shouldered roan heifer, this is a female that just really powerful, really wide open in her skeleton and round in the way she ties together her rib cage, and yet effortless in the way that it seams into the edge of her shoulder. So I like that heifer a great deal from a cow power standpoint. She too is maybe a little chubby in her chest. Maybe could bend her hock just a touch better, but that's a very nice one. Heifer on the end's very strong. A heifer that has some bone to her, just could be a little fresher around her tail head. So how do we do them? Well, I like the heifer that moves the best. Young lady, if you could bring your red, white-uddered heifer out, she's going to be my champion choice. You can just set her there because there's not enough room up here. But the second place in that class, I think, good moving. Maybe just a little less ideal in terms of her balance. I like the red-necked roan heifer here to be my reserve champion if this young lady could pull her out. Congratulations.
Okay, our champion goes to Sarah Allard from Sydney, Nebraska FFA. And reserve goes to Caitlin Bruce from St. Paul. Congratulations to them. Up now is the Shorthorn Plus division. Looks like we've got 4 in our first class. You know, and I've been going to talk a little bit about these FFA people that have been really doing the work. We got Ryan Hasselbrooks, the FFA superintendent, and he's really taken this thing since he's taken it on. I mean, the whole Hasselbrook family, Bruce, his brother, and his wife Tracy. Bruce's wife Tracy, I mean to say, is the assistant beef superintendent, and those guys have really done a great job. Just a great job with the keeping this show rolling and getting it going. And you know, the numbers have come up a long way, and there's a lot to be said for the job the Hasselbrook family's done. And Katie Alexander has also helped a lot. She's an assistant. And then we got some great ringman today. We got Brent Nelms, Ryan Carlson, Caitlin Colson, and of course the main ringman, as Dr. Rathman would refer to him as, the main ringman, Blake Hasselbrook, which would be Tracy's son, Tracy and Bruce's. But, and I'll say it again, but they've got a really good set. So Shorthorn Plus, we've got Kinsley White, Connor Pites, Michaela Settles, and Augustus Hipke.
All right, we have some in the juvenile halter breaking stages. This little black and white heifer doesn't have a lot of hair, and she sure slings her tail around. But once she gets broke, I think we'll find a heifer. Y'all can bring them on over here in the order I placed them, guys. Bring the white heifer right behind her. You're going to find a heifer that I think's expressive and long, and and elegant in terms of her look. I don't know if she's ever going to be big-haired. I think she's got good feet. She wants to snap her ankle just a bit. But I thought a nice class winner that's got a kind of a late maturing look, only going to get better. I'll follow with another purple ribbon here with our blue-nosed, blue-eared female that's just really got a nice look about her. She's very fuzzy. She's a little shorter hipped. I'd like to lengthen her hip just a bit. I see maybe just a little bit more length and stretch and shape of muscularity in behind him in the heifer that I started. Then we'll come to 2 blue heifers in terms of blue ribbons. This is a nice blue roan. She's a little, maybe a little bit off in terms of how she cranks her tail head up and lays it into her spine. And just needs time to belly down, but I think she's got a good shape about her. No doubt this one's the skinny one. She's got a gorgeous neck. Right now it's a little hard to, I think, justify her movement up the line. But in time, certainly see the presence, the quality. If she can fill out there in her flank and just match it good enough in terms of her hip and hind leg, then that heifer could move right up in this particular class.
Results of our first Shorthorn Plus heifer class. Receiving first purple was Michaela Settles of North Bend. Second purple went to Kinsley White of Nebraska Ag Academy. Receiving blue ribbons were Connor Pates of Waverly FFA, as well as Augustus Hipke of Stewart. Next into the arena is March-April Shorthorn Plus heifers. There should be 4 heifers in this class.
This is always an interesting breed, kind of like geese. You get just a little bit, all sorts of kinds and kinds of different ones, depending on what you want to tie to. If you joined us late, our judge this afternoon is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech. We are now currently on Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. These heifers range in age from March 10th to April 22nd. We've got Claire, Crystal, Aislinn Cook, Bianca Wood, and Amelia Johnson. Winning that last class was Michaela Settles from North Brand. Second goes to Kinsley White. Augustus Hipke's third, and Connor Pays is fourth.
All right, the female that starts this really cool blue roan. This female's got an intriguing color about her. What I like about her is her balance, her top line, the matched her underline. Her chest is fresh and her blade's fresh. She's got a nice presence up through her front end. The only question mark I have on her young lady is just the reach and range of motion she's got in her hind leg. I think she sets down on good feet and ankles, and so I'm going to look past that because I think she puts herself together definitely the best. The black heifer with the white underline, maybe a little out of sorts, young lady, out of her hip. She wants to just lower her pin bone. She wants to get maybe underneath the hair a little bit tucked up in terms of her heart and back into her flank, but certainly one that I admire quite a bit in terms of composition. Like the one in front of you, she's very fresh, and I love the roll and turn to her cage, and she looks like she's got some real dimension there. So if I could just correct her up a little bit out of her hip, then I could certainly start that heifer. If you like the Cowie one here, I don't argue. This one's got the most rib and capacity to her. I'd like to maybe, young lady, pull the reins back on her just a touch in terms of her condition. She's starting to pack it on a little bit in the interior and front side of her shoulder, and I think it's subtracting from her look of extension up there, and she wants to get a little up in terms of her feet. This heifer at the end, to be truthful with you, I think if we get her clipped down just a little tighter in terms of her neckline, that heifer there could rise up. She's got some annoying swelling there on her right hock, but truthfully, I don't think she moves as bad as that swelling would suggest. So I don't know if that was an injury or whatnot, but a female that I think all in all doesn't move bad, and she's moderate in her size and got some shape to her rib cage and some muscularity from behind.
Okay, winning that class is Bianca Wood. Second goes to Claire Crystal. Third to Amelia Johnson, and fourth to Ashlyn Cook. Now we've got a couple single entry classes. Coming in now is Josie Wilson from the Hershey FFA chapter.
All right, this February black heifer, big rib, sound, and functional at the surface. A cow kind in regards to those traits. She rolls a little more out of her hip, which straighten her up just a bit there, but certainly like her function. Congratulations.
Receiving a purple ribbon was Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA. Next into the arena, one entry, born in October. Our last class here of Shorthorn Plus heifers.
Here in our last class, the Baldy, big in her frame and long-bodied, lots of performance here. One that's just a little longer in her toes. Maybe could organize just a little fresher through the floor of her sternum and chest and be a little square in her hip. But all in all, this is a female that's got a lot of rib cage to her and very strong there out of the backside of her shoulder. I like the shape she turns with in that area of her body, very stout-headed. So she'll make a nice addition here to our lineup.
Receiving a purple ribbon was Austin Avery of the Creighton FFA chapter. We'll now be doing our final drive here for our Shorthorn Plus heifers. Coming out of that first class, receiving first purple was Michaela Settles of North Bend. Out of our second class, that was exhibited by Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County. Third was Josie Wilson of Hershey. And our last class again was Austin Avery of the Creighton FFA chapter.
All right, we get into our plus drive here, and again, we got this kind of stubborn, little slick-haired heifer up front, but when that little gal fills out and has time to expand and maybe hair up a little bit in her lower legs, I think you're going to really like that heifer. She's got a nice design. The Blue Roan, a good-looking female, good ankle, just could use a little more bend to that hock. Then we move into a black heifer that probably outmoves them all. And then the Baldy heifer that's got a lot of length and stretch and performance. For me, I like the black heifer to win. I think her functionality trumps the field. Congratulations to you. And then we're going to follow with the good-looking Blue Roan right there, be reserve champion.
Who was grand champion there? Josie Wilson?
Champion was exhibited by Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA. Reserve champion was exhibited by Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County.
And I've had several people ask, there's times that he's rolling pretty fast, but, it's getting to be, 5:30 out here, and I think the cattle are going to start getting tired, and the judge got to get tired sooner or later. We got a ways to go. We've got all of the Simmentals, highs and lows to do, and I'm sure a good page or two of commercials.
This Baldy here, she's got a good pop to her stifle here from the side and a good belly to her for a young little heifer calf. that's not going to be a problem in terms of her depth of heart and back to her rear rib. And she's got a good level of comfort. She maybe moves a little extra set to her hind leg here as I appraise it. But, man, she pulls herself together here with a nice class-winning look. So congratulations to you, young lady, on a good start to our Simmental show.
Receiving first purple was Carly Burak of Howells Dodge FFA. Next into the arena is our September-October. We have 2 heifers in this class.
Grant Miller coming in and Seth Myring. With fall heifers, we got a heifer leading us in October. I think Judge Rathman's going to keep her in high gear.
We're going to go ahead and leave them in this order. This black heifer that's a little softer haired is just one that I really love when she comes to the gate right there, structurally speaking. She's built with some longevity. She's built also in a very elegant way up through her neck and head, and the strength and length of her spine to tie all that together the way she does, very impressive. And so she does a nice job starting things off. The heifer that's second here, not that I don't like that heifer. This heifer is very expressive. I like her pin set. She mirrors my class winner in regards to her neck and head and the quality and ladylike feature that she's got up there. She just kind of gets a little swallowed up by that heifer today. Not quite as much performance, not quite as much substance, but 2 heifers that are a lot alike in terms of quality.
Okay, that's Seth Myring from Alliance FFA with the champion, with the first place winner, and second Grant Miller. Okay, coming in now, we should be to the early springs in our purebred Simmental heifers, May and June. Should have 3 entries, Cade Croker, Seth Myring again, and Vincent Melander. You know, Judge Rathman's been trying to kind of play catch up when he can and run through some of them pretty quick when he can get by with it. But, you know, he's really given the time. Like here, he found 3 darn good ones here, and this is a very tough class, and rightfully so, giving them the time they're due, or their due time. Okay, so in the lead we got Cade Croker from Perkins County with a June Baldy. We got Seth Myring from Alliance with a May, and Vincent Melander also with a May.
All right, I'm going to start Vincent's heifer here. This is a very tight placing. I could see this going a number of different directions. This female, I'll tell you what I prefer about her. I know she's kind of at a glance slicker haired, and the one and she's fit nicely, but the one in second is just fit to the nine. So the instant impression that you get is maybe a little different than the way I align these two. But what I like is I think she naturally just stands the way she's put together to her front structure a little bit truer, just in terms of the bend of her front feet, the lay to her knee, the slope to her shoulder. We get them in motion. I probably still prefer her in terms of hock motion. I wouldn't say she's perfect there, but I still probably prefer her collectively. She's a little lower in her pin set. She's by no means a powerhouse, but she's glass smooth in regards to rib cage to shoulder and then up through her neck and head. This heifer in second, again, just instant impression, a little sourier bellied in terms of that outward turn, and she's a little bit wider. I get a little off here in terms of the read to her structural build, the way she kind of maybe opens up a little bit in her blade. Part of that's because she's a little fatter in her chest. If we could lean the interior of her chest floor up, she might be just a little better there. And then from behind, I'd like to see that heifer just get out and go just a little better. She wants to be a little tight. Surprisingly, the heifer that we've got down here in 3, this heifer is one that I would say standing there reads a little steeper in terms of her hock angle. She may grab her stride better than any of them, but partially because she gets a little bit underneath herself. I do like how square she is from behind. She's big down her top, got plenty of spread through her center body cavity, just a little fatter in her chest, a little lower fronted, maybe doesn't balance with the same level of look and presence as the top two. That's why I put her in 3rd, but certainly one that's got parts about her I love as much as any of them.
Results of our May-June 2024. First purple went to Vincent Malotter of Boone Central. Second purple went to Cade Croker of Perkins County. And third purple went to Seth Myring of Alliance FFA. Next into the arena is March 2024 Simmental heifers. We should have 5 heifers in this class.
So that class had 2 far western cattle. Those 3 really good heifers. Vincent Melander's heifer 1, he's from Boone Central in Albion right down the road. Then the next 2 are from Alliance and Perkins County FFA. That's clear on the western end of the state. So they come a ways to show, and I kind of thought they brought their A game. Now we got Grant Miller in the April class here. We got Grant Miller, Jaylee Haggerty, Kenley Fatig, Meredith Ruda, and Claire Christholm. April purebred Simmental heifers.
And the arena now is April 2024 Simmental heifers.
Well, this is an interesting class. We maybe not our best performance in terms of how we came in and got set up and organized, but this is an interesting one from heifer to heifer here. There's parts and pieces I absolutely love about each one of them. I'm gonna not lie and tell you there's also parts and pieces about each one of them I'd sure like to upgrade. So it makes for an interesting line of logic. The heifer that is fit up very nicely up here, the blaze face heifer, when we're just standing the cattle still, I have no doubt this is the one I like. She is just really cool to her neck. She's cool in her chest and fresh there. Comes back into her line's awesome. She's got some real wrap and turn to her stifle, and I think she's adequate in her structural angles. When we get her in motion, she wants to roll up in her spine and just get a little bit tighter below. But collectively, I still thought she was too dominant standing, and there wasn't necessarily a kitty cat anywhere else in the lineup, so she remains at the top. The heifer that we've got in 2, if we're going to talk cow from blade back, she's COW. This female up front, though, is a little plainer. She's just a little peculiar in the way that she lays her hind leg to the land, and so she ends up second. This young man coming next got a real up-fronted one. There's parts and pieces of her neck set, maybe the size of her arm and her bone, and the way that she maybe has angle built into her hock standing there that I gravitate towards. Where I get a little bit of a reservation is she's a touch tight in her heart relative to sinking out in her chest. She's maybe just a little bit empty in terms of just maybe the mass of her rear rib and flank, the total mass and length of her hip, and maybe through the center of her twist versus maybe some of the ones around her. The next young lady, I love your showmanship again. Another great job. This young lady has got one that I do like there in terms of being smooth, sensibly sized. She's a little bit plainer maybe in terms of just her neck and chest, and that shouldn't matter much in the big scheme of things from a cow standpoint, but maybe just a little off there relative to how she balances from her navel back. She rises just a little in motion, a little frailer or smaller in the diameter of her rear ankle, just a combination of very little things. You could organize that heifer a variety of spaces in this particular class, and you probably wouldn't see much pushback on my part. I thought it was an interesting group. The blaze face heifer next, Birdie and moderate, just a little fatter compositionally. I hate to be negative on that on some cattle, but nowadays it seems like you just can't feed them much because their shoulders got to remain lean and clean enough to have enough presence here, and that just really kind of detracts from that area of her body and how she communicates her total organization and skeletal quality here from the side.
Results of our April 2024 Simmental heifer class. First purple went to Claire Crystal of Summerland FFA. Second purple to Meredith Ruda of Logan View. Receiving third purple was Grant Miller of Ashland Greenwood FFA. Receiving blue ribbons was Jaylee Haggerty of St. Paul and Kenley Fettig of Brady FFA. Now entering the arena is our March 2024 Simmental heifers. We should have 5 heifers in this class.
Okay, in our March heifers, we've got Tanner Hansen, Joshua Martinson, Whitley Rutt, Logan Schmidt, and Kalen Choate. Winning that last class, Claire Crystal, that heifer showed in the open show. I do know she's a new California daughter that Nicole Nichols showed in the open show. And I know she won her division. I think that summer calf division. I don't have all my list of what everything was. And then the one that won the class before of Vincent Melander's was a Change is Coming. Out of Boyer Tammy, which is probably one of the more dominant cows in the breed. Okay, we're going to start to pull Caitlin Choate from Boone Central, I believe. Real pretty red baldy coming in here first.
It's a good group, but again, kind of like what I said a class ago, lots of parts and pieces that have immense breeding value. Maybe just a few things around the corners you'd like to tidy up to bring that completeness together. But I do like this red blaze face heifer an awful lot. Standing again, just up-fronted and long neck. Really got an incredible rib cage built into her. I know I talked about that a lot, but I'm not a big fan of teardrop rib cages. I want some real turn. That female right there has got a real turn to it and plenty of muscularity from behind to maintain her breed identity. I'd move her just a little differently when we get her in motion, but again, there's not exactly, this isn't a Cadillac lineup in terms of just how they move. So I think she does it well enough to go ahead and start. The black blaze face heifer we got here in 2. Maybe a little flatter versus the one that starts as one of the differences that I saw and prioritize. Maybe her tail head fit, maybe into her pin set there is maybe just a little more awkward, but a nice female. She certainly silhouettes very smoothly from the side. Got a good maternal look about her. The cherry red heifer, big-legged female. She's super chunky from her blade back, just a little chunkier in her chest as well. Like to tie that back just a bit. The blaze face heifer, moderate and deep, maybe just a little bit flatter in the projections or upper rib relative to the length of her shoulder and chest. This is a stout husky gal that closes the class. She just does a little bit more of the semi-shuffle from behind. Like to tidy that up and see her go just a little differently. Maybe just see her a little more maternal about her tail head and her udder.
Results of our March class. Receiving first purple was Caitlin Choate of Boone Central FFA. Second purple went to Tanner Hansen of Laurel Concord FFA. Receiving blues were Joshua Martinson of Humphrey, Whitley Rutt of Arthur County, and Logan Schmidt of Deschler FFA.
All right, and that first place winner, Caitlin Choate, came from. She's a next level out of a relentless cow. She came from Christo Cattle up in Albion. Christos are having their sale coming up here first part of October, I believe the 7th or 8th, somewhere in there. They've had a good week in the open show and in the feeder show. My buddy Kent Schlake was here before. I was going to give him a shout out when he was here, and then he had to go dress a heifer. And he puts on a feeder calf show in the middle of the week, and just had a tremendous turnout. They had 103 head of heifers and steers at that thing, and man, and it paid like a slot machine. Both heifers and steers, feeder steers and heifers paid 1,000 to win, down to I think 100 Blakes for 8th place, and all that in between. They paid back $6,200 and still had $1,500 to kick back to the state fair for judges and expenses. So Kent was going to say, and he just texted me and forgot about it, but he has a lot of sponsors and a lot of friends, and really a shout out to them. And that was a really great show, kind of in the middle of the week. It was really fun. It's always a great thing to watch, and this was actually his 20th annual.
Well, a good set of 4. I like this solid black heifer. She's got some big legs from behind and big feet. And I think collectively moves a little softer in conjunction with having a little more size and diameter down there. She got a little bit of chest, but she certainly got enough power from behind to make it proportion out. She wants to dip just a touch in her loin. Not a big deal. I think the basic function of her skeleton is good. The blaze face heifer, probably thinner necked. She's another purple heifer. We'll have 2 purples and 2 blues here. This is one that is real round-bodied, real expressively muscled. Once I get a touch upright in terms of the use of her rear ankle and foot doesn't maybe lay quite as level from hooks to pins relative to her tail head. The Baldy heifer, I do like her front 1/3, very, very good. Very smooth made female here from the side. She wanted to get a little cattywonker in her loin, just kind of get a little high spine, maybe not quite as convicted in the way she pushes off of her rear two. The big black heifer back here got plenty of performance. They just need to pull the reins back just a touch from a condition standpoint.
Winning that class is Chloe Rains from Wilbur Claytonia. Second goes to Wyatt Geiger. Third, Sydney Mittling. And fourth to Rachel Martinson. Now, for whatever reason, that was the Januaries. And it looks to me like our Februaries are going to come in now.
Results of our January class, receiving first purple was Chloe Rains of Wilbur Claytonia. Second purple went to Wyatt Giger of Red Club. Receiving blue ribbons were Sydney Mittling of Bay Central and Rachel Arnson of Humphrey.
So following this class, we got about an 8-head class. Following this class, we will have the champion purebred Simmental heifer, and I'm sure move right into the foundations. Again, we saw the Januaries, and now we're in the Februaries. We got one set out of line for whatever reason. I'm going to guess this class is going to take him just a minute. Again, evaluating for us, we're fortunate to have Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech. Ryan and his wife Kayla are both tenured professors at Texas Tech. Ryan leads the livestock judging team there. He's interested in a little history. They said that in 100 years of history of coaching livestock, he's the winningest all-time coach, winning 3 national champions when he was at Texas A&M, 4 since he's been at Texas Tech, and also coached 4 national champion meat judging team, I believe the last 4 years in a row at Tech. Ryan is a tremendous evaluator of cattle and judged in, I believe, over 40 states. And I don't know, he said he's done some internationally. I don't know where all he's been, but you know, he's judged most of the major state fairs in the country, both steers and females. Been up last year. He's probably, I'm going to say in the last 2 or 3 years, he's probably been one of the more popular judges to get out, judging over 400 shows in his lifetime, both local, state, and national level. Really a leader in his field, and really positive, upbeat gentleman, and really a pleasure to listen to and be around. Very good teacher and a very good coach. So we sure want to give a shout out to him we're lucky to have him spending his time here. Okay, start making his selections in the January class. That is Carson Borgman from the East Butler FFA pulling in first. don't have the right back number, but I believe coming in second is Eva Brown. At this point, just pulled in. Meredith Ruda pulling in third. Julianne Melander pulling in fourth.
All right, nice lineup up and down. Maybe I think this is the last class here before we jump into our champion drive. The one that starts here, a shot more performance or size, if you will, in the one in second. That's not really the difference. It's just noticeable at a glance. And she is so big rib and good in the turn and shape to her cage, and really good and true in terms of her muscularity. I like that heifer well in terms of balance. She's a touch lower in her pin set, but her tail head fits up there where it kind of offsets it just a touch. And then just the flow to her shoulder and the link to her neck, I think just comes together with the most, with just the strongest balance. Her bone to upper body mass matches good. Again, in motion, plenty adequate, but maybe not, just 100, but plenty adequate. The heifer I've got here in second, one that I may actually like a little bit better in terms of maybe bend at times, but then other times she wants to get a little flatter footed and a little bit knuckled in her ankle. I like the moderation and the big topped and barrel rib cage she's got in her. I think a nice balance heifer. There's some giants right in behind her. I don't necessarily like them this big. The big black heifer there, just big legged, big armed heifer. She wants to get just a little bit steeper in the angle to that hock. I'd like to free that female up, given her size and weight that she carries. This heifer is kind of cool up to her neck and head. Back to her tail head, she's got a little bit coarser lay and feature to it. I change up her rear feet. They want to get a little cattywonker in terms of just evenness of toe and claw shape back there. The black heifer here, one as well, wants to get just a little curled up on her rear ankle, maybe not just flex it down quite like I'd like to see, but a really stout made one. And then a pair of nice black heifers here that just get a little hammer-legged from behind. I like to free them both up just a bit. I like the symmetry of your heifer real well, young lady. Do a very nice job showing her. Very strong in her top, as well as the heifer here that concludes the class. Just a little bit off there from behind.
Results of our February class. First purple went to Carson Borgman of East Butler FFA. Second purple to Eva Brown of Kearney FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons, Meredith Ruda of Logan View, Julianne Melander of Boone Central. Receiving blue ribbons were Brayton Blank of Wilcox Heedrith, Charlie Spitz of Shelby Rising, and Alyssa Wolf of Lakeview. Now entering the arena, we're going to be selecting our champion and reserve champion Simmental heifers. Out of that first class, that heifer's exhibited by Carly Burrock. Out of our second class, September-October, it's exhibited by Seth Myring. Out of our third class, that exhibited was by Vincent Molader. Out of our April class was exhibited by Claire Crissell. Out of our March class was exhibited by Caitlin Choate. Out of our January class, exhibited by Chloe Rains. And out of that last class again was Carson Borgman of East Butler.
keep thinking Judge Rathman's going to talk, and then he doesn't. He's still having a little trouble deciding which way he wants to go. If I can get through them from...
All right, well, we'll move forward here in the Simmental breed. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Simmental exhibitors here. Good inventory. It was a great show. I don't know that it's crystal clear. I personally think there's a lot of things you can sit here and go back and forth on and debate. I think the nature of the landscape here this evening was that you just had a lot of really nice design cattle here from the side from a balance and presence perspective. Maybe each one of them changed just subtly from a structure perspective. And so to me, that's what makes the situation a little more fluid in terms of how you want to lay your priorities or what you want to give and take on to land with some type of solution. So, for me, I guess I'll just spotlight them. I'm not going to talk much here. The black heifer is one that I'm sure looking at. I think her presence for a September, her freshness of composition, I think her hip and hind leg are as good as any. She's going to have to belly down just a little bit, but she is a September. The heifer that Vincent's got that he's nudging up on her neck, the strip face heifer, the snip nose heifer, I should say, do like her silhouette. She's a little softer. I love her, the beauty out there, her neck and head. Once they get just a little plainer there in her pin set, maybe could just pick her hind leg up a little more convicted. This is another good heifer. Just got a little bit tight in her spine. The red heifer is good. Just gets a little wide open up front. The young lady's black heifer, really moderate, thick-ended, just a little bit shorter-legged in terms of her front leg length relative to her chest. And then the last heifer, silhouette's a lot like Vincent's heifer up there, and they're not too different in size. They're not too different in age either, but this heifer's got a good balanced look from the side, rolled up in her top, just a little rounder in her pin bone. I'd like to see her have a bit more angle there built into the floor of her real rear foot and heel there. But, it's a good group. I wouldn't argue too much depending on what your priorities are. My attention is probably a little bit more here towards a couple of these options at the front of the lineup. Young man, I like your black September heifer to be my champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause. A beautiful heifer here from the side. I'm going to bet on her future because I sure like her design. Congratulations to you.
Grand Champion Simmental heifer is exhibited by Seth Meyering of Alliance FFA.
That heifer that comes in behind that one, a nice silhouette to that one. She's a little bit tighter in terms of her motion, fit up very, very nicely. I think she's got a gorgeous look to her. Vincent, I like your heifer to be the reserve champion. If y'all give him in the background, he's circling around right now. Great contest here in our Simmental show. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
And our reserve champion is Vincent Melander of Boone Central.
Okay, well, I guess he told them. We got the up next, I'm pretty sure. Okay, we got Foundation Simmentals next. We should have 6 head of these heifers coming in now, born from January. We should have all the springborns coming in here at once. We got 1 January, 1 February, 3 Marches, and an April. Again, congratulations to Seth Meyering from the Alliance chapter for having the champion Simmental heifer in reserve. Congratulations go to Vincent Melander from Boone Central. I know the reserve heifer was a change is coming. Working on what Seth's heifer is as we speak it, but Meyering really did a great job presenting that one. As he said, that one was absolutely fit to the nines.
This first class is January through April birthday, so we have 6 heifers in this class.
Okay, so we've got all of the calves together. which makes sense. Okay, the heifer that won the purebred Simmental heifers. Heifer for Seth Meiring was BF BC2 TLF Selena 107M, sired by SO Remedy 7F. So she's a remedy out of Selena, which is a Foresight daughter. Goes back to the great HS Serena cow family. So pretty royally bred. Royally bred female. The Serena cow that one traces back to is the heifer that's one of the leaders in the United States for registrations and performance, and cattle have done good for Trenopole Farms and Osborne Cattle, but Trenopoles especially.
This little black heifer is kind of throwing a fit now, waving her tail around like a hornet's nest, but she's one that I thought had a really elegant look for a nice little young heifer calf. Just a beauty she's got here from the side, the way everything fits together in her neck and her belly depth, and then feet and leg structure-wise, I thought real solid. As she starts to chill out and just relax, I think you're going to find a heifer there that's highly, highly competitive. I think that's a good percentage female. I like this Blazeface heifer a great deal, young man. She's more behaved, so I certainly like that. But she's got a good feminine head to her. The way she carries back down her top line, very, very correct in terms of strength from shoulder to tail head. She is one that maybe gets a bit outmatched versus that one right now, bone and belly-wise, but I think she's going to be right there with her from a skeletal design standpoint. The black heifer coming next, she's not far off those. She's certainly one that's going to be a touch later maturing in terms of just how she develops. She's got some length, some stretch, and some altitude there. She's maybe not quite as attractive in the way that she's maybe bends her hind leg, but she meets her stride and she's deep in her heel and balance as well and got a good shape. The red heifer, one that's a touch coarser in her tail head, maybe a little bit tighter in her forerib right now, but she's just skinny. She needs to just get some condition on her where she can blend together right there. She's got just as much look and presence as any. The little black heifer here at the end as well just needs more time here to get comfortable with the ring. Right now, she's kind of the little peanut in here, but I do like her quality. She's really nice to her neck, really good in her head, and very square out to her hip.
Results of our January through April Simmental heifer class. First purple went to Chloe Rains of Wilbur Claytonia. Second purple went to Brody Rains of Wilbur Claytonia. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Trevin Setlek of Loop City. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1 of our Simmental heifers was Caitlin Grease of Sutton FFA, as well as Connor Borick of Howells Dodge. Next into the arena, September, October, 1 heifer in this class.
One heifer here, and so, a nice heifer that's very shapely. I don't know if she's the widest base, but if you look at the shape to her stifle and her pin set and down her top, she's got a good definition to her. This female, one that right now from the side just has a good level of stretch and extension and a stout head on her. I'd like to put her together just a shot stronger right behind her shoulder, maybe bring her pin set up just a hair.
Receiving a purple ribbon in our September-October division was Matea Roberts of Maywood FFA. Next into the arena is May-June, 1 entry in this class.
Big heifer here is huge-footed, very big bone. yet still pretty clean and honest in her joint work there. And the way that she moves it forward, big hip, long-sided, maybe as long a bodied a heifer as we've seen. Just very, very stout in terms of her skeleton. I like her combination of power and function good. I just bring her hip height down and make her a touch more moderate.
Receiving the purple ribbon was Jamie Gitlin of Chase County. Next into the arena is March April. There will be 6 heifers in this class.
In the ring now in our Foundation Female Show, we've got our March heifer calf, March yearling heifer class. Matea Roberts, Caitlin Grice, Hayden Schroeder, Briggs Krause, Brock Lawrenson, and Adrienne Stoltenberg.
Really like this class well. This is a good set of cattle, and you know, I think as we separate those on the top, for me in motion, this was the heifer that platformed with more comfort. I thought the other one maybe here in second, as much as I love her, her freshness of composition, the way that rib cage is laid into her. She maybe wants to get just a little bit tighter, a little more sluggish or awkward, however you want to describe it. And so I like this heifer down at the land. Just her general comfort is where I see the main difference. Now, she's a little thicker there at the base of her cheek. That doesn't really bother me too much, but that's a really big rib, just functional, practical female. Maybe got her a little full. She's getting a little up right there through her center spine. This one pinches down in her loin just a bit, but is fresher. If you want to go with her freshness of front 1/3, I could see it. For me, she just shuffles a little bit more than this guy would like to see from behind. The heifer I've got down here in 3, we talked about how cute this one was in Showmanship. She is so long neck and got that real petite head on her. Don't mind her too much from a structure standpoint. She doesn't meet her front track, but she doesn't come miss it by much. And she's really level from hooks to pins, very square made, a very high quality type livestock. I like that heifer a great deal. The red heifer, I like the big hind legs she's got in her. She is just an absolute engine in terms of how much substance and power and rib and in a stout look and powerful in her kind she is. Just a little extra dewlap and chest. Maybe not quite as feminine in the way that she chisels out from the side in terms of her silhouette or her hip-loin junction in motion, but a nice one. This is another nice female here. It's real hairy and kind of got a foxy look, but she's got a little more chest, a little frailer there in terms of her foot size, wanting to dance around now, but another good animal. The heifer we closed with, a little slicker haired, but this is a smooth made female, very sensibly sized. I think there's a lot of balance in this one. Just gets a bit out-horsed in this particular go relative to the power that we had preceding her up and down that lineup.
All right. Thank you, Judge Rathman. Briggs Krause winning that class from Fullerton FFA. That's a calf that did really good in the open show. He's had her here this week and been campaigning her. I know she won her class. I think she got at least a piece of the division, but Briggs wins that class. Second was Hayden Schroeder. Third goes to Brock Lawrenson. Fourth to Caitlin Grice. Fifth to Matea Roberts. And sixth to Adrienne Stoltenberg. Coming in the ring now, we've got our Januaries and Februaries. Big class here. Looks like 9 head. We've got Lily Neighbor, Kellen Blank, Kaylin Choate, Taylin Griving, Meredith Ruda, Wyatt Geiger, Braylon Martinson, Emerson Peterson, and Kenra Netherton. Not being at all critical, you can tell Judge Rathman, he's pretty hard on the big ones. He comes from Texas where they got to survive on a little bit less, I think and I understand that. It's funny, it's interesting to get a different perspective from a different part of the world. We're fortunate enough to have, as the market's showing, we're fortunate enough to have more corn than we need right now, probably. But he's always stressed functionality and cattle that are going out and make a good cow at the end of the day. Also, one of the great things we've got going on here in Nebraska is, and at Grand Island, is this beautiful facility that we're lucky enough to have built. And just thinking about this Simmental show next summer, Grand Island will be the host of the National Junior Simmental show. So Judge Rathman thought we had a pretty good inventory last year. I'd say it's a good bet he might be back for another year, and I hope he has the job that he's done. And I'm going to say if he thinks this is a lot of inventory, he'll really see them next year, because there'll be a lot of them come. We're really lucky to be able to have that show here. We also have the hosting the Key and Maine Junior Nationals here next summer too.
Well, very tight placing, in my opinion, between these three. This is a heifer that, when they came in, just kind of stamped that look of quality, in my opinion. And quality is so very subjective, right? You know, each of us may see that through different lens, but this was the one whose arrogance in her neck set, the way she carries naturally, her pole in her head, and then just this round barrel rib cage. With this shape and turn that I've been searching for all day, and the kind of cattle that I like. she puts that together very good. Now, does she have a little extra white tissue in this chest floor? Yeah, she does. Is she a little high in her tail head? A little bit. Is she a little edgy in terms of her hock? Yes. But I like the shape of her feet and the strength of them in terms of the depth of her heel. I'd see her with just a little more, even though her chest is forward, I'd say the height of it and the length of her blade is actually a little bit fresher compared to the heifer in second. Heifer here in second, she looks just a little deeper through maybe the front half of her chest and shoulder. It's almost like she's got a little bit of swelling up there, but I think she's just pushing quite a bit more white tissue ahead of her blade. And so, I thought there was times where maybe I didn't mind her as much as any in terms of her function off of her hind legs. She dips a little bit in her loin. Mainly, I need to subtract some of that bark off her blade and just see her a little fresher to see her balance really come together like I like. The one that comes next, like her shape. I like her pin bone. And I think she balances well when she's stopped and standing still. She tues a little down in her loin and up in her tail head, maybe just a little flatter heeled and footed. Maybe like to strengthen that just a bit on her and see her just a little bit stouter bone. Now, no doubt, we've got Bigfoot coming next. This is a big-legged lady that's tremendously powerful in terms of cow parts and components. Again, I've kind of had this situation several times today, young lady. I don't want you to think I don't like your heifer, because if I'm out there saying, like, hey, from a donor standpoint, what heifer might have some parts and pieces that are really intriguing to try to mix and match. In this one here, the size of her feet, size of her bone, the size of her rib cage, out there. She could create something. Each judge has a different preference. I've been a little tough on cattle in terms of size all day. Part of that's a little the byproduct of my research program and the things we focus on down there. It's hard for me to buy into a female that's that big, okay? And so just understand that. I do not dislike the heifer in terms of her parts. She's a little coarse in her tail head. If we're going to make them a little bigger, then you're going to start to get a few people that call her powerful but also a little coarse, right? And so you just got to match her up right. You need to love and value the heifer that you've got, but for me, just a little bit too big in terms of cow size and weight for me to replicate. The heifer we've got next, Taylor's got a good one here. She gets a little soft in her top line. Want to bring her together with a little bit more organization. Doesn't bend too bad in terms of comfort level down here. Go ahead and take her out. She's done. The black heifer coming next, one that got just a little plainer in the set and postured her hind leg. Like to see her just a little fresher there in terms of her balance, but I like her moderation. This is a nice heifer, just needs a little more natural depth and spring to her rib cage. This female right here, young man, I know I commented on a heifer or two up there is a little fatter. I know she's a little pissed off, but she's just a little fat, and I don't want to be too tough on her for that, but we got to keep him a little bit leaner if you're going to get the look of balance and function out of him that you want, because I do think that heifer is made pretty decent. The Baldy heifer, not made bad. Sometimes we get in the show ring and we sit there and say, like, hey, let's be honest about it. This might actually be one of the heifers that makes one of the more sensibly sized, better replacements that last as long as any of them. And then there's some thresholds sometimes in the show ring where it's like, she's got to have a little more bone probably to look competitive enough, or she's got to be a little flashier through her front end. And so I certainly respect her from a practicality and function standpoint, maybe just a little too far off the mark in some of those other areas for me to push her up the lineup today, okay? Good job. Congratulations. Nice set of cattle from top to bottom.
Results of our January-February Simmental heifers. First purple went to Meredith Ruda of Logan View. Second purple went to Emerson Peterson of Logan View. Also receiving purple ribbons were Kellen Blank of Wilcox Headrith, as well as Kinran Atherton of Palmyra. Receiving blue ribbons were Lily Neighbor of Seward FFA, as well as Caitlin Choate of Boone.
All right, we're coming back here for our Champion Foundation Simmental female here. Coming in, leading the way would be Chloe Raines from Wilbur Claytonia with a February 8th, 25 calf. And then we have a single entry September heifer of Matea Roberts. And then the big heifer coming in third is a May of Jamie Getlines from Chase County FFA. Following her is Briggs Krause from Fullerton FFA with March heifer. And representing the January, February class that we just saw was, excuse me, Meredith Ruda. I'm sorry. Meredith Ruda from Logan View, FFA.
Foundation show. I do like this little heifer the young lady's got up front there. She's kind of got a sassy personality, and hopefully she'll chill and get used to things, but she's pretty pissed off right now. We have differences in sizes coming next. One that is a little skinnier through underline. This one just a little big. I know I've talked about that several times. Yeah, it's probably unfortunate because y'all are talking to somebody that's giving a talk next week at the National Red Angus Convention about cow size, and I've actually favored more of an 1,100-pound cow when you start putting the dollars and cents to it and start estimating everything in terms of optimizing stocking rate. So I'm tougher on that, and I want y'all to understand that because there's been some big stout cattle today. Y'all may have more tolerance for up here than maybe what I do in my environment, okay? And so that's just situational. But good cattle, that's a good big heifer. The heifer that comes next, this is the most functional heifer in the group, in my opinion. Is she a little cresty in her neck or a little thicker through her cheek or throat latch? Sure. I don't think that's going to hurt her in terms of her cow, the kind of cow she's going to make. The heifer that came out of the last class, again, love her silhouette. I love the cage, the roundness that she projects. It's a little high in her tail head. I don't know if she outmoves this heifer right here. Briggs, I like your heifer to be the champion. Let's go ahead and bring her out. Congratulations to you. Nice job.
Champion heifer Briggs Krause from Fullerton FFA. That brings in Hayden Schroeder from Wisner Pilger in contention for reserve.
That was actually a very close pair for me, and this is very close, because this heifer I like well. I like this one well. I'm going to keep that pair together, though. Young man, you're going to be my reserve.
There you go. Hayden Schroeder from Wisner Pilger FFA beat Reserve Grand.
Again, in our Foundation Simmental heifers, our grand champion was Briggs Krause of Fullerton, reserve champion Hayden Schroeder. Congratulations to all of our Foundation Simmental heifer exhibitors. Next into the event will be our all other breeds division.
Again, congratulations to Briggs Krause from Fullerton FFA for having the Grand Champions Foundation Simmental, and Hayden Schroeder from Wisner Pilger for reserve. We're gonna.
All right, here we go. Build our confidence on a class winner I got right. This is a really pretty heifer. I love just her elegance up here. Immature, obviously. Got the right kind of angles to her skeleton. I think she's going to be a nice project for you, young lady. I wish you the best.
Purple ribbon to Caitlin Grease of the Sutton FFA chapter. Next in will be a heifer with a birth date of May, and we have one exhibitor in this class as well.
I'm going to say Judge Rathman's going to roll through this in a hurry. I'm going to step back for just a second and let him get done. I think he's going to play catch up. We'll get done with AOBs. He's got 4 classes of commercials before he gets to the Supreme. So I'm thinking he's wanting to get her wrapped up here a little bit.
Another single entry here. One that, very deep through her heart, very smooth in the way that full rib blends into the edge of that shoulder. A good sensible size to that female. A little tighter spine, maybe could release her hock a little differently, but a good replacement.
Another purple ribbon to Laurel Moore of the Sutton FFA chapter. Next in is a calf for the birthday of March 31st, one exhibitor.
All right. A Angus has entered the ring. A main Angus, a big stout gal that's got a lot of growth and performance and a lot of power and pipe underneath her in terms of bone and foot size. Maybe could just free her up just a touch. But I do like this female's stoutness. Congratulations on a nice main Angus. Congratulations.
And a purple ribbon to Jaylee Halstead of Wilsoner Pilger FFA. Our last class in this division is January, February birthdays, 2 animals in this division.
All right, well, if this isn't an apple and orange decision, I don't know what is. I mean, both of them I like good. This big main Angus heifer is one that as she stands there is so very powerful, and she's got the right bend laid into her hock and the way it comes down into her ankle, and so super stout just in terms of her forearm and her jaw, and then just all the way through. Lots of spread in this female. She still comes up with a nice proportional look. She's one that her tail head sits up there maybe just a little plainer, and you could probably give her a little more depth to her navel just to match with her chest. But very stout, very powerful, like the reliability of her angles. She's not moving maybe as convicted per se as I thought she might, but I think she's still very good. This Scottish Highlander here is quite good, and it makes it difficult because I think for her breed, this one here is certainly one that patterns up with the best of them. She's a little flat-footed in terms of her back feet. Obviously, in that breed, you like a little more power, but that one there is very strong there and very good in terms of her character and her general balance, and very, very well presented by Bree there. So certainly very high-end type Scottish Highlander.
Results of January, February. First purple went to Jalen Wolfinger of SCM. Second purple went to Brianna Brown of Kearney FFA. We'll now be selecting our overall all other breeds out of January through April class. That was exhibited by Caitlin Grease. Our May-June was exhibited by Laurel Moore. March, April, Jalen Halstead. And January through February was again exhibited by Jalen Wolfinger.
All right, so here in our AOB division, a little bit of a bag of Skittles, and nice lineup all the way through. This is a black heifer that's third in line here. This main Angus that's super stout and got an incredible look to her front end. Wants to tilt forward a little bit there on her front legs. We had a interesting pair to dissect and decide between, and you could probably have done that either way, depending on how you want to lay your strengths here. But I like the main Angus well. She's going to be my champion here out of the oldest class. And Bree, I do think that Scottish Highlander is pretty cool for a Highlander. So we're going to keep those two together. Two good functional livestock that bring a lot forward to their breed.
Our grand champion, all other breeds, was exhibited by Jalen Wolfinger of SEM, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Brianna Brown of Kearney FFA.
All right, congratulations to Jalen and Brianna for their AOBs. Now we're gonna start sorting through the commercials. We have fall-born commercials, three head in this first class again, and then we'll be picking a Supreme shortly thereafter. Again, a huge shout out to the FFA team as he's come in there. I really can't emphasize this is a long job and a long day, and I know they left late last night getting all these classes broke down, and there's not near enough time when you get there and way too much time after, but you know, they've had great help. The ringman been doing a great job today. Got Brent Nelms in the ring. Ryan Carlson's been in and out. Caitlin Coslin and Caitlin and Ryan both. And then Blake Hasbrook's been a trooper when he can. He's been helping a bunch too. And moves into the head of the group. Ryan Hasbrook runs the FFA livestock, and real shout out to him for keeping this thing running like it should. And he's done a damn good job the last few years. He's been running this here for quite some time and really does a good job with it. Ryan, and then his brother Bruce has been helping a lot. Bruce, and then Tracy, his wife. Tracy is the assistant beef superintendent, along with Katie Alexander, and they've all just done a great job keeping stuff rolling along as this goes, and really moving it in. Brian, here's our judge.
We got our commercial heifers coming up now. I think our last division. This is a really nice start to this division. I like this female very well. She's very good looking up through her neck and her head, and compositionally very fresh and ideal. She got a good level of performance for her age, but you know, is certainly still one that has some maturity about her rib cage and moves very adequately. Closer call here between 2 and 3. I like this heifer here just from a balance and look standpoint. Thought she was longer ahead of her blade and probably just a little tidier in terms of her chest than the female we've got in 3. The heifer in 3 is a little deeper, maybe just a little deeper as well in her chest and her shoulder length, and a little plainer there in terms of her hip and hind leg, but still very, very functional female. 2 cattle there that make nice replacements, maybe just give up some pizzazz there to that one that won.
Results of our August-October commercial heifer class. First purple went to Claire Rahm of Stewart. Receiving second blue, first blue was Noah Burjack of West Point, and also receiving a blue ribbon was Madeline Jansen of Heartland. Next into the arena is May June. There should be 4 heifers in this class. All right, entering the arena is May June commercial heifers. 4 heifers in this class.
We've got Madeline Jensen, Jordy Schandell, Gavin Bell, and Addison Marksmeyer. These are May yearlings, May of 24. Kind of interesting. The FFA chapters are a little more trusting with their exhibitors. They go ahead and let you age these commercial heifers. Shorthorn or the FFA show last week, they just weighed them.
Really a nice female to start this class. She's got an incredible look from the side, one that blends together several different worlds in terms of stoutness and yet quality from the side and structural integrity on the go. Really a nice one. The chocolate heifer here in second, a little plainer in terms of her front 1/3, but very deep-sided, very sound, and got tons of cow longevity built into her skeleton. She ought to last. The black heifer one that's a bit more shapely. I just like the gray heifer in front of you from a depth of rib and maybe just soundness standpoint. And then the baldy heifer we round out with, young lady. Nice little heifer. It's got a nice smooth look to her. Like to free her up and add a little more power to her when we get her in motion.
Winning that class, Jordy Schindel from Shelby Rising City. Second, Madeline Jansen. Third, Gavin Bell. And fourth, Addison Marksmeyer. Now we have a big May-June class coming in now. We should have 9 head.
And Angus and Charolais of West Point FFA. Next into the arena is March, April 2024. There are 9 heifers in this class.
We got sport. Got Adam Nels, Lexi Johnson, Michael Colderman, Camden Fattig, Bailey Sedlick, Bailey Grant, Wyatt Geiger, Molly McCroden, and Kibden Chandelier. Looking at the names, knowing kind of what shuffled down here, I would say this should be a pretty competitive class.
Correction, in that last class, first purple went to Jordy Schindel of Shelby Rising.
All right, here in this commercial class, a little bit what we've got here is in commercial heifers sometimes is you have cattle that are maybe just a little more clubby bred. You have others that were designed with more maternal intentions, if you will. And so it becomes an interesting cocktail. I don't think there's any doubt, though, this heifer here needs to start the lineup. No matter what your priority may be in a set of commercial cattle, she is one that is a cut above in terms of structural integrity and eliteness of hind leg, and just the way she picks them up and puts them down off both ends. She's still got an awesome look up to her neck to have that type of center rib and refinement to her teats. Just an excellent heifer. I thought it was close, obviously, between 2 and 3. I was kind of going back and forth. And this black heifer you've got, young lady, she is standing there just awesome in her rib cage. Just the consistency in which she comes, not only in the turn to her body, but back from chest to navel to udder back there, just really good and good in her shape. There's times where she's, I thought, got a little tighter, a little chuffier neck. But I think standing there, and then when she'll get out and go, one that certainly brings herself together with a high level of quality and dimension. This smoke heifer, man, I like her out there front 1/3. That's where I was back and forth in terms of the trade-offs there. She too's got an incredible rib cage and how big she is down her top, square-ended. I'd love to have that female to breed on in terms of making some club calves. I thought she had some really unique pieces, maybe a touch sharper to the backside of her hock. I like her feet, but just a little sharper there. Maybe pinches just ever so slightly there in her loin, but a very, very nice female. We kind of broke type and kind here because initially when you just look at the heifer I started, you'd say, well, Ryan, this heifer here in 4 needs to be right behind her in terms of style. And I don't disagree too much there, but because she's got that same femininity, that same depth of rib, I personally did not feel like structurally she met the mark quite as effectively as our class winner, and so that's why I've got her in this position. She's also just a little bit ornery. She needs to just chill out, settle down, and settle into her skeleton. That's probably a big part of it, but I would certainly stouten her up to her lower britches. A calf that we got next, one that pokes her chest out a little bit, got a little more cake there around her tail head, relative to giving up some body depth. And so I do like that female, but needs to look maybe just a little bit fresher, if you will, for me to move her up in the lineup here. And so the next heifer that comes out with the white in her underline, very cocky fronted, big legged and big ended. She too just a little coarser around the edges and maybe gives up just a little bit of that soft look through the center of her body. This heifer is a little softer, maybe just a little round and a little lighter bone, but certainly a nice heifer. Pair of nice cattle we round out the class with. I thought that one was a little more correct. Comparatively speaking, this one's got a good expressive look about her. I'd like to just free her up just a touch, young man, in terms of the utility of her hind leg.
Okay, as they sort out the mess that was that class, Adam Elfs from Shickley FFA wins that class. Second goes to Lexi Johnson from Gothenburg FFA. Third, Bailey Sedlick. Fourth to Michael Colderman. Fifth, Bailey Grant. Sixth to Molly McCroden. Seventh to Camden Fatig. Eighth to Wyatt Geiger. And ninth to Kipton Scheidler from Mord FFA. Okay, and then we have two January and February.
We're going to go with the bigger, stouter heifer here, the 440 tag female. One that's just so broody and stout in her mug. She's almost a little Roman there in terms of her nose and her skull shape, but I do like the cow power we've got in that female. The female in behind her, I thought nice and moderate in her size. Neat in terms of how cocky she is in her neck there. Pretty round rib, just a little bit tighter hinge there in terms of her hip-loin junction and the way she shuffles off of her rear too.
Results of our March-April. First purple went to Adam Olfs of Shickley FFA, and Lexi Johnson received second purple of Gothenburg. Also receiving purple ribbons is Michael Colterman of Seward FFA.
Okay, we're going to bring back the to be the champion drive of the commercial heifers. Claire Ram out of Class 1 with the fall born September 24. The May-June class winner would be Jordy Schindel from Shelby Rising City. Big March class, Mr. Adam Elfs from Shickley FFA, and the class we just saw, Bailey Hall from McCool Junction.
Coming back in that first class is Claire Long, August, October, second class.
As soon as I'm concluding this, looks like we're getting lined up very shortly to have our grand drive. We're going to pick the top 5 females tonight.
All right, last division here as we wrap up. My strongest compliments to y'all here in the commercial division. I thought it was excellent. I guess it comes down for me to a pair of them. The heifer that's got the white star in her face and second in the lineup here, the young lady has. This is a really good looking, just foxy one in terms of her front third. Like the shape and turn to her fore rib and center body and the way it flows back into her mid rib. This is a female that, if I had to pick on her anywhere, she gets a little elevated in her tail head. I'd like to bring that back into her just a touch. When we see her go away, she could coordinate just a shot square right there, but it's more aesthetic. This is a female that's standing there, man, she's lights out. That's a really, really good heifer. The bigger heifer behind her, again, I talked about the differences in a commercial division between cattle that are a little more revved up from a pedigree or power standpoint and those that are bred with a little more maternal intention. This is a female that really hits the mark from a maternal perspective. Just love her feet and leg structure as good as any. I like the consistency of her rear stride and how square she is, and yet just a beautiful female from the side, neck and belly combo. She's a little taller. It helps that the young man's got some frame there to offset that, isn't it? But anyways, that's a gorgeous heifer. Young man, I'm going to use your heifer for champion. I thought she was very, very good. And then, we'll bring our second place heifer in here.
Champion female shown by Adam Elfs from Shickley FFA.
Adam Elfs of the Shickley FFA.
Congratulations to Adam.
I caught you off guard. No, it's fine. It's the end of the day. Everybody's tired. We're doing great. Yeah, the young man said the heifer we just used was actually a purebred Angus, so that explains a lot in terms of her design. But nonetheless, good stock is good stock. We've got another one that's good stock coming right back in here. And I do like her very well. I already bragged on her rib design and her muscularity and dimension. We've got two cattle here. They're probably now more alike than they are different. I probably am still partial to the star face heifer. We're going to use her for my reserve selection. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your reserve is going to go to Jordy Schindel of Shelby Rising City.
Reserve champion goes to Jordy Schindel of Shelby Rising City FFA.
All right. Well, it looks like we're ready for our top 5. Everybody has left the announcer stand across the way except the announcer. So I'm going to say we're all looking for somebody to line everybody up here. It's going to take just a minute. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to get everything lined up for our Supreme. Our judge snuck to the bathroom for a minute. Our judge, by the way, if you're joining us late, we're glad to have Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech. He and his wife Kyla both, I believe they both teach there. Believe Kyla does too. They raise livestock, and he is the judging coach. They have two daughters, Kinley and Carly. Ryan is the leader of the judging team and teaches multiple classes in beef cattle management, production systems. He's currently doing his research in nutrition. He's been talking a lot today about cow size, and his research has been focused on functionality and the optimum cow size. But you got to remember that's Texas. We're a little different up here in Nebraska, and he's been very quick to note that. Ryan has coached the judging team very successfully at Texas Tech and A&M before that. In the last 8 years, he's coached 7 national championship teams, 3 at Texas A&M, and then he's moved to Texas Tech and had 4. In the last 8 years, he's had 7 national champions. Currently at Texas Tech, he's noted as being the winningest coach in the 100-year history of livestock judging. He's coached 4 national champion meat judging teams while he's been at Texas Tech too. So he's a great leader of our youth, and just a super evaluator of cattle. He's judged over 400 shows, he says, local, state, national level in 40 states and internationally. Well-respected livestock man. Judged most all of the major state fairs across the country, steers and heifers. I know last year he did a string of them across the state fair. Went from Ohio, Ohio, Illinois, I think Indiana. He went just dang near all of them. The one that he didn't do, his brother did. I mean, they come from a long line of judging folks, judging family, and his wife's family also is very, very active in live animal and carcass evaluation and in all species. Again, a huge shout out to Ryan Hasselbrook and his team, the FFA Livestock team here has really kept everything running smooth. We had a tremendous showmanship contest this morning, and it went, I think, a little longer maybe than Ryan anticipated, but those individuals really deserve the time. Our champion, actually our supreme champion overall, it was our out-of-school champion, Brianna Bosshammer from Amherst FFA. Give a little shout out to these kids while we're waiting to reserve out of school. Another very good showman, Mr. Garrett Scholes from Heartland FFA. Our senior champion was Catherine Neighbor. Reserve went to Jamie Getline. Our junior champion was Jaylee Haggerty. Reserve Conrad Kaminsky. Our sophomore champion was Anna Mead from Blue Hill FFA. And reserve Brianna Brown from Kearney FFA. Our freshman champion was Jace Prince from Clarkson FFA, and reserve was Hadley Hartman from Johnson County. Our junior high champion went to Kensley Bremer from Fullerton, and reserve champion was Brindley Albers from Blue Hill. So a big shout out to all of those, and the supreme champion again went to Miss Brianna Bosshammer from Amherst FFA. I think we're getting the final comb on something coming here. We should be looking for, yep, that's what we got here. We got our Angus champion is Peyton Scott from Gordon Rushville FFA with an October female. So I think we'll get started here shortly. There goes our man Bruce. All right, so here we are.
All right, welcome back. We are here in our
Champion
final flag for
female
overall heifer.
in our Angus breed,
Coming in
Peyton
under the
Scott,
first class from
Gordon
Angus
Rushville.
heifers, our champion was Peyton Scott from Gordon Rushville FFA.
Coming in next should be our Charolais female, Travis Moore from Sutton FFA. Then we'll have a Charolais composite. I do not see a white hair. Here we go.
Out of our Charolais class, our grand champion was Travis Moore from Sutton FFA.
Yep, here comes Travis. Again, then we got a composite Charolais should be coming up.
Out of our composite Charolais, the animal's being exhibited by Kimmy Held from the lead FFA chapter.
Here we are, Cammy Held. Third is Adam Elfs coming in with his champion key heifer. That heifer was a Ulrich's heifer out of McKay Stillwater Bull and a Francis daughter. The next heifer in line would be the Balancer heifer showed by Cale Taubenheim of the Amherst FFA champion. Our Hereford champion, Cooper Lindstrom. Cooper Lindstrom of the Holdridge FFA champion chapter. And then our champion LimFlex, Miss Viviana Sells from Nebraska Ag Academy. Then we have Garrett Scholes with his champion Maine Anjou heifer. Following him, the maintainer heifer, Brayson Miller from the Twin River FFA chapter. Following him would be Kyler Plugi with a really good Red Angus entry coming in, and then the next we have the Shorthorn entry. The Shorthorn entry comes from Sarah Allard, and then the black heifer following her would be Josie Wilson with her Shorthorn Plus. Then we've got Seth Meyering with the high percentage Simmental, the low percentage Simmental. Again was Briggs Cross, and then the AOB would be Jalen Wolfinger. And then our commercial heifer champion that we just saw, backed with Adam Elfs. With he found a good stick to be reserved. The heifer Hadley Dunklau was showing. Again, our judge today is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech.
For a lot of y'all, my flank is saying that at least, that I'm ready to go to dinner. So we'll wrap this up. Hey, thank y'all very much for having me. Really always enjoy coming to Nebraska, and I genuinely mean that. This is one of the best state, well, it is the best state fairgrounds to come and get to judge at, and y'all are very lucky to have a set of grounds like this. But more than that, every time I come up here, the people, y'all's kiddos are unmatched. There's never been a time through the years that I've been here where I have ever run into a situation where a kid showed poor sportsmanship, or, was just negative about, the way things went down. And so y'all have very elite kids. I think I'm cursed when I come to this state. 5 years ago, Mr. Angel, Bill, he had asked me to come judge, and my plane got canceled at about 7 o'clock on a Friday night, and I called Bill and I said, hey, if you can get somebody else to judge that show next morning at 8 a.m., I'd sure appreciate it, because I don't really want to have to drive all night. And he said, well, give me about an hour. I called him back, and he said, Ryan, I just can't find anybody else. And I said, well, I have never in my life backed out of a show, and I'm not going to put you in that situation. So I went and rounded up one of my judging kids, and we drove through the night, got here about 6 a.m. and judged at 8. Yesterday, 5 years later, to the same weekend, I was waiting on my plane, got on the plane. There was bad weather at DFW, and I was sitting in the very last row in the corner seat. I think it's 6 inches tighter than the rest of the rows in that plane. And they had us out there for about an hour. I can't tell you how claustrophobic I was becoming. And I said to myself, if I can get off this plane, I'm freaking driving to Nebraska. I can't handle this. And so they did let me off the plane. I rented a car, and I drove 10 hours here. The nice thing is, in a 10-hour drive, you got lots of time to think and just kind of have a little me time. And the countryside, we are so blessed this year to have the rain that God's blessed us with and the incredible crops. I know that margins still aren't good, but we are very blessed to have a Lord that's blessed us like he has this year in terms of our environment and presenting rain, and things are just good. The cattle market's strong. Things are positive. You gotta enjoy what we do right now on the cattle business. But on the show ring side of things, man, you gotta love your kids. You gotta love this moment in life. The season will pass. I'm 45 now. It seemed like yesterday my little girl just started, and now she's a junior. And so, man, relish this and take advantage of these moments where you get to spend time with your family and just have a blast. But count your blessings and enjoy this time. I guess as we go through the cattle here, it seemed a little ironic because I went through them, and every judge has bias, okay? You're not going to like the bias of every judge. It seemed like maybe size came into play a little bit more today than what it probably normally does. Usually cattle with a little more size or scale or stretch probably own the advantage. We're at an interesting time in our industry because I like them a little more moderate. That's probably more my southern bias, but also just from a function standpoint. And so I may like them a little more moderate than some of y'all. I think at the end of the day, though, what I'm really gravitating towards is trying to perfect their skeleton. And so I hope you can see what I like personally. It may not be what you like, but there was one heifer in particular out here that absolutely knocked me over in terms of her fitting the kind of cattle that I like. There's another one that I thought was just pretty much 100 structurally for her breed, and I thought she was awfully good. And then we'll move to some cattle that for their breed I thought were absolutely incredible. So, hey, I wish you all the best. I hope it was a good Sunday for y'all and your families. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate all the kiddos out here and make some noise for them. And really make some noise for the folks that run this show. First-class crew out here, and I appreciate everybody that volunteers their time to do that. So,
all right, great comments by Dr. Rathman. I can relate to the claustrophobic part. I can't blame him. I believe I'd have drove too. Well, gonna walk around. Give the Scott heifer a due and a notice. And there you go. Congratulations, Viviana Sells with their LimFlex. Heifer sired by Jumpstart, come from Fitz Genetics, Perry, Oklahoma. Viviana Sells. That was the LimFlex. Okay, that brings in Adam Elf's other heifer. I think he's got 3 out here now. He brought a pretty good string.
Grand champion was Viviana Sells of the Nebraska Ag Academy.
Yep, we're going to go down and get Peyton Scott. With her fall Angus heifer.
Reserve champion was Peyton Scott of Gordon Rushville FFA chapter.
Okay, we're going to pick a top 5 here. And the red Angus. The Plugi, I apologize, I don't know his first name right off. Kyler Plugi. Kyler Plugi's from the Waverly FFA chapter. Showed the champion red Angus heifer. That brings
Third was
in
Kyler Plugi.
Second was Peyton Scott. Ready, Angus.
okay, you're going to use a reserve litany. That'll be Adam Elfs.
This fourth was
Adam Elfs with the reserve limmy.
Did she pull in for the LimFlex?
Yep.
So Adam Olds.
One more place.
Is that right? Right? LimFlex?
Yep, Sport grabbed the wrong heifer.
Fourth, Adam Elton. Second on the class.
Fourth place went to Adam Alves from Shickley FFA chapter, also out of that LimFlex class.
And he gets 5th too, Adam Elf with his key heifer.
And 5th place also goes to Adam Alves.
Comes with the key heifer that comes from
Congratulations
Ulrichs
to all of our showmen. Let's give them all a big
Livestock.
round of applause as they exit the arena. Thanks for coming to today's show.
All right, thank you again. We will see you tomorrow morning. I believe, when do we start, 8:30? I think with the feeder calf show in the or I think they start with feeder steers and our market show. Tomorrow starts, I'm pretty sure, at 8:30. We're looking it up for sure. But again, thank you for joining us at Ringside Live, and we will see you in the morning. Is that right? 8:30, right? 9:30. Well, I'm wrong. 9:30 tomorrow morning with the start of the show. So we got just a little more time to get here, but 9:30 tomorrow morning with the start of the FFA Market Show. Thank you and good night.